The chapter opens by explaining why Heavy Knight is mocked. Compared with other defensive classes, it is less versatile, fights inefficiently, and has such low attack power that even leveling becomes difficult. Its purpose is to draw attacks away from allies. Those warnings are contrasted with the Grand Ceremony Hall and the idealized image of a white-haired armored knight. The setting makes clear that the class reveal will decide a noble heir's future. The priest calls Elma's Edvan forward and prepares to grant him a class on the glowing magic circle. Elma sits among the audience, sensing that the formal scene feels strangely familiar, like a memory returning. As heir to the Edvan family, Elma's is about to receive the divine blessing. He remembers that whenever he learned something, it felt known from the start, and that the feeling reaches back far beyond his childhood. The baptism begins. Elma's realizes that his awareness existed before birth, and identifies this world as the exact setting of Magic World, the VR game he played in his previous life. If the game rules still apply, Elma's thinks he can finally obtain his favorite class. He remembers that Heavy Knight is secretly the strongest class despite its reputation, then proudly tells his father that he received it. Elma smiles as the status display confirms the result. At level 1 he has 10 health, 4 magic points, attack and defense of 3, and magic power of 5. He turns to his father, expecting recognition. Instead, his father reacts as if Elma's has said the wrong class entirely, asking about Sword Saint. Elma's realizes that he mixed memories from his old life with this one, but still argues that his health and defense are excellent. Elma's explains that later blooming technical classes are often undervalued while easy classes are favored. He pushes the status card forward and asks his father to look, but the older man demands to know what Heavy Knight is. His father dismisses the result and says he has no interest in such explanations. He is only relieved that the ceremony was private, because a public reveal would have shamed the Edvan household. Elma's is left speechless. Before the silence can settle, a dark-haired girl asks whether her own divine blessing can be performed. The narration identifies her as Mari's Edvan, a daughter of an Edvan branch family, and the priest hesitates. The priest repeats that it is time to begin Mari's ceremony. Elma's remembers playing with her as a child, but says they have barely spoken in 5 years. The priest raises his hand and starts her ritual. The priest announces Mari's divine blessing. Her result appears immediately, Sword Saint. Mari's apologizes to Elma's and says that it feels as though she has taken the talent that should have been his. Elma's fear proves correct. His father celebrates Mari's as a perfect member of the Edvan household, then announces that she will be treated as his daughter and become the next successor. The audience murmurs while Mari's calls to her father. Then the older man turns on Elma's, saying that a Heavy Knight brings shame, that Elma's betrayed his expectations, and that he is no longer his son. Elma's tries to answer, but his father cuts him off and orders him to leave. The family walks away together, leaving Elma's kneeling in the ceremony hall as he calls after them. His father adds one final warning: Elma's must not use the Edvan name outside the family and must never show his face again. Elma's insists that Heavy Knight is strong enough to protect the household, but the order stands. The carriage carrying his father and Mari's disappears, while Elma's is left with almost no money. He says his father never listened, then looks over the town that has become his only remaining path. At the inn, Elma's calls his father heartless and admits that he has lost his home, family, and friends. Even so, he reminds himself that he still possesses the strongest class, Heavy Knight. From the window, Elma's notices that this world's history and terrain differ from the game, even down to the city's name, Rondal. He decides to investigate the area gradually, starting with his class and skills. The level 1 skill tree still matches his memories. 5 skill points remain, and the available paths include Vow of the Heavy Armor, Increased Defense, and Novice Swordsmanship. Elma's is relieved that the system survived reincarnation. He recalls that classes grant starting bonus points, that each level adds another point, and that skill trees mix class-specific abilities with random abilities. In this system, the choices made early determine a character's fate. Vow of the Heavy Armor is his only class-specific skill. Elma's explains that many Heavy Knight abilities are difficult at first but become powerful later, while other paths can still grow through equipment and practice. Then he pauses on one crucial idea. Increased defense is already valuable, but Vow of the Heavy Armor can steadily raise his defensive power. Elma spends all 5 points on it, triggering a level increase, Rampart Return, and a level 5 armor vow that grants 10 more defense. Satisfied, Elma decides the allocation is enough. He leaves the inn and equips his build outside town, where his status now shows the bonus attack and defense, soldier's sword, iron armor, and the new rampart return skill. His first test is a frog-like level 2 demon called Elma. Elma checks its health and magic points, then waits as the creature closes in. The Lana strikes without warning. Elma is surprised by the sudden attack, but the heavy knight armor absorbs the impact and lets him counter without losing ground. The counter sends the monster flying and leaves it defeated. As the system registers the result, Elma reaches level 2, confirming that his build works outside the game as well. Elma looks down at the fallen Lana and calls the sight gruesome. The rampart return explanation makes the point clear. When the skill blocks damage, the user's defense is so high that the enemy cannot even scratch him. Frightened blonde-haired adventurer rushes into the forest asking for help. Elma calmly notices the level 2 mana stone and decides to keep it, while the adventurer runs on toward a larger swarm. Several Lana close in. Elma tells the adventurer to leave them to him, but the man doubts that anyone in such armor can manage the situation and asks whether Elma is a famous adventurer. The adventurer argues that a rookie who appears weaker than him could not handle so many demons. Elma answers that he only had his first level up a moment ago, and the adventurer urges him to remove the armor and run. The swarm crashes into Elma from every direction. He keeps advancing while the heavy knight armor turns each strike aside, proving that his defense is not just a number on a status screen. Elma's counterattack scatters the Lana through the forest. When the adventurer sees the defeated swarm, he asks what Elma's is and reacts to the number of monsters he handled. Elma's denies that there is anything mysterious about him. With the Lana lying defeated around him, Elma's finally introduces himself as Elma's Edvan, the Heavy Knight. The chapter ends on that declaration, turning the class his family rejected into the identity he will carry forward. Game-like results screen shows Elma's Edvan reaching level 8 and obtaining the title Immovable One. His status confirms the build: a soldier's sword, iron armor, rampart return, and no special skills. Elma thinks this world should work like the magic world he remembers. Ares runs up and calls for Elma before apologizing for the late introduction and giving his name. Ares explains that he left a countryside village to become an adventurer. His party distrusted him, so he has been working hard alone, and he thanks Elma again for saving him. Elma says he is only there to earn money, and that Ares does not owe him thanks. Ares asks whether he is tired of hunting alone, adding that defense-oriented classes are unpopular. Ares proposes that Elma join him after they finish there, since he has a destination in mind and a chance to enter a small party. He praises Elma as an amazing guy and promises to convince the others. Elma turns him down, then thanks him for the offer and apologizes, making it clear that he does not want the partnership. As Ares reacts, Elma privately admits that Ares is right. The true value of a defense class appears in a group, where it attracts attacks and shields its allies. Elma reveals his real priorities to himself. He wants items, skills, and titles, but allies would divide the experience, attract suspicion, and make it impossible to hide his knowledge this early. Ares insists that he is saying this for Elma's sake. He argues that hunting Lanas alone is inefficient and asks how long Elma can keep doing it. Ares urges Elma not to be stubborn and to aim higher with him. Elma can only stare in startled silence. Before Elma can answer, a hostile creature bursts into the clearing. Its sweeping attack catches Ares in the danger and throws the conversation into panic. As the creature's claws crash down, Elma asks why it is here and insists that this cannot be real. Ares cries out while the monster closes in. Elma reaches for status, while Ares identifies the enemy as an Alanda ape, a demon far above his level. The status panel shows level 16, full health and mana, blazing claws, and a poisonous attack that hinders movement, while Ares suspects stealth erased its presence. Elma realizes Rampart Return is nearly useless against such a high-level enemy unless he completely blocks a direct hit. Ares warns that Blazing Claw would leave him as good as dead, then blames himself for attracting the demon. Ares offers to draw the demon's attention so Elma can escape. Elma pauses, then calmly refuses and says the situation is fine. Elma takes responsibility for the fight and tells Ares to leave the monster to him. Ares protests that he cannot do it, while Elma admits that the creature is not an opponent he can currently beat. After a brief pause, Ares repeats that beginners cannot defeat an Alanda ape of this size. Elma's answers by opening status again. The level up left Elma's with 17 skill points. He decides to pour them into Vow of the Heavy Armor and accepts the danger, saying he will bet everything on this gamble. Elma's gets the tool he needs, Disarm. Normal skill reduces an opponent's attack power by 20% for 1 minute after a successful hit, giving him a way to challenge the Alanda ape. The Alanda ape lunges straight at Elma's. Elma's charges into the clash, admitting that moments like this make his soul burn with excitement. For him, the danger is exactly what makes the return worth chasing. A many-eyed, sharp-toothed monster dives into the fight, forcing Elma's Edvan to brace and meet its attack with his sword. The creature roars, but Elma stays focused. He admits this will not be easy, even though he knows the monster's patterns and reach. Elma drives his blade into the stone as the monster gathers itself, then unleashes a blinding attack called Light of Poison. The poison attack tears across the ground and leaves a dark ring of energy behind it. Elma lands in a wide stance as the exchange erupts around him. With the blast still raging, he decides to take a chance. The chance comes with a cost. Bright Force slams into Elma's and swallows him in the impact. He answers by cutting across the monster's face. The strike reaches its eye, but Elma's quickly realizes the hit barely mattered. Even so, the attack has lowered the monster's attack power. The enraged creature roars and prepares its next skill, Flame Claw. Flame Claw crashes down as the monster lunges. The white-haired fighter is thrown into a cloud of dust and cries out in alarm. But Elma's has already read the numbers. Flame Claw consumes MP, just as Poison Light does, and neither attack can decide the fight by itself. Elma's tells the monster that this tactic will not work, then cuts again with Disarm. The skill's 2-hit attack reduces the monster's attack power by 40%. His title, the Immovable, gives him a 10% defense buff whenever he stands still. Elma sees the opening and recognizes that the conditions are met. The monster roars and charges again. Elma holds his ground while its limbs sweep toward him. Dust bursts across the clearing as the attack passes. Elma has survived the exchange and is ready to turn the monster's momentum against it. He activates Rampart and steps through the monster's assault. When the creature crashes down, Elma tells it that it has caused enough trouble. The monster lies sprawled and gives one last weak reaction. Elma keeps it pinned beneath his sword until the fight is over. Victory triggers a level up. Elma rises from level 8 to level 12 and receives 4 skill points. Standing over the defeated monster, Elma checks his new options. The system warns that Vow of the Heavy Armor cannot be upgraded any further right now. The message feels familiar to him. Elma wonders how this method still exists in the magic world, as if he has seen the same screen before. Still, the result is exactly what he needed. With these gains, Elma says he has acquired all the basic skills. Ares reaches the clearing and demands to know what Elma is actually doing. Elma answers that, with this power, he can certainly make a living alone. Ares admits he had no reason to worry and says he feels bad. Then he offers to escort Elma to the city, and Elma thanks him. With the monster defeated and their next destination set, Elma and Ares walk away together through the clearing. Over Rondom City, Elma's Edvan heads for the Adventurer Guild because he needs to register. At the counter, he introduces himself as a level 12 heavy knight. The short-haired guild clerk processes his application. Elma checks whether heavy knight is a defensive class, and the clerk confirms that she understands his registration. Once the document receives its official approval, Elma smiles and declares that he is now an adventurer. His new card places him at F rank. The guild's ranking chart has 7 levels, from F to S, and a dungeon party needs at least 1 E rank adventurer. Elma's is still at the bottom, so the requirement is immediately relevant. His status display shows that Vow of the Heavy Armor cannot be upgraded freely. The next ranks are locked behind his advancement. Elma starts another question, then resolves to reach E rank as quickly as possible. 2 armored adventurers point him out and mock a low-level heavy knight for trying to form a party. Their laughter spreads through the guild hall. The clerk explains that tanks are not in much demand, so finding party members may take time. Elma says he will consider forming a party later, while she starts to suggest another option. Instead of arguing, Elma opens a pouch and asks to exchange his monster stones for money. The clerk is stunned that he gathered so many alone. Elma confirms that he hunted the monsters alone and asks the clerk to record the transaction accurately. She counts 10 small stones and 1 large stone for 80 kg, while the 2 mockers question whether he stole them. Elma simply thanks her. With registration complete and living funds secured, Elma thinks it is time to use the magic words from his previous life. He asks whether there is a promotion quest he can take. The clerk says there is one, but her hesitation makes him uneasy. At a wooded graveyard, a large bearded adventurer confronts Elma. He says he heard a newcomer would join today's raid and recognizes the young heavy knight from the guild. The bearded leader says he has seen newcomers who take the guild and its monsters lightly. When Elma's claim of killing a level 12 Alanda ape comes up, the leader dismisses it as nonsense and says adventurers are not easily fooled. The leader's anger sharpens into a threat to teach Elma a lesson, and his furious face makes the danger clear. Elma sweats under the pressure and recognizes the situation as the worst. Still, he knows a promotional raid quest exam is rare, so he decides he will have to endure this opportunity. Elma bows and asks the leader to treat him well. The bearded man studies him with a narrowed eye, then answers with a dismissive humph. The party gets ready to move through the graves. One member calls for the next departure, a light-haired woman answers that she understands, and another party member agrees that the plan is fine. Elma's search then detects about 30 monsters ahead. The bearded leader praises the search result, while the light-haired woman claims it is all thanks to her amazing skill. A blonde woman in a wide-brimmed hat adds that Elma can thank her too and promote her to E rank. The hat-wearing woman calls out to Elma and says his actions at the guild have become gossip, correcting herself after calling them a stunt. She says it is a shame that he is stuck with such an inferior class. Judging by Elma's equipment, the woman takes him for a red mage. She praises that class's physical skills, offensive and recovery spells, and broad support magic. Elma answers that he is quite fond of heavy knight. The woman tells him not to hold the party back, then dismisses his confidence as drivel. Elma's game knowledge still recognizes red mage as a powerful jack-of-all-trades class. But Elma reminds himself that this world is not a game. Even if versatile classes are usually favored, real people are the ones facing the danger. The bearded leader gives the raid briefing. The undead army ahead is led by a ghoul head, and he intends to defeat it as a D-rank adventurer. Elma is ordered to keep his distance and handle the smaller enemies. The leader warns that he will not help if Elma gets tangled up. The other adventurers murmur uneasily as the target comes into view. The ghoul head is estimated to be around level 30. The ghoul head has no offensive skills, but it can create low-grade whites from corpses, and its undead breath is troublesome. The leader says the party should not lose if the plan works, because a level 40 D-rank adventurer is with them. However, Elma's assessment is less reassuring. From Elma's perspective, the leader and the red mage woman are arrogant, while the rest of the party looks cowardly. He estimates that everyone has only about an 80% chance of making it out alive. In the cemetery, the numbers might have looked acceptable in a game, but this world does not follow game rules. Elma's Edvan studies the graves in silence, as the narration makes one rule clear: this world has no death penalty mechanic. Elma asks the bearded commander to clarify his earlier orders, and the commander reacts as if the question itself is outrageous. Elma warns that the undead here may not match the reports. The commander immediately bristles at the idea that Elma is giving him orders. Elma says they should avoid the worst-case scenario while the armed group gathers around them. He pauses, weighing the danger. With the whole group watching, the bearded commander asks for detailed instructions so everyone can act on the same plan. Elma explains that they are still low-leveled, which is why they are afraid. The commander admits that he dislikes babysitting, but has no choice. The commander calls out to the others. Elma questions whether the commander really means that the danger is for their own group. A hat-wearing woman mocks the concern, arguing that only people with trash classes like Elma should fear undead. She then taunts Elma for getting rowdy before coming to Gouten frightened. The hat-wearing woman dismisses the commander's instructions and tells anyone who is scared to run to the Elmas. Then she turns toward Elmas with a questioning look. As the group moves through the graves, voices call for Gouten and seek confirmation. The ground answers when undead begin crawling out. Elma's tenses, the commander clicks his tongue, and the hat-wearing woman starts to scream. A giant undead erupts beside her and roars over the cemetery. The bearded commander demands to know what everyone is doing, then assigns tail and pole to cover his flank. The hat-wearing woman orders the others to keep up. Two frightened members agree to the charge, one with confidence and one with hesitation. Above them, the giant raises a club, while more undead rise among the graves. Elma assigns the rest of the party to handle the giant's smaller followers. He judges that the giant carries only a regular club, so it should not be too difficult. Black-haired armored recruit asks whether they are really going to charge through such a large group. Elma answers with a questioning look. The group explains that the undead are focused on the boss, just as expected. But if the whites attack from a blind spot, the entire party could be finished. Elma says he understands. Black-haired member adds that the others look nervous because this is their first fight against a group of monsters. A command orders everyone to listen up. Elma says that the creepy undead and the lack of proper order explain why the group is hesitating. The black-haired member agrees to try the plan. Elma orders the party to split into groups of 3, explaining that they can manage the whites by watching each other's backs. The recruit starts warning that this formation will leave Elma alone, but the objection is cut short when an undead crashes into the group. The formation breaks. A shocked recruit watches as Elma strikes through the melee, and another armored fighter loses balance among the graves. Game-style skill card reveals parry, a technique that uses a shield or sword to create an opening and ward off an opponent's attack. The party braces as the giant presses forward. The fighters spread through the cemetery, and several undead charge with their weapons raised. The party collides with the undead in close combat, trading several heavy blows. A coordinated melee continues as another undead lunges into the group. Elma cuts across one attacker, while the bearded commander strikes in the same exchange, turning their pressure back on the undead. Elma leads a wider attack that hits several undead and triggers a dramatic reversal, knocking the attackers back. He tells the others to alert their comrades immediately if anything happens, promising to come running as well. The remaining group members stare off-panel in stunned disbelief, unable to say anything. As the last whites stagger through the graveyard, Elma's Edvan stands among the fallen. The black-haired knight says Elma has defeated more than half of them alone, then recognizes him as the rumored heavy knight. Elma remains standing over the defeated whites, and the game rewards him by raising his level from 15 to 16 and granting new skill points. Elma reflects that parry is more useful than he expected, and even more effective against enemies at this level. His updated status identifies him as Elma's Edvan at level 16. His attack is 13 plus 5, defense is 34 plus 5, magic and speed are both 15, and his skills are Rampart Return, Disarm, and Parry. The card also lists him as the Immovable and an F-rank adventurer. A blonde swordsman calls Elma reliable, though he cannot finish the thought. Elma is pleased by the points he is earning, then admits that he is starting to fear himself more than the whites. A white lunges at the black-haired knight and catches another adventurer off guard. The party braces, pushes the attacker back, and knocks it down. Breathing hard, the surviving fighters look across the graveyard and decide that the whites may finally be finished. Elma warns that a ghoul head is far above their level and says it is better to let that monster handle the remaining enemies. The black-haired knight asks whether Elma is going to help Gotten. Elma narrows his eyes, makes his decision, and tightens his grip on his weapon. A bearded polearm fighter charges the ghoul head. The creature recoils, then roars as the attack fails to end the fight. The ghoul head keeps roaring while the bearded fighter swings again and orders the stubborn monster to stay down. The bearded fighter drives his weapon through the melee, striking among the whites and throwing bodies back as the graveyard becomes a battlefield. After another heavy impact, the bearded fighter warns that getting any closer will make the party a target for the ghoul head. The bearded fighter demands to know why the others have not handled the whites. The long-haired adventurer protests that he has no interest in promoting cowards, and the bearded fighter answers with a hard stare. A ponytailed fighter attacks through the crowd, and a booted strike lands in the middle of the melee. The bearded fighter twists under the force while keeping hold of his polearm, then absorbs another impact. The bearded fighter finally lands a crushing blow on the ghoul head. Another fighter adds an attack as the monster roars. The bearded fighter drops low after the exchange. Status display appears, identifying the enemy as a level 33 ghoul head with only 28 of 799 HP remaining. Elma advances as the wounded ghoul head crawls away. He tells the party that one more attack from Gotten should be enough to finish it. But the whites keep coming, and Elma urgently shouts for everyone to wait. The ghoul head grabs a struggling adventurer from behind, leaving the black-haired knight and the long-haired fighter alarmed. The black-haired knight says the party will handle the whites. While they turn away, the ghoul head bends over one of the fallen and begins feeding. The monster continues feeding as the crunching sound fills the graveyard. Its HP display rises from the earlier critical state to 60 out of 799. Elma realizes that the ghoul head has a healing skill that activates by feeding on the fallen. The black-haired knight reacts in alarm, asking whether the monster is healing. The long-haired adventurer says that healing alone does not explain what they have seen. He reasons that the ghoul head would not consume so many undead for one recovery, while Elma begins to object. The bearded fighter points out that the healed ghoul head has at least stopped the whites from disturbing them. Before anyone can use that opening, the monster lunges at the ponytailed fighter and promises to finish the target. The black-haired knight screams for Gotten to stop and get away. Clawed hand rushes forward, and the ghoul head charges with its mouth open and fists raised. The chapter opens with a rare event. A cornered ghoul head evolves into a mad head, jumping from level 33 to level 40 as the monster bears down on the party. The bald, mustached fighter demands to know what happened, and Elma's alarm makes clear that the transformation is far worse than a normal attack. The explanation continues. When a monster is cornered, it can draw out hidden potential and escape danger by evolving into a different species. Even in this magic world, almost nobody knew such a possibility existed. The party can only call the disaster bad luck, while Elma urgently warns the fallen fighter not to stand in front of the monster. The warning comes too late. The bald fighter is hit, and the party's formation starts to collapse under the monster's pressure. Elma orders 2 allies to distract the huge monster. Another ally says they will be next if the fallen fighter remains out of the fight, while the caster admits that a direct magic attack would leave her no chance. The bald fighter lies paralyzed under Madhead's abnormal status, the toxin of decaying flesh. As the monster strikes again, the fallen fighter cannot get back up. A counterattack buys a moment. Elma decides he will keep the monster's attention, then orders the others to retrieve the fallen fighter and use heal and paralysis heal. Elma repeats that he will draw the monster away. The caster says she has heal, but not the spell needed to remove paralysis. The fight stretches across the graveyard. The party estimates that the paralysis should fade in about 3 minutes, and that heal can help the fallen fighter recover if they hold out. Elma realizes the game never prepared him for how dangerous this feels in real life. The status display shows Madhead at level 40, with only 94 of 914 HP remaining. Elma still steps forward, promising to keep the monster busy until the fallen fighter can stand again. Nearby adventurers panic at the sight. One says an F-rank adventurer cannot fight a monster like this head-on, and another urges him to stop talking and run before they become the next targets. Elma compares the numbers. His level is only 16 against Madhead's 40, and a single mistake could end the fight. Even so, he faces the monster across the graveyard. Madhead lunges. Elma catches the blow with his weapon, but the force still sends him crashing away with a shout. Dust swallows the battlefield as Elma admits he wanted to avoid a situation like this. Madhead slams down again before he can fully recover. Yet the danger is exactly what tests his abilities to the limit. Elma recognizes the fight as high risk and high reward, and the sight of such a challenge finally fires him up. With the monster still pressing him, Elma steadies his footing and keeps the duel going. 2 observers recognize the heavy knight and remark that he is fighting the monster evenly. One asks if he is the same fighter who blew away Gotten, while another warns that he is clearly struggling and calls it a miracle that he has lasted this long. Madhead answers with a crushing punch, but the armored fighter immediately strikes back with his blade. System notice announces that beginner swordsmanship has reached level 5 and unlocked direct slash. Elma acknowledges the gain, then admits he cannot keep avoiding the Madhead's attacks and will have to continue using feints. The Madhead charges again. Elma braces for the blow, and the monster's massive strike crashes into his guard with a sharp parry. The impact drives Elma's backward, forcing a cry from him as the monster's fist crashes into his raised shield. Elma slides across the ground, then braces behind his large shield as another monster attack bears down. The Mad Head pauses in confusion. Elma uses that opening to recover, then launches direct slash at close range before the monster can reset its stance. Elma presses the attack beneath the monster's bulk, driving his blade in while the Mad Head's face fills the frame. Elma explains that direct slash is surprisingly useful for a heavy knight with low offense and high defense, but even this hit is not enough to bring the monster down. The skill sacrifices range to catch an enemy off guard, which is why most people dismiss it as a trash skill. The Mad Head lunges and swings wildly. Watching its pattern change, Elma tells the monster that its movements are becoming erratic. As the monster roars, Elma recognizes that the real Mad Head is starting now. With the setup complete, he declares that his role is finished. The monster's eye tightens into view. A dark-clad figure appears only at the edge of the next panel, and the monster's body fills the frame as the confrontation reaches its turning point. An older bearded warrior suddenly charges into the fight and brings down a large weapon marked as Dragon Slayer, driving the strike into the monster. Elma watches with grim focus as the older warrior attacks from behind. The Mad Head groans while the decisive assault continues. The Dragon Slayer blow lands with a blinding impact. The Mad Head collapses, leaving Elma standing beside the fallen monster. The older warrior reflects that Elma is only F rank, yet he lasted against attacks that nearly killed the warrior himself. A level-up notice raises Elma's from 16 to 23. Bruised and exhausted, he smiles at the result. Elma admits that one more exchange would have killed him, then thanks the older warrior for saving him and addresses him as gotten. In the graveyard, the bearded swordsman finally apologizes to Elma's Edvan. He admits that everything happened exactly as Elma's predicted, including his own poor leadership and sloppy management. Elma's can only stare and address him in shock. The swordsman points Elma's toward a crystal-like item and tells him to bring it back. Elma studies the request in surprise. The swordsman explains that the monster Elma's defeated left behind a rare drop, so Elma's asks whether he should give the item to him. The swordsman sharply refuses. He says Elma's should not be foolish because he does not go back on his word, yet his hesitation shows that even he is weighing the item. Elma's asks to see the item at least once. The reveal is a horned shield of madness, with defense plus 25 and a listed value of 3 million gold. Elma realizes the shield grants an extra 8 attack on his next strike after he blocks. Its activation also shuts down attacks from enemies at the same level, which makes it valuable for rampart return. The swordsman is stunned by the price. Setting the shield aside, Elma asks about the promotion. When he hears that promotion is possible, his surprise turns into open delight. The swordsman vows to tell the guild they are fools if they refuse to rank Elma's up, and declares that Elma's will become an E-rank adventurer. He also explains that the guild had asked him to watch for foul play, then threatens anyone who challenges his judgment while the hat-wearing woman laughs. The hat-wearing woman agrees hesitantly. The swordsman credits his healing with helping Elma stand again, and she asks whether he can recognize her promotion too. The swordsman says Elma's completely held him back against the monster. The woman argues that harder dungeons are waiting, but the swordsman tells her to gather more experience before she comes back. The woman accepts with a quiet yes and lowers her hat in embarrassment, while Elma watches from behind her. Back in the guild, a dark-haired woman lists the final raid reward as the magic stone taken from a ghoul turned mad head. The reward tally begins with an initial 130,000 gold. The tally adds 200,000 gold for 10 white stones, then reveals another reward bag worth 600,000 gold. The haul keeps growing. Surrounded by reward bags, Elma remarks that raids really do pay well. The swordsman laughs that Elma earned more than he did this time, and the pair return to a guild hall buzzing with attention. A dark-haired guild member asks whether Elma's defeated a variant of the ghoul head. Others speculate about a loophole, point out that he previously brought back a high-level magic stone, and demand to know how a mere heavy knight could collect so many. Elma answers the suspicion with a silent, thoughtful look. The crowd soon falls quiet because of the bearded swordsman, and Elma safely receives his E-rank promotion. Walking through town, Elma wonders what he should do next. Now that he can enter dungeons, he could earn money there, but his rampart return fighting style is already beginning to lose its usefulness. Elma realizes he needs a new approach, and the transition makes that conclusion unmistakable. He needs to find it. The answer is the skill book of the Smoldering Fang of Madness, a necessary item for bringing out a heavy knight's true worth. Elma fixes his eyes on the next objective. Elma doubts that the rare item he needs can be found in this town, even though the Smoldering Fang of Madness is vital to a heavy knight. He reaches the medicine shop and asks the clerk for 3 healing potions. The total comes to 72,000 gold, an expensive start to his search. The clerk agrees to the sale, and Elma accepts that getting what he needs will require sacrifices. Before he leaves, the clerk says she has a question for him. Elma asks where he can buy skill books, explaining that he has searched every store in town. The clerk explains that skill book dealings are banned. Any books that surface are bought by the Adventure Guild and handed to nobles and churches, though Elma can use one if he somehow finds it. She then teases him for knowing so little and asks whether this is his first year as an adventurer. Elma can only respond with confusion. When he realizes she is serious, he asks if she is kidding. He reflects that noble families have far more influence in this world than they did in the game, and he struggles to believe that a change like this could have happened. Elma sees the likely truth. Skill books in London may be monopolized by his own family, the Edvans, and there is no easy way to change that. As a bonus for buying the potions, the clerk offers him a secret lid. She admits she should not reveal it so freely, but marks a location on a map and tells him to go there. The destination is a shop that sells dismantled items. Elma asks what kind of place it is. The clerk says the merchandise comes from dead adventurers, and Elma questions whether their findings can simply go unreported to the guild. She answers that some adventurers have no other way to live, while the guild knows about these black markets and chooses not to interfere. She adds that nobles receive the dismantled items instead of the bereaved families, just as they hoard skill books by stealing them. Elma realizes how ignorant he has become of this world and wonders whether he might have become a sword saint if his memories had never returned. He then reaches the marked alley. Coughing and movement inside the shop give the place an unsettling welcome. Within, weapons and other remains are laid out on a work table. The dark, ornate inventory confirms that this is no ordinary store. Elma steps through the door and enters. He asks whether a place like this really sells skill books. The shopkeeper reveals that there are 5, then warns that the shattered grimoire hall is no place for youngsters and mocks Elma's shabby armor. Elma says he has the money and asks to see the books. The elderly shopkeeper tells him to browse freely, remarking that a brat's fingerprints will not change the prices. Elma politely asks permission to examine one. The moment he sees its price, he realizes that a book costing 2 million gold here was only 500,000 in the game. The book is Beginner Archery, with a market value of 2 million gold. The shopkeeper says her price is 3 million. Elma reels at the figure. The shopkeeper explains that she crossed a dangerous bridge to obtain the book, and that officials only turned a blind eye. If someone higher up discovered it, she would be killed. Elma calculates that even selling Mad Shield would leave him needing at least 3 million gold, while his current total is only 998,000. Several more books wait on the table. He studies the collection and identifies Beginner Archery, Magic Power-Up, Jack-in-a-Box, and Elemental Guard. All are rare, but none is what he needs right now. Elma reaches for the final book. As he calls it the last one, his eye widens with sudden recognition. The ornate chained cover confirms it. Elma recognizes the Smoldering Fang of Madness and exclaims that it is really here. Holding the book, Elma realizes that it would give him the Heavy Knight's mandatory Smoldering Mad Fang skill tree. The shopkeeper notices his gleeful expression and calls him strange for wanting such an item. Elma tries to address the shopkeeper, but her question leaves him startled and searching for a response. The shopkeeper states that the book costs 50 million gold. Elma is left reeling at the price. When the shopkeeper asks what he can offer in return, Elma suggests using bodyguards for such expensive merchandise. She challenges him and boasts that she recently beat 5 people badly. Elma asks her to reserve the book, promising to gather 50 million gold in return. The shopkeeper adds one more condition: the reservation will cost an extra 5 million. Elma accepts the deal. The shopkeeper agrees to save the book for him and says that, despite everything, she does not hate brats like him. Elma stares at the 55 million gold price and calculates that he would need roughly 60 times the previous raid's reward to reach it. He reflects that high-ranked adventurers and the stores serving them have a warped view of money, then admits he needs a plan to earn it. Elma explains that the smoldering Mad Fang is a rare skill tree and that strong skill books are extremely expensive, with heavy knights and berserkers among the few interested buyers. His first idea is to save money by collecting rare dungeon drops. His second plan is to farm monsters with Rampart Return. The third is to learn beginner swordsmanship or study other skill books. But heavy knights have no reliable way to deal damage, and even a workable training route would take too long. Elma refuses to waste skill points on abilities that would become useless once he obtains the smoldering Fang. He realizes that allies could expand his options, and the raid quest has already given him a name. Nearby, his party talks about selling a bloodstained sword for 2 million gold. Luce proudly presents her skill and claims that the rare drop appeared because of her ability. Her card identifies her as a clown. The party answers with an awkward silence. Someone describes them as a swordsman, a bandit, and a jester, while Luce insists that the drop was all thanks to her. Ares doubts that Luce caused the bloodstained sword to drop, but Luce laughs and insists that she really did. Luce promises to prove her value the next time they enter the dungeon. Ares then challenges the idea that someone as useless in a fight as Luce should receive a share of the sword. Luce argues that she fights on the front lines and bargains for a fifth of the reward, or at least 200,000 gold, possibly settling for 100,000. Ares answers that she has no decent attack skills and should do more than take aggro. Stunned, Luce says the arrangement is unfair. She explains that her lack of attack skills comes from following Kleinsan's instructions when she assigned points in her skill tree. Elma catches the word unfair as the group walks away from the argument. The spiky-haired swordsman reacts in silence, then questions whether the others are mistaking something. The three party members regroup against the wall. Maris recognizes the dispute as a fight over skill allocation and reward sharing. Elma's narration connects it to Magic World, where a build made to complement a party could become useless when circumstances changed. The swordsman throws Luce 100,000 gold and tells her to take it and leave. He accuses Luce of showing her true colors over a paltry sum after the party accepted her despite her lack of decent skills. Maris turns to him and asks whether he thinks so too. The ornate sword hilt and the swordsman's narrowed eye hold the tension of the confrontation. Maris concedes that her side is struggling too, but says the money still needs to be divided with Luce. Luce apologizes to the two party members she addresses as Kleinsan and Risan, then offers to take no cash from the sword. The swordsman dismisses Luce with a wish for good luck wherever she ends up next. Luce insists that selfishness was not her intention. Maris calls the skill point allocation a shame and observes that financial troubles often break parties apart. Elma explains that the leveling system requires opponents at least as strong as the hunter for proper growth. Because Luce is a clown, Maris wonders whether she invested in support skills, agility up, or a useless weapon-based skill tree. The swordsman still doubts that her ability caused the blood-stained sword to drop. Elma suddenly considers that Luce may possess the very skill tree he has been seeking. He cannot understand why anyone would chase her away and decides to confirm it himself. Elma reaches toward the group as Luce apologizes for being selfish, promises not to ask for money again, and begs to be placed in the party. Luce is startled by the approaching hand and demands to know who Elma is. Elma answers with an urgent invitation. He wants Luce to join his party. With no hesitation, Elma's Edvan reaches toward Luce Rubus and asks her to join his party, promising that she will not regret it. Her stunned reaction catches even him off guard. Luce is visibly phased, so Elma tries to calm her. He offers her 80% of the rewards and keeps only 20%. A masked swordsman interrupts to ask what is happening and who Elma is. Elma apologizes, but Luce first asks him to let go of her hand. Elma explains that he came to scout Luce after hearing she had been kicked out of her party. The masked swordsman mocks the idea, saying her battle power is so low that she cannot even level up properly. The masked swordsman warns Elma that he will regret taking Luce, then offers to give her away if Elma will take her off their hands. Elma accepts immediately, leaving Luz stammering as the handoff happens. Instead of backing down, Elma calmly identifies himself as a level 23 solo heavy knight and an E-rank adventurer. The masked swordsman repeats the claim in disbelief. The masked swordsman insists that a level 23 adventurer should understand how useless Luz is. Luz admits she is only level 13 and expects Elma to find her useless too, then waits nervously for his answer. Elma says Luz's low level is no problem. The blonde woman watches the exchange and questions why an E-rank adventurer wants Luz so badly. Luz can only look confused as the former party speculates. The blonde woman wonders whether Luz's weakness has some hidden effect, while Elma realizes that he revealed his interest too directly. The masked swordsman decides it would be perfect if Elma took Luz away without a fuss. When the blonde woman hesitates, he challenges her. She reasons that Elma must be lying or recently got kicked out of a party himself, because no solo heavy knight should reach level 23. The masked swordsman offers another explanation. Perhaps Elma is only pursuing women and has chosen Luz. The blonde woman gives a doubtful response as they walk through the town. The masked swordsman decides that the arrangement is actually perfect. He tells Elma that he has been waiting for someone like him and that Luz can safely be sent away with him. After his sharp gesture seals the deal, Luz stammers through her response. Luz agrees to get along with Elma. For him, this is the moment he gains his first party member, and the former party congratulates him. The masked swordsman points out that Luz has never been able to buy proper weapons. Coins scatter onto the street, and Luz thanks him for the gift. He calls the 100,000 gold a parting gift and tells Luz to use it well. And he orders Elma to pick up what was dropped, even though Elma finds it ridiculous that scattered money is being called a gift. Luz urgently says they should not pick it up. Elma tells her it is time to go, but she protests that 100,000 gold is too much. The former party refuses to owe even 1 gold coin to people like them. The masked swordsman dismisses Elma as a trash-class adventurer. The blonde woman leaves with him, inviting him to enjoy being a useless party together. Before they are fully gone, they even ask whether they can take the money left behind, but the question is brushed aside. At a tavern, Luz admits she still lacks many things. Elma explains that fighting monsters suited to her skill tree will let her increase her level. Luz asks if Elma helped her because he fell in love at first sight, leaving him slumped in stunned silence. She then checks whether one of her trees is the Great Fortune skill tree, and Elma confirms it. Luz says she decided his protection must mean he found her cute, praises him as wonderful, and proposes that they start as friends. A new chapter opens with the legend of Ulzaros, the sleeping god whose nightmares appear in Magic World dungeons. Born from the eternal void, Ulzaros created countless gods in the world itself, but he eventually lost his mind and was sealed by the gods he had made. At the forest entrance to Angel's toy box, the narration explains that Ulzaros' nightmares created monsters and opened gates to the real world. These dungeons are also called dream holes, and Luz Rubus says she can see one. Luz Rubus is a level 13 clown with no skill points left. Her skill tree shows the Fool's Acrobatics, Great Fortune, and Attack power-up, though none of them look especially reliable yet. Her only real attack is Dice Thrust, which works only when the dice rolls a 6. Ares has also bought her an Iron Piercer, a level 18 knife worth 550,000 gold that lowers an opponent's effective defense by 15% on a successful hit. When Ares tells Luz he needs her, she is startled and asks what he means. She calls the plan cowardly because it saves the knife for later, but Ares answers that the expedition should earn at least 30 million gold and carry her all the way to level 30. Luz protests that he should not reveal her stats so easily next time. Inside the dungeon, Ares admits that the recommended level is 50, but says his knowledge of the monsters should keep them alive. He will pull the enemies toward himself while Luz uses the knife, and they will farm around the first floor. Luz adds that they came because of her judgment too. Luz says she cannot afford to be timid after Ares bought her such an expensive weapon. She promises to do her best and live up to the confidence he has placed in her, while Ares admits that her motivation is encouraging and tells her to leave the next part to him. Ares gives a brief, determined response as he and Luz move deeper into the dungeon. Their first target is a level 20 patchwork bear with 41 HP and 17 MP. Luz thinks its stitched-together body looks cute, but Ares points out that its attack power is only 22. He explains that a critical hit is the real danger, and that striking just before it attacks can stop its movement completely. Luz wonders how Aries knows so much and jokingly asks whether he is a Patchwork Bear fan. He denies being exactly that devoted as the bear approaches, then reveals the shadow stomp skill he gained after defeating the Mad Head. By stepping on the target's shadow, the skill prevents movement until his feet leave the ground. Aries tells Luz to watch for the bear's bites and claws while he handles its attacks. Her job is to strike from the blind spot, and she agrees, though the shadows make her nervous. She warns Aries to stay alert because the immobilizing effect can be unpredictable. The bear suddenly lunges. Luz had been treating it as harmless because of its cute appearance, but the monster opens a huge mouth full of teeth and proves her mistake immediately. Aries intercepts the Patchwork Bear and lands on it with a heavy strike. From behind him, Luz reacts with delighted surprise at how cleanly he controls the fight. Aries explains that his shield makes the bear easier to stop without forcing him to move too much, then orders Luz to finish it. She notes that the bear looks cute now, but still rushes in with the iron piercer. The fight becomes a blur of impacts as Luz dives into the opening Aries created and drives her attack home. With the bear down, Aries starts asking Luz how many levels she gained. She says the monster could take quite a beating, but confirms that she managed to defeat it, then reacts in disbelief at her own success. The first kill drops nothing, and Luz immediately worries that she will be kicked out of the party again. Aries tells her not to worry because these bears are only being used for power leveling, and says that farming a few more should eventually produce a drop. Another Patchwork Bear appears. Luz agrees to continue, and Aries confidently announces that they will do the whole process again. This time the bear drops 2 bear shields at once. Each shield is level 18, adds 12 defense, and is worth 200,000 gold, while its low recommended level makes the performance even more suspicious. Aries wonders whether he misremembered the drop rate, offers to take one off Luz's hands, and asks if she wants to equip it immediately. Luz treats the result as proof that bringing her was the right decision. Aries realizes that this world has very little information about monsters, so other adventurers may simply be accustomed to better drop rates. He questions why Klein's party failed to notice the pattern, then concludes that it was because this had been their first party overall. Holding the bear shield, Luz asks whether she was useful this time. Aries answers that he is genuinely thankful she decided to join him, and Luz reacts with pleased surprise. Luz jokes that she may gather 10 more bear shields today, and asks whether Aries wanted one that badly. Aries says she has raised her level enough, but warns that the real deal is only beginning. Luz's status jumps from level 13 to level 20, and she marvels at how much she has leveled up. As the pair prepare to move on, their conversation turns toward the next stage of the plan. Aries reveals their next objective. From here on, they will be hunting the golden frog. The creature ahead looks like a harmless frog, but Elma recognizes Lana from the game he once knew. In that world, it was little more than a mascot monster. This time, the party is hunting a rarer variant, the golden Lana. Elma has chosen this dungeon because its layout offers the best chance to farm one. Golden Lanas shine like treasure. Their spawn rate is low, but their rewards are enormous. Worse, high level does not mean dangerous offense. They have little attack, little magic, and almost no attack skills. Kill pays out with experience, rare items, and what the page presents as harmless farming. Players of Magic World nicknamed Golden Lana's loot boxes, and many consider hunting them the game's most enjoyable grind. Golden Lanas spawn more often in the dungeon's middle. Elma already knows the high spawn routes, the easy-to-spot paths, and the other monsters waiting nearby. Luz says that knowledge saves time, then repeats a tavern rumor that finding one can let an adventurer live lavishly for years. Luz has heard of Golden Lanas before, but their speed is the real problem. Even when someone lands a hit, the monster shows no sign of taking damage. The danger is not just the target. Adventurers who chase too intently can be surrounded by other monsters, and Luz admits some have probably lost their lives that way. Elma reminds Luz that this world has no respawns. Unlike a game character, a dead person does not return, so ordinary adventurers built for survival make Golden Lanas even harder to catch. Luz asks whether that leaves them helpless. Elma confirms the monster's overwhelming speed and defense, plus near immunity to debuffs. Luz says the knife he gave her should pierce high defense, but neither it nor her speed can solve this fight. He runs the numbers. Against 67 speed and 200 defense, the iron piercer's 15% penetration would barely matter. Golden Lana outruns an agile Lester twice over, and a heavy knight like Elma's 3 times over. Luce asks if the hunt is impossible. Elma says he has a plan, because every weakness can be found by someone who knows enough. Luce asks whether Elma has a skill that can actually damage the monster, something she has never heard a heavy knight possess. Elma only smiles, leaving her confused. Then Elma tells Luce he is counting on her. She panics, admitting she is glad he trusts her, but does not have that kind of ability. Elma says the 2 skills she will gain are crucial. He reveals the first step. Luce should have about 8 skill points from leveling up, and he orders her to put everyone into the fool's acrobatics. A toy box appears, and the pair chooses escape over a pointless fight. Elma tells Luce to run. She asks if they should really leave when the creature seems beatable. They agree it is not their target, and cornering it would call the others. Luce asks whether they should focus only on a golden Lana now. Elma says their current levels are right for it, while other monsters can still raise them by about 3 levels today. He has already accounted for how rare the target is. 1 more day might produce around 2 sightings, and Luce is stunned that golden Lanas are truly that scarce. Elma says that rarity is exactly what makes them valuable. Luce gulps as the reward finally feels as dangerous as it sounds. Elma warns that even great fortune cannot make a golden Lana easy to stumble upon, but he invites Luce to speak if she feels unsafe. She promises to follow him anywhere and says she is fine, then begins an unfinished question. A frog-like shape appears in the corridor. Elma and Luce both realize that the rare target has finally spawned, a golden Lana. Panicked Luce exclaims that they have found a golden Rana and asks what they should do. Elma notes its level 40 status and marvels that they managed to locate the creature so quickly. As the monster hops down the hall, Elma asks if Luce assigned her 10 unused skill points from leveling up. She confirms it while breathing heavily, and he advises her to maintain a calm head to capture such a creature. Luce confirms she acquired the 2 skills Elma recommended earlier. They establish the trap. 1 party member will wait in position, while the other draws the golden Rana closer. Elma calls for them to proceed with the plan, but Luce casts her eyes down in silence. Her sudden hesitation pauses the operation before they can begin. Noticing her pause, Elma calls out her name to check on her. Urgent words of encouragement tell her she can do it, and Elma gently reassures Luce that it is okay. Luce struggles to focus as she forces out a sharp exhale, attempting to steady her nerves. She follows with a second deliberate breath to regain control of her breathing. As Luce stands trembling beside him, Elma reassures her that failing is acceptable. He continues coaching her, repeatedly telling her to take deep breaths while she struggles to steady herself. With renewed resolve, Luce declares that they are ready to go. Tactical analysis notes that the dungeon hallway spans 4 meters across, placing any target within the golden Rana's detection range even against the wall. Luce leaps forward and asks to handle the target, knowing the creature flees once an enemy enters 4 meters. She executes acrobatic steps, bypassing the ground detection because the boundary applies strictly to floor movement. Glowing movement trail arcs down the corridor as Luce maneuvers past the monster, while Elma holds his position. The golden Rana lets out a loud croak as it reacts to her sudden motion. The golden Rana leaps forward along the passage, attempting to escape the approaching threat. Luce pursues it relentlessly from behind, shouting that she will not allow the creature to get away. As the golden Rana flees toward the open path, multiple figures of Luce suddenly emerge to block its retreat. She unleashes Doppel illusion, creating 4 illusory copies that confuse the monster's movements. Elma notes that Shadow Step works as a secondary weakness against the creature. He realizes that landing Shadow Stomp will be tricky, as the golden Rana runs 3 times faster than him and leaves a shadow under 50 centimeters. Elma adjusts his footwork in an extreme close-up, preparing to execute the precise strike. The golden Rana remains positioned in the foreground, while a tactical warning marks a final complication before his attempt. The gem-marked eye of the golden Rana fills the frame as Elma fixes on the tiny target. A brilliant burst erupts across the corridor when he closes the distance and begins the strike. The golden Rana is thrown across the floor by the force of the displacement effect. Elma drives his armored boot downward in a decisive shadow stomp, targeting the creature's elongated shadow. Elma keeps his eyes fixed on the attack as his foot completes the stomp. The next view isolates the body and shadow of the golden Rana on the floor in the immediate aftermath. The golden Rana lies low after the impact, while Elma looks strained beside it. A wider corridor view shows Elma's and Luz regrouping near the creature as the aftermath of the attack settles. The fight opens with an unseen voice praising Luz for pulling off the maneuver. Luz beams with excitement as the impact continues through the arena. From the wide arena, Luz declares that they have practically already succeeded. Luz then asks how they plan to bring the Golden Rana target down while the attack keeps moving. Elma explains that the target can only be defeated with a critical strike. Critical requires reading an enemy's movements and striking at the perfect moment, dealing 1.5 times normal damage while piercing half of the target's defense. Luz urges the attacker to give it their best, then realizes that there is enough room to keep trying for a critical. Elma warns that their attacks would not damage this target, even if they landed critical hits. Luz can only answer with a hesitant reaction. Elma reminds Luz that he already explained this and says he is counting on her. He adds that a critical needs both skill and luck. Elma admits that he cannot move well enough to land a critical himself. Luz protests that she has never landed one before, though she admits there may be a way. Elma points to the skill Luz has had from the beginning, Dice Thrust. Luz repeats the name as its card reveals a stabbing skill that rolls from 1 to 6 and grants a different effect for each result, despite its poor reputation. Luz suddenly sees the answer. A roll of 6 would guarantee a critical and raise the total damage multiplier to 1.95. Elma confirms the plan. If Luz rolls a 6, Iron Piercer's 15% penetration combines with the critical's 50% for a total of 65%. As the target lies battered on the floor, Elma wonders whether the plan will really go smoothly. And he rejects the idea that any class skill is useless, saying some only bloom in the right situation. Elma tells Luz that other people's low opinion does not define her and urges her not to be trapped by it. Then he asks her to lend him her strength once more. Luz gathers herself as Elma's resolve hardens. With the opening created, Luz lunges across the arena and drives toward the target. Her attack becomes a dice thrust, and the first visible roll shows 5 as the motion carries forward. The blow lands hard enough to make the Golden Rana croak, while the die-like attack effect surges onward. Then the decisive 6 appears. Luz's thrust connects with the critical force Elma's needed. The Golden Rana cries out again and collapses. The die comes to rest beside the defeated target as Luz stands back in silence. A result card shows Luz rising from level 21 to 27, and she realizes that she actually did it. Elma explains that Golden Ranas provide enormous experience, but their best reward is the quality of their item drops. The defeated Rana carries a 50% drop rate, and another result card shows Elma's leveling from 24 to 30. Luz celebrates that she is level 27 now, while she and Elma's take in the victory. Their reward is a shining Rana's short sword, forged from high-purity Rana gold. Inside the ornate hall, Elma studies the activity around him, while Luz reacts with startled excitement to what they have found. Luz calls the item amazing, and its display reveals shining Rana's decorative sword, with 12 points of attack power and a price of 17 million gold. Luz insists the price is 17 million, but Elma points out that she must be missing a digit. She starts counting the value from 1 to 10 and then to 100. When Luz reaches the thousands and finally says 17 million, the number overwhelms her and leaves her sprawled on the floor. Luz proposes that she and Elma run away together and hide in a secluded backcountry village, while Elma remains quiet in the tight pause that follows. Luz reacts with alarm to the plan for another attempt. 3 hours later, another dice attempt begins, but the result is a miss. After deciding to pursue one more item before sunset, Luz throws herself into the next attempt, certain that this time will be a dice strike. The result succeeds, raising the displayed level from 31 to 33, and Elma celebrates their second success as the strike lands. The ornate sword fills the next close-up. When Luz falls silent, Elma checks on her and tells her to treat the missed attempts as luck, saved for the moment that matters. New result shows 2 17 million gold swords worth 34 million together, while Luz's displayed level rises from 27 to 31. Her laughter makes Elma shout her name, and the decorated hall briefly goes quiet. After the frantic attempt, someone tells the other person to keep it together. Elma says they must start thinking about skill allocations and credits Luz for helping them obtain 2 of the items, and Luz agrees that she must focus on that too. Luz asks what is wrong as they move through the corridor. Elma presents a simple plan: run from the noise to the exit, where the Dream Lord should not be able to follow, and Luz is relieved. Luz recognizes the so-called Wandering Lord as a level 50 threat. Elma tells her to react appropriately, but the warning comes too late when an unseen force seizes Luz, and she screams for help. The pair realize they were too naive. Elma understands that leaving the trapped people behind would mean certain death, and his clenched expression shows that the escape plan has become a rescue. With the Wandering Lord identified, the danger closes in. Luz asks whether Elma's heard a crying baby, while the corridor keeps their unfinished escape discussion hanging in the air. Elma's orders Luz to lead 2 injured companions to the exit while he holds the monster. Luz agrees, and Elma says he knows the enemy well enough to buy them time, even though a level 50 King of Dreams is beyond a normal fight. Elma explains that drawing the enemy's attention is the main role of a heavy knight. Luz calls his name in alarm as he turns that supposedly defective class into the key to their escape. The monster's attack reaches Elma's, marking his armor and clothing with blood. A close-up of the stained blade confirms that the confrontation has begun. Elma faces the arriving threat and calmly acknowledges that it has finally come. Inside the ornate arena, Elma and his companions face a battered Tin Knight as the battle continues around them. The game identifies the Tin Knight as level 40, with only 21 of 47 health remaining. Elma sees that it has lost about half its strength, but he still warns that this is not the worst case. Elma tells the others to run because continuing is useless. Luz refuses to abandon him and insists that the weakened enemy can still be brought down. Luz's confidence breaks when she realizes there is more to the threat. She points out that the Tin Knight is not the Lord of Dreams' real body, and Elma explains that it is only equivalent to 1 limb while the true body is on its way. The damaged knight closes in, and Luz can only stare in disbelief. A second glance reveals 3 level 40 Tin Knights. Luz says she will not leave Elma to face them alone, but he promises to buy time and catch up. She immediately rejects that plan. The argument sharpens. Elma explains that he cannot fight these opponents while also protecting a companion, while Luz pushes back against being treated as a hindrance. Their exchange ends with resignation and an apology. Luz tells Elma to catch up as soon as he can, then moves away. Left behind, Elma admits that his promise to find an opening and rejoin them was a lie. A heavy knight simply does not have the speed to do it. The approaching enemy is identified as Embryo, a level 50 entity with 42 of 42 health and 49 of 60 mana. Elma knows that facing only a Tin Knight would be different, but the magic-wielding Lord of Dreams makes escape impossible. Embryo's roar or attack fills the arena. Elma steadies himself, accepts the danger, and decides that he has to bring the enemy down right there. Elma identifies the real problem. Embryo's level is not the issue because he cannot damage the creature at all. When the Lord of Dreams finally reveals itself, Elma calls it out directly. Elma studies Embryo's defenses. Its flesh is nearly impenetrable, and only the eyeball is vulnerable, with long-range attacks required to reach it. Even so, he reasons that a weakness should be enough for a low-level solo player, then commits to a fair fight. At that moment, the game rewards his heavy armor progress with the normal skill Shield Bash. Elma immediately tests the new skill, slamming his shield into a Tin Knight and sending it flying. The skill's description confirms that Shield Bash launches opponents with considerable force. The impact drives the Tin Knight into the arena floor. Elma realizes that the skill can break the enemy's formation and follows through with another strike. Elma disarms one Tin Knight, parries another attack, and throws an enemy across the arena while the remaining knights struggle to stay together. With the formation broken, Elma sees a damaged Tin Knight in front of him. He explains that Embryo cannot cast Sylph Cutter or Thunderstorm without also hitting its own Tin Knights, then uses that opening to strike again. That restriction lets Elma focus entirely on the Tin Knights. He disarms another one and tracks the timing, noting that 47 seconds remain from his first disarm and that this makes 2 hits. The activation requirements are finally met. As another Tin Knight rushes him, Elma raises his shield and meets the charge in a continuing clash. Elma answers with Rampart Return, launching the Tin Knight through the arena. The narration warns that the hard part is only beginning. Elma has already dropped one opponent. The defeated creature's HP reads 0 out of 47, but another threat remains. A small one-eyed creature triggers a repair action, while Elma's armored limb moves through the debris. The exact exchange is too fast to identify, but the enemy is recovering. Elma raises his weapon and shield in the ornate hall as the damaged creature stays low beneath the impact. The embryo remains intact, so the Tin Knights can continuously revive. One Tin Knight returns at full HP as a small figure tumbles through the air. Elma realizes that whenever the creature uses magic, it exposes its only weakness, the eyeball. Several Tin Knights move as a dark attack sweeps into the hall. He hurls another attack and orders the creature to take it. The strike lands, dropping its display to 31 out of 42. The item is an Earth Element Patchwork Bear magic crystal that releases innumerable Earth needles when thrown with MP. Elma knows it is the only attack he has that can reach the target, and the creature shrieks. Elma keeps his guard up so the enemy cannot defeat him in one attack, then uses Shield Bash. He plans to use the Tin Knights as cover from Sylph Cutter. When a Tin Knight closes in, Elma shouts in surprise. He and the Knights trade positions in a fast melee as he drives forward behind his shield. A masked Tin Knight fills the frame, then Elma's strike cuts through the exchange as a critical strike. The critical exchange scatters the Tin Knights. Elma watches their movement and starts to reassess them while the armored figures continue to press around him. He trails off, realizing something about these Tin Knights, and sees 3 of them holding different ready positions. The Tin Knights are learning. They are coordinating around Elma's and adapting to the movements of Shield Bash, something ordinary Magic World monsters could never do. Elma admits he had considered the possibility, but that adaptation makes defeating the embryo far harder. Its HP is back to 33 out of 42, and he calculates that 3 more magic stones are needed. The Lord of Dreams is restoring its health, so any delay could let it recover completely. Elma can only react in disbelief. Before he can act, the one-eyed enemy fires Sylph Cutter. The sweeping attack catches a Tin Knight and throws it aside. Elma realizes the attack should not have fired from that position, then admits he cannot dodge it. The attack crashes into him. He cries out as the eye and embryo remain visible through the debris and motion. The arena stays broken in the aftermath, and Elma is left stunned against the wall. His consciousness fades, his pulse races, and his legs will not answer. He recognizes that stun is a death sentence, blames his low luck stat, and regrets not asking Luce to stay back. Luce arrives in her jester-like outfit. Elma sees the situation as obvious in hindsight, and Luce tells him it is about time he called for her. The nearby Tin Knights react. Luce's class-like effect sends multiple images of her into the arena. Elma says she was supposed to run away with the other 2. Luce explains she never heard him catching up, so she carried the other 2 to safety. Then she makes it clear she will stay. She reminds Elma that he said he needed her strength, and says abandoning someone who did everything for her would be worse than quitting as an adventurer. She vows to stay too. Luce explains that neither of them has a long-range skill that can hit the Tin Knights, and her only method no longer works. She begins recalling how she once called herself useless. Elma reminds her that she was the one who said she would rely on him. He calls her name, and Luce challenges him by asking if he is giving up. After a brief pause, Luce presses him to rely on her once more. Elma realizes he has underestimated Luce. He tells her he will count on her because he needs her strength. Together, Elma and Luce decide to attack the embryo. She agrees, calling him Elma, and faces the next attack with a confident smile. A fresh wave of Tin Knights rushes through the decorated hall as Elma drives forward behind his shield. Luce warns that another attack is coming. Elma answers the charge with Shield Bash, slamming his shield into one of the small armored opponents. The struck Tin Knight is caught in the force of Elma's blow. Elma keeps pressing through the hall, sweeping another armored opponent aside as the melee tightens around him. A voice calls out for Luce as the fight closes around her position. One of the Tin Knights crashes onto the floor. Luce lunges at the fallen opponent and tells it to take her attack. Standing over the result, Luce celebrates that she did it and insists that she can do this. The defeated opponent stares back in shock, its eye fixed on Luce after the hit. A small floating creature is hurled backward through the hall with a cry of pain. The armored opponents lie scattered across the floor, but the battle is far from settled. Damage and debris mark one of the fallen opponent's armor. Game-like display shows the small opponent still at full health, 47 out of 47, while Elma's holds his sword and shield. Another Tin Knight is knocked down and sprawls across the floor. Luz realizes the problem. The Tin Knights keep coming back. Elma tells her that engaging the Tin Knights is meaningless because the party will lose a battle of endurance. Instead, he says they must take down the embryo. Luz asks whether he has a plan. Elma looks doubtful at the word plan, as if he knows what he is about to suggest will be extreme. The target is made explicit. They need to take down the embryo. Elma explains that Luz must pull off a 1 in 6 chance by rolling a 6 with dice thrust. The battle readout explains that the embryo's defense rises to 88 when its eyelid closes. A critical dice thrust could pierce the golden rana and deal significant damage. Luz wonders how she can reach an eyelid so high above them and realizes that acrobatic steps could work. Elma warns that the maneuver would leave her exposed to the embryo's sylph cutter. Elma lays out the approach. He will close the distance, Luz will stay right behind him, and once they are close enough, he will use shield bash to throw her directly at the target. Elma admits that the plan carries too much risk and warns that failure could kill both of them. Luz understands that Elma is asking for a 6 on dice thrust. Since they have no other choice, she accepts the gamble and promises that she will roll it. Elma charges while telling Luz that he is counting on her luck-increasing skill. Luz answers with a firm yes. When the opening arrives, Elma calls Luz's name and orders her to fly. The Tin Knights close in as Elma and Luz move together through the hall. Shield Bash launches Luz across the hall toward the embryo. Elma thinks the plan has gone perfectly so far and says that all they can do now is pray to the goddess of fortune. But the record shows that Luz has failed to roll a 6 through 7 attacks against the second golden rana, despite her high luck. But then the situation changes. Elma admits that he knows he is relying on a biased guess rather than certainty. Luz twists through the air with dice thrust, while the battle narration insists that the probability should finally stack in their favor. As the attack closes on the embryo, Elma can only plead for it to work. Elma sees the opening and reminds them that they have only one chance. Luz's face tightens with concentration as she commits to the strike. A sudden burst of motion carries the attack into its decisive instant. Elma watches in alarm, sweating as the outcome comes into view. The embryo laughs as Luz's attack reaches it. The result flashes as miss 4, and Luz tumbles past the embryo instead of landing the needed hit. Elma grimaces in shock and strain after seeing another miss. The wide hall leaves Luz airborne at one side and the embryo at the other, with the failed exchange still unfolding. Luz is sent tumbling through the air as Elma watches the battle turn. In the street below, the group realizes they are fresh out of plans, and their single gamble has put their lives at risk. Elma grits his teeth and asks how they are supposed to escape, but he refuses to give up just yet. 3 Tin Knights close in around them. Elma decides to pull the knights away so Luz can land safely, then reacts as one of them rushes forward. The charging knight opens a dangerous gap, and a sudden reflection in Elma's eye shows that he has spotted an opening. Luz calls this their last chance and launches herself with acrobatics. She dives toward the Tin Knight for a final dice thrust. Her strike lands with a critical 6, and the Tin Knight's HP immediately drops to 0. Victory grants 2,117 experience points and lifts Elma's displayed level from 27 to 31. Luz lands hard on her hands and knees. Elma's displayed level then leaps from 33 to 41, leaving him speechless, while Luz admits that she miscalculated. Elma reflects that, until now, he could do little more than prey on Luz's luck. Even when her great luck failed her, she had still changed the outcome. Luz asks if that is really so and laughs with relief. Then she realizes she actually pulled it off, and Elma thanks her because without her, he would have died there. Luz says the dungeon expedition has given her confidence, even though she was told her class was useless. She points to her items and dice thrust, but Elma says that is not the reason, because it is simply who she is. Luz looks stunned by Elma's compliment. He then admits that, since coming to this world, he has judged people as classes and levels. Elma recognizes that he and the people he once compared himself with may have different values. What matters now is that Luce risked her life, used her quick wit, and defeated the embryo. The reward records Luce's achievement as the title Unexpected Result. Elma calls her kind and brave, with abilities beyond mere strength, and says he cannot imagine finding a more reliable ally. Luce protests that he is praising her too much. Luce celebrates their new item, a level 35 tin sword with 9 points of attack and a value of 2,400,000 gold. Elma admits that wearing it openly would take courage. Elma grows curious about what the embryo dropped and asks whether a wind element enchanted bow fell nearby. Luce immediately asks to see it. Luce casually finds a rare drop, making Elma ask if she is serious. He can only conclude that, this time, they are not quite so lucky. Among the rewards is an intermediate wind magic skill book worth 20 million gold. Elma reacts in shock at the discovery. Luce asks why Elma is hiding the item, while he decides they will have to let an older woman handle it. Elma realizes they have found something ridiculous, something people would risk everything to obtain. Then Luce suddenly cries out as the dungeon shifts around them. Elma explains that defeating the Dream Pit boss will send them back to the dungeon entrance. The collapsing space floods with light as the teleportation begins. Luce cries out and asks what is happening, while the group and the surrounding debris are swallowed by the teleportation effect. Luce calls the experience another first for her and admits that it surprised her. Elma begins to say this is not the right time to bring something up, and Luce asks what he means. Elma totals the skill book, swords, shield, and magic stones at 65,140,000 gold, more than 60 million in all. Luce stares in shock at the fortune. Elma calls to ask whether Luce is all right, then realizes that revealing the fortune was really not the best thing to say at that moment. Ares and Maris walk through town, as Ares admits that working as a two-person team has made them much less efficient. After defeating 4 Matangos, they still have not found a single heal shroom near the expected drop, and Maris wonders whether Luce's luck ever helped them at all. Maris asks whether they should call Luce back, but Ares refuses to give up his pride and says he will not lower his head to her, even if doing so costs him his life. Ares points out that the money from the bloodstained sword gives them room to wait. Instead of rushing, he wants them to find a low-level target that follows orders, and Maris quietly agrees. The hall fills with noisy reactions. Patrons wonder whether someone defeated a high-level monster, then realize the rumor concerns a newly promoted E rank and an F rank who conquered the Angel's Toy Box, a dungeon recommended for adventurers at least level 50. Elma enters with Luce, drawing every eye in the hall. Ares recognizes them, while Elma explains that they were not trying to conquer the dungeon. The wandering Lord of Dreams attacked them, and the 2 adventurers dragged into the incident can confirm what happened. The town's conquest system exists because unattended dungeons eventually send monsters into nearby areas and make monster-related disasters more likely. Since the city posted a conquest reward for the Angel's Toy Box, the adventurers must now confirm the dungeon's condition. Dungeon difficulty is largely tied to location, with different regions producing dungeons from low levels to level 80. The cause remains uncertain, with theories blaming mana in the earth or the sleeping god Elzaros. High-level adventurers gather around towns with dangerous dungeons because those areas offer better farming and help the kingdom prosper. That is why the mayor feared the Angel's Toy Box would remain undefeated and posted a reward. The reward turns out to be 10 million gold. Elma asks how much it is, while the tavern repeats the figure in disbelief. Some patrons call 10 million gold a good result, but others are still stunned by all the drops. Ares suddenly realizes that Elma and Luce may have received rare drops from the Lord of Dreams, and asks whether Luce's great fortune is responsible. An observer says Elma recruited Luce as soon as he learned about her great fortune, and that the pair immediately went after bigger prey. Even 10 million gold does not make them flinch, leaving the observer desperate to know how much they truly earned. At the guild, Luce skips a rank from F, and the guild rules promote both adventurers to D rank. Ares calls for Luce, offers to split the bloodstained sword money 3 ways, then bows and apologizes as he begs her to return, insisting that he has changed. Luce finally agrees. Elma tells her that the investigation will take time and says they should go, but Ares is left shouting after them and asking them to wait and hear him out. At the tavern, Elma reflects that they are now D-rank adventurers, and that 10 million gold landed in their laps by happy accident. The promotion raises the skill point limit to 45, and brings the smoldering Mad Fang closer to his reach. Elma starts thinking about how they will earn even more money next. Luz notices his distraction and asks what is wrong. Elma apologizes and reminds himself that they are celebrating, so he should relax and enjoy the occasion. Luz eagerly agrees and demands that they have fun. Luz reminds Elma that he promised they could order anything they wanted, in any amount. She says she has always dreamed of ordering whatever she pleased at the Alchemist King's stove, and that she wanted to share that moment with her whole party after becoming a successful adventurer. Ares protests that Luz did not even take the money he offered, while Luz throws his own bare minimum generosity back at him. She then explains that she once planned to visit this place with 2 former party members before noticing that the king crab pie with black fungus sauce costs 8,000 gold. Elma orders the pie anyway. Luz worries that it is too much, and Elma notices that she still is not used to spending freely. Luz responds by asking them to choose dishes that cost no more than 4,000 gold per plate. They turn to the next issue, deciding that they should briefly discuss how to split the rewards. Elma chooses the skill book as the first item and says Luz would gain plenty by learning intermediate wind magic. Luz asks why Elma will not use the skill book himself. He says it is not bad, but he has already chosen a higher goal for his own skills. Luz refuses to use it too, explaining that doing so would put their goals on different paths. Elma has shown her that she can become much stronger, and she wants to see how far she can go. Since they have only just met, she says it would be sad to split up. They confirm that his skill tree should make future parties easier to find. Elma checks whether Luz is sure, then agrees that they should sell the book. He says he is grateful for the result, which makes Luz ask whether they were short on money. After deductions, Elma calculates that the run brought in about 57 million gold. He proposes an 80-20 split, giving Luz 46 million and keeping 11 million himself. Luz protests and asks where that arrangement came from, while Elma wonders whether it is not to her liking. Elma insists that the agreed split is fairly common, but Luz demands to know where. She says he could never accept it in her place, and that she cannot thank him enough for raising her level so high. Elma can only answer that he thought it was an appropriate standard. After failing to agree on how to split the money, Elma and Luz head into the broken magic library to sell what they found. The library is their best chance to move the items properly. When Elma returns, the witch-like shopkeeper greets him as if she expected him. She asks whether Luz is his party member and teases him for bringing such a cute guest. Elma ignores the teasing and asks whether she still has the item he came for. The shopkeeper insists that her business runs on trust, even while pointing out that the dangerous smoldering fang of madness is still in her possession. Elma can only stare in silence, while Luz asks whether the shop has what she wants. The shopkeeper calls Luz a good kid and asks whether Elma plans to make her learn the mysterious skill tree. Elma clarifies that it is for him and rejects the suggestion that he has any malicious intention. Luz reacts in confusion, but the shopkeeper only says that anyone who wants a skill like that must be an odd fellow. On the counter, a decorated magical item is brought out for inspection. The shopkeeper examines Elma's collection and asks him to assess a couple of items for her as well. She admits that she never expected someone as intelligent as him to sell his possessions to her in the first place. 2 of the ornate weapons catch her attention. She identifies them as golden Rana swords and says she would have welcomed Elma's more warmly if she had known he was carrying them. Elma's refuses to haggle. He demands 30 million for the items and threatens to take them elsewhere if she tries to push the price down, but the shopkeeper warns that a legitimate store cannot easily pay that much. The shopkeeper counters with 25 million gold. Luz admits that the shopkeeper has a point, but Elma tells her not to get drawn into the negotiation. Luz repeats that the shopkeeper's argument makes sense, and Elma snaps by calling the old woman an old hag. Elma argues that 30 million is too high for most other stores to pay, while the shopkeeper warns that showing weakness will let her seize the advantage. Elma agrees that selling here is one option, but says they must not be swept up by her pace. He also reveals that he has magic stones to convert and can wait for a better opportunity to sell the swords. Elma's refusal surprises the shopkeeper. She asks whether he has something else he wants. Elma reveals the skill tree from the Lord of Dreams. The shopkeeper calls it worrisome, then offers to take it off his hands if he is willing to part with it for a good price. She predicts that Elma and his companions may soon be praised as the next hero party, and says she's astonished that they obtained a skill tree so quickly. If he is selling it, she offers to help him with the sale. Elma recognizes her interest and immediately starts calculating how much more he can charge. The shopkeeper says she can add a little as a gesture of good faith, though the guild would only pay about 7 million gold. Elma reasons that the guild would simply put the items back on its shelves at outrageous prices. The shopkeeper offers 14 million gold, while warning that the skill tree's 20 million market value comes with dangerous risks for anyone carrying it. The shopkeeper says she can find plenty of buyers for an intermediate magic skill book if Elma truly wants to show good faith. Elma raises his demand and tells her to buy it for 22 million gold. The shopkeeper tells him to stop being greedy and accuses him of not even planning to use the skill book. Elma fires back that she is the one trying to squeeze every customer dry, while Luce hesitates nearby. Luce interrupts to ask the price of the smoldering fang of madness. Elma complains that she is disturbing the most exciting part, then explains that the item she wants will cost around 55 million gold after the price was raised from 30 million. Luce repeats the new price in disbelief and admits that it is far more than she expected. Then she proposes trading the skill book and every other item they brought for the smoldering fang of madness. Luce pauses while the room goes silent. The shopkeeper rejects her proposal as a bad deal and tells her not to say every thought that comes to mind. Elma reconsiders. With extra cash from monster drops and magic crystals, Luce's plan could secure the smoldering fang of madness, while the shopkeeper admits that exchanging the skill book and the other items for goods that are easier to handle may not be so bad. He still tells Luce to stop interrupting business negotiations. The shopkeeper accepts the exchange and says she is willing to bet that much on the party's future as a hero group. Luce celebrates, but Elma worries about what happens if the party disbands soon after. The shopkeeper says she will treat the deal as thanks for the gift and will not ask for more. Elma suddenly realizes that the arrangement leaves him unable to give Luce her share of the rewards. Luce takes his hand and insists that there is no problem, then urges the shopkeeper to complete the exchange before Elma changes his mind. The shopkeeper praises Luce's convincing performance and tells her to keep hold of Elma's so he cannot run away. As the two of them celebrate their unexpected agreement, Luce wonders why she and the shopkeeper are getting along so well. The scene opens in the aftermath of a violent life-shifting ordeal, with battered figures scattered through a prison-like stone chamber as a long-haired armored woman stands ready with a sword. Groans rise from behind the bars while one fallen figure reaches across the ground, making the cost of the ordeal impossible to miss. The guard finally calls a halt, announcing that the life-shifting has ended and urgently calling for Maris. The armored woman answers with a dismissive reaction. The long-haired woman reflects that Elma was never the type to accept exile quietly. She confirms that point herself, then explains that she only needed to give him time and a bit of a push. As onlookers face the damage inside the stone entrance, the woman smiles through the blood on her face and addresses her dear Elma, a rendered form of Elma's name. The view shifts to a large stone building, where someone asks whether Elma has been doing as he pleases in Rondom City. Inside, a scarred older man argues that Elma used the Edvan family name as leverage with the guild, even as another voice says the truth is not yet verified, and the results are extraordinary. Monocled steward defends the man as virtuous and sensible, refusing to believe he would behave so crudely. He asks Lord Izzes to let him confirm the report, but the scarred authority orders him to act. The order is repeated. If Elma pulls that stunt again, the guild must expel him and forbid him from returning if he used the family name. The older man then insists that Elma's life is his own, just as a knock sounds at the door. Maris enters the study and apologizes for the intrusion. She says Thomas dotes on Elma too much, that simply kicking him out of the guild is too half-baked, and that the housemaster is being too soft. Her father invites her in. Maris asks him to call her his daughter, while he names her the next head of the house and his successor, then asks her to drop the formalities and call him father. She admits he makes some fine points, but leaves her objection unfinished. Maris warns that if Elma turns into something like a bandit through his own folly, this family name will suffer even more, so they must restrict his options further. Maris proposes that the family observe Elma's directly before passing judgment. Elsewhere, Ares and Luce argue over the iron piercer and the far more expensive smoldering fang of madness, which Ares bought because it should eventually pay for itself through the golden ranas. The skill book is worth 30 million gold and grants a skill tree built around pressing forward through overwhelming danger. Luce worries about its strange drawback, but Aries says that with enough skill points it can change the entire playing field, and that its power is unmistakable. Aries asks whether Luz can use the book immediately. Luz eagerly begs him to do it. Without further ado, Luz and Aries activate the glowing skill book. The status display shows Vow of the Heavy Armor, Let's Defend, and Beginner Swordsmanship. Aries decides to remove Defense Up, then celebrates that the new skill tree is finally his and thanks Luz for making it possible. When Luz asks whether he will spend the points immediately, Aries says he will upgrade Vow of the Heavy Armor first and see how it goes. The book flares as the activation settles in. Their level has risen enough that Aries and Luz turn to equipment upgrades. Luz suggests using dungeon drops, and Aries starts to warn her that she cannot simply demand her preferred weapon before changing his mind. Luz celebrates the idea. Their discussion is interrupted when a door opens. Lord Izzes arrives with Maris, bringing the family conflict into the guild itself. The older nobleman announces that he has an important matter to discuss and orders the guild cleared. A worker nervously asks why Lord Izzes has made this sudden visit. The worker offers a timid greeting, but Lord Izzes repeats the command to clear the room. Aries tells Luz to leave. Luz admits the situation looks troublesome, and a notice sends the adventurers away because the guild is closed for the day. The worker still tries to move the conversation inside. Luz says she never had a good impression of the Edvan noble family, and that Lord Izzes' oppressive attitude gives her the creeps. When a distressed reaction suggests that the adventurers stay, Aries tells her to calm down, and Luz apologizes by calling herself a clown. With Lord Izzes, Maris, Aries, and Luz facing one another, the Elma's older man concludes that he is most likely the person Lord Izzes has business with. Elma's faces the older armored man and asks what business he has with him. The man angrily demands to know who Elma's thinks he is, while Maris nervously says Elma's behavior was wrong and asks them to apologize together. Luz points out how close Maris and Elma's seem, then asks Maris what she is to him. Maris turns the question around and asks whether Luz knows Elma's. Luz falls silent, clearly caught off guard. Elma's tells Luz to step outside because this is his problem, but Maris starts to object. The older man cuts in by dismissing Maris as a young girl. Maris refuses to leave Elma's while he looks so troubled. The older man calls her a mere peasant and orders her out, while Elma's tells Luz they should leave the girl. After a tense silence, the older man relents, admitting that there was already a promise to let Elma's handle the other man. The guild leader then praises Elma's as a courteous and brave adventurer who could become part of the city's guild history. The guild leader asks whether the older man has come to recruit these promising adventurers as private soldiers. He insists that the count already knows the truth, and the older man tells him to stop pretending ignorance. The guild leader identifies him as Count Izzes. Count Izzes declares that Elma's belongs to the Edvan family, then accuses someone in the guild of conspiring with his son and orders everyone seized. The guild subordinate protests that he cannot do it, then panics and agrees to act immediately, while Elma's demands to know what his father means. Maris asks whether Count Izzes is Elma's father. Elma's reluctantly admits that he is, but Count Izzes threatens to have Elma's head cut off if he dares take the name Count Edvan. The room freezes in silence as Count Izzes reminds Elma's that he has already been warned. Maris defends Elma's and asks why he would be suspected, while Elma's denies ever going around calling himself Count Edvan. Elma's grabs at his father's clothing as the argument turns physical. He addresses the older man as his father, and Aries answers with an unyielding stare. Luz says they came only to investigate, and there is no need to rush. She reveals that she has nearly finished life shifting and has reached level 45, while Elma's recognizes that the timing is perfect. Luz proposes live training to verify her strength. Elma's accepts the mock battle, and Aries dismisses the matchup as a heavy knight against a sword saint. Elma's says he has one condition. Elma's tells Luz to stay out of his life if she recognizes his strength. Aries erupts with an insult, but Luz only smiles and says she is happy, accepting that things have to be this way. Inside the guild hall, Luz moves toward Elma's, while Aries and Maris stay behind. Aries warns Luz not to kill Elma's, and Maris immediately calls Elma's reckless. Luz and Elma's take their positions, and she notes that they have not practiced together since childhood. Elma says he did not realize she hated him so much. Luz attacks with startling speed, making Maris cry out, then says she is relieved to finally have fun with Elma's. His reply begins with the word because. Mock battle becomes a full test of Luce's sword against Elma's heavy knight defenses as she presses the attack and he braces for the next strike. Luce declares that this is the last time she and the man she admired so much will play together, turning the duel into a decisive farewell. The dark-haired swordswoman opens the exchange by saying she will stop holding back an attack with her left arm. Her blade slams into the heavy knight's horned shield and drives him backward across the street. She keeps pressing him, asking what is wrong and urging him to come on. A smaller light-haired observer realizes that the armored fighter is being pushed back. The swordswoman lunges again and urges her opponent to keep up. The knight grunts under the pressure. An older bearded observer calls him stubborn and wonders whether Maris is only playing around. The status display leaves the heavy knight at 61 out of 100 HP as he steadies himself. Another blow crashes into his horned shield with enough force to shake his stance. He keeps absorbing the assault, then admits that he has already lost 40% of his HP. Maris dismisses him as an idiot and starts reasoning that movements like those should never have worked. The heavy knight catches her with a direct strike. Her surprise marks the moment as a vital blow. Forced down by the impact, Maris lets out a pained cry. The knight reflects that a heavy knight's attack power is low, but this hit worked because the timing was right. The smaller light-haired figure celebrates the armored fighter's direct hit. The bearded observer compares the gap between a sword saint and a heavy knight to the sky and the ground, then wonders whether Maris was careless. System Notice grants a 15% attack and speed increase against a higher-level opponent, and the knight explains that this trick works only once. He credits the speed boost from his title, with finally letting him land the hit. Maris rushes back in, and the knight meets her attack. She tells him that he is still holding up well. With a delighted smile, Maris admits she had worried their time together would end so quickly. In response, the heavy knight draws his sword and promises to show her something in honor of her landing a hit. A powerful slash tears through the street, turning the exchange into a blur of impact lines. The page identifies the attack as Vagra Barrage, a sword saint skill. The smaller observer gasps and asks whether Maris has vanished. Speed lines carry the fight forward as the combatants close again in a burst of movement. The heavy knight is struck again and answers with another strained grunt. Maris stays low and grins as she drives through the continuing exchange. The heavy knight counters with another attack, while the smaller observer cries out to warn the armored fighter. The next sweeping strike fills the street with motion and impact. Inside the wooden hall, Maris' Edvan keeps attacking, while Elma's Edvan holds behind his heavy shield. Luce Rubis can only watch as the duel looks completely one-sided. Maris narrows her eye, studies Elma's defense, and drives another forceful strike across the floor. Elma's insists there is still a point to his defense. Maris answers that even with all his strength committed to guarding, she cannot break through the shield. Maris advances with her sword ready, while Elma's remains on one knee behind his shield. His sweating, bloodied face shows how much the defense is costing him. After a thoughtful pause, Maris says Elma's does not seem to be holding up much at all. Maris raises the possibility of ending the fight, while Elma's stays tense and refuses to give her an easy opening. Maris asks whether she should end the fight now. From the sidelines, Ares answers with a dismissive grunt. Luce cries out that Elma's has already reached his limit and begs Maris to stop. A call of Marisu hangs over the blood on the floor. Elma's reveals that this fight had 3 objectives. First, he wanted to see Maris' skill with his own eyes. Second, he wanted to create a definite opening she would have to take. As Elma's begins describing the final objective, Maris watches in silence. His status display shows 38 hit points out of 100. Elma's admits that the last objective was lowering his health below 40%. Maris reacts with disbelief and says a cheap bluff will not scare her. The next part of Elma's calculation centers on the magic sword Elma's ability score. He calmly says that everything is proceeding according to plan. Maris reveals that she has nearly finished life shifting and has reached level 45, then demands to know Elma's current level. Elma says the new score finally lets him spend skill points on the smoldering fang of madness. He opens the game-like skill interface. Elma explains that Luce helped him obtain the skill just in time and inspired him to stay calm while fighting. Luz insists she cannot leave him while he looks so troubled. The status message reports that Smoldering Fang of Madness has reached 5 out of 70 and has granted half-dead Savage Dragon. Luz stares in shock at the result. Aries says he is sure Luz was afraid to speak against the Count. Elma's determined expression shows that the calculation has reached its next stage. The scene shifts as Elma warns that one simple mistake while activating the skill could kill him before he even meets its condition. Maris dismisses the warning as nonsense. The status window says half-dead Savage Dragon activates only below 20% health, but it also explains that heavy knights possess a skill that overcomes this fatal weakness. Elma's activates Life Shield, a normal skill that costs 20% of maximum health and gives his entire body a shield whose durability equals the health he paid. The cost drops Elma's to 18 out of 100 hit points. He grips his weapon inside the bright protective effect, while Ares calls the desperate move at last. Elma's declares that he will finish the fight in one fell swoop and addresses Maris directly. Her eye widens as her hand and weapon tense in the activation effect. Half-dead Savage Dragon erupts around Elma's. He promises to show Maris the true power of the Heavy Knight class, leaving her visibly caught off guard. The first new exchange begins with Maris warning Elma's that activating a skill will not be enough to face her. But Elma's has already changed the terms of the duel. Their weapons collide with explosive force, and the Heavy Knight meets the Sword Saint head-on. Maris is stunned by Elma's speed and power, admitting that they are nearly at the level of a Sword Saint like herself. Status display reveals the reason. Half-dead Savage Dragon and Unexpected Upset have boosted his attack and agility by 115%, combining a skill increase with a title bonus. Elma's realizes that he has turned his supposed weakness in stats into an advantage, then drives forward as the clash continues. Maris laughs at the exchange and tells Elma's that he is interesting, because he keeps her entertained without end. Elma's can only answer with a tense silence. Maris uses that pause to ask whether he knows the tale of the wax-winged angel. She describes an angel born without wings and cast down to earth, still dreaming of the heavenly place she came from. The story is a warning disguised as a fairy tale. The angel makes wings from wax and takes flight, but the sun melts them and sends her falling to her death. Maris calls that ending her favorite part. Maris says she loves watching people struggle beyond their capabilities and break despite all their effort. She adds that it is even better when the person is someone she admired. Elma's answers that her ending will not happen. Elma's attacks again, but Maris laughs and claims that the parry skill he is proud of is merely an inferior version of her own. Then Maris notices the trick. Elma's delayed his strike, disrupting the rhythm she expected, while she answers with her flowing water technique. Maris slides back across the street and starts to reconsider the battle. For the first time, she is forced to ask what Elma's timing means. Maris wonders why she is constantly defending. Elma's calmly explains that she could not corner him, even with their enormous stat difference, and then Maris answers by promising another attack. The next exchange becomes a storm of sweeping weapons and force. Maris screams as she commits fully to the attack. Elma spots the large opening in Maris' Vegra barrage and exploits it while the technique is still carrying her forward. He explains that Vegra barrage briefly increases the body's strength, but the number of consecutive hits depends on the user's talent and competency. Maris warns that he should have stopped after 3 swings. Maris keeps attacking with a desperate scream instead of yielding. Elma observes that she is still trying to win even after losing her weapon, and he admits that her tenacity is impressive. Elma ends the exchange with shield bash. The impact launches Maris across the room and slams her into the wall. Maris collapses in the wreckage while Elma remains standing, shield and sword ready. The Sword Saint has been defeated. The aftermath leaves Maris unconscious on the floor, while Elma stands over the scene as the clear winner. Luz Rubus stares in disbelief, then realizes that Elma has won. The damaged room holds another silent witness as the result sinks in. Luz rushes to celebrate and tells Elma that he has won. Her relief quickly turns emotional as she says she wanted to believe everything would be fine and is truly glad. When Elma asks what is wrong, Luz explains that Maris was frightening and came close to defeating him, leaving her deeply worried. As the room quiets, Luz stays close to Elma's. Unseen speaker confirms that Maris is fine and only unconscious, then begins to ask about the girl. Elma reacts as though the next conclusion is impossible. An older man in formal clothing is just as shocked, struggling to accept that Mari's, a sword saint, was defeated by a heavy knight. Elma turns toward the older man and addresses him as Count Izaz. After this victory, he asks whether Count Izaz has finally acknowledged him. Inside the guild, the first new moment is the aftermath of a clash. Black-haired woman is down against a cracked wall, while a blonde-haired swordsman and a small jester-like girl remain standing. The woman can only gasp as she tries to recover. The blonde-haired swordsman holds himself still, then admits that the guild is clean. He says he can see that Elma possesses the skills that brought down the Dream Lord, then orders the others to leave. The black-haired woman grabs the larger long-haired man as the blonde-haired swordsman walks away with her following behind. Silent pause leads into a memory of noble instruction, where a young blonde boy is taught that nobles must not mingle with commoners or show them emotion, all to preserve their dignity. Elma remembers the older man, insisting that nobles must protect both their people and their land. In his own thoughts, Elma calls that man emotionless, stubborn, tyrannical, and selfish, admitting that he still does not accept or respect him. Yet those words stayed with him. Memory settles on Elma's widened eyes. Younger Elma calls the older man father, then bows and thanks him for raising him all these years. As Elma and the black-haired woman depart, Luce rushes after them and asks them to wait. She calls out for the count, while the young blonde figure calls after his father once more. Elma repeats his thanks to his father, but the older man's only answer is silence. Luce urgently tells Elma to apologize to him, pointing out that Elma shouted at and assaulted the man before discovering he was wrong. Elma only answers that it is fine. Luce calls Elma a brat as the confrontation closes around a sword hilt. Elma's eye reflects the two of them together, and the older man tells them he will leave Elma in their care. The guild recedes behind them. The next day, after resting at an inn, the travelers leave the capital London by covered wagon. On the road, Elma asks Luce whether she is really fine with leaving her hometown. When she hesitantly invokes her dear father, Elma answers that the man entrusted her to him. Luce points out that the older man never apologized. Elma says the man is not in a position to hand out apologies, while Luce answers that he showed concern in his own way and that she is fine as long as Elma is. Luce says she is more surprised that the older man left her in Elma's care. Elma takes that as a sign that the man acknowledged her. Soon the wagon arrives, and Luce laughs as they step into the new town. The destination is La Corina, the enormous town of adventurers. Elma says he has heard the stories, but has never seen streets like these. High-level dungeons often appear around the city, drawing would-be adventurers who hope to earn fame and the title of the adventurer's sacred land. Luce nervously argues that London still wins, earning Elma's private verdict of weird patriotism. Elma then says they have reached a level beyond beginner status, even though he still wants them to grind more. Elma proposes visiting the guild and going straight to the dungeons. Luce agrees, then says she will allocate her skill points so he does not leave her too far behind. She admits she does not understand the system and leaves the choice to Elma's. Her level 39 status identifies her as a clown with Iron Piercer, the titles D-rank adventurer and unexpected upset, and skills including dice thrust, acrobatic steps, and doppel illusion. Elma warns Luce not to show her skill tree so easily. Luce trusts him enough to say it is fine, then studies the information while leaving the allocation to him. Luce wants the strongest build and says she is aiming for the top. Elma explains that a clown can pursue an all-rounder, magic, speed, or critical build. He advises leaving Great Fortune untouched for the first two paths, but recommends a critical build and putting the points into Great Fortune. Luce accepts without hesitation. Her beckoning kitty evolves into Angel of Happiness, and the upgrade suddenly motivates her to become the best critical build clown ever. Elma says they will need a crucial skill book, Shinigami's Assassin. Since the smoldering fang of madness already cost around 50 million gold, he warns that the next purchase may require another digit. Luce hears 100 million, considers another build, and admits that her legs are shaking, while Elma says they are still several steps away and should eventually gather a couple 100 million. The chapter opens outside the Fortified Adventurers Guild. After gathering information at Licorina's guild, Elma's Edvan and Luce Rubus prepare to move on. Their information leads them to a dungeon that appeared in the woodland near town. Luce calls it the best possible place to gather equipment with Elma's luck, and Elma agrees that they should go. Glowing formation marks the dungeon's approach, with a bridge leading across the ravine to a lanternlit tunnel. The pair follow the route into the underground passage. Luz worries that they are underleveled again. Elma reassures her that recommended levels are only benchmarks, then the two press deeper into the tunnel. Elma explains that the monster they are hunting, the Smiles, are below this dungeon's recommended level. He says their black steel drops are easy to handle, relatively common, and highly valuable, making them essential to the pair. Luz praises Elma for knowing so much about classes and dungeons, then quickly apologizes as if she has made him uncomfortable. Elma tells Luz not to worry. He says it was thanks to her that he managed to cut himself off from his family cleanly, even though the story still sounds so ridiculous that he barely understands it himself. Elma keeps the real explanation to himself. He cannot tell Luz that his memories from a previous life are part of the reason he understands so much. Luz simply concludes that his family must have been extremely emotional. After a flustered reaction, Luz suggests that Elma could live comfortably as guild staff, counseling other adventurers with all that knowledge. Luz then panics at the thought of becoming unnecessary and protests that a quiet guild job would leave no use for her. She asks to keep adventuring with him a little longer. Elma agrees to do his best, admitting that adventuring is far more fun for him. A rock suddenly rolls through the tunnel, prompting Luz to thank heaven that they are still safe. Elma looks past the disturbance and announces that their target has appeared. Luz identifies the threat as level 45. Status display confirms a Smile with level 45, full health at 60 out of 60, and 45 out of 45 magic points. Luz compares the Smile's level to Mari's and warns Elma that calling the creature a girl will only make her angry. Elma notes that the levels may match, but humans and monsters are completely different. Elma explains that Smiles can manage little beyond simple movements, nothing like a sword saint. Before this one can accelerate into them, he steps forward and declares that he will stop it with his shield. The Smile curls into a ball and rolls straight at Elma. Its simple attack is easy to read, but its speed still turns the tunnel into a dangerous line of impact. Elma catches the first collision behind his shield and strains under the force. Then he drives back into the Smile, turning the impact into a counterattack. The monster slams into the dungeon floor as Elma's boots skid across the stone. He regains his footing and keeps the shield between himself and the rolling threat. Elma continues moving while the Smile rolls after him. He explains that if they maintain their distance, neither the monster's acceleration nor its body strike will ever reach them. The Smile answers with a heavy shadow stomp. Luz announces that she will handle the rear, taking responsibility for the position Elma cannot watch while he keeps the monster occupied. The pair reposition around the rolling Smile and preserve their spacing. When it charges again, Luz moves in from the side and asks whether she only needs to carve away its health. Luz's strike lands and the Smile recoils. She stays on offense as the monster continues to roll, forcing the fight into a rhythm of approach, impact, and retreat. Another collision drives the Smile into Elma's shield. The monster is visibly damaged now, breaking apart under the pressure of their coordinated attacks. Luz closes in with repeated strikes, shouting as she attacks. Her assault smashes the Smile apart and ends the encounter. The dungeon reports that they obtained 689 experience points. Elma's level rises from 41 to 43, and he calls the result nice and easy. Elma praises Luz and says that if they keep working like this, clearing the dungeon should take only a matter of time. Luz answers with a pleased laugh as their hunt continues. The cavern run immediately pays off when Luz discovers a black metal knife. Its level attack bonus and 3 million gold value make it a major upgrade, while Luz also spots earth magic crystals. Elma's Edvan admits he did not expect a knife to appear so quickly, although Luz's great fortune made a drop likely. Luz asks whether they are going to keep farming experience and drops from Smiles. Elma says the recent fight was nothing compared with the embryo and his family, and Luz checks whether he is all right because he had struggled earlier. Elma answers that the last Smiles went down without damaging them. Elma weighs their HP and potions before proposing that they farm 10 Smiles. Luz is alarmed by that number, but Elma says he wants enough money for at least 2 shining Rana daggers. The item display shows the value of their current equipment and warns that great fortune still does not guarantee every drop. Luz questions why they need so much money and asks whether Elma is confusing the goal with the method. Elma simply concludes that money is necessary if they want to become stronger, leaving Luz visibly stunned. Elma says the real source of his concern is still ahead. Several smiles then appear together, and Luz points out the crowd. Elma agrees that they normally do not group up like this. Luz wonders whether the unusual group is bad news and suggests retreating. Elma refuses, explaining that the smiles have acceleration and are better faced head-on. The warning that the danger is even greater hangs over the cavern. Instead of retreating, Elma says he has been waiting for a fight like this because the group will let them farm experience and drops faster. He tells Luz to reduce their numbers with quick attacks, and she agrees to do her best. The target is revealed as Gloom, a level 45 monster with full HP and MP. Elma realizes that this rare type appeared because Luz's luck-affecting skills can influence rare monster spawns. Luz reacts to the explanation, while the cavern display repeats that luck can alter rare spawn chances. Elma confirms that Gloom is the rare type he expected, turning Luz's fortunate ability into the reason this dangerous encounter exists. Luz asks whether the whole flock appeared because of her. Elma tells her it is thanks to her, then hurriedly clarifies that he did not mean to blame her. The smiles roll into position before either of them can dwell on the misunderstanding. Elma assigns the roles. He will distract the group while Luz attacks the gloomy-faced rock leading them. Luz accepts the order and tries to steady herself as the smiles roll forward. Elma strikes Gloom at high speed, follows with another blow, and then tells Luz to move upward. Luz acknowledges the command as the rare monster reels under the assault. Gloom rolls toward Luz, but Elma uses Shuttle Dash to reposition and draw its attention. Luz answers with Hard Crush, meeting the rocky monster with her own attack. Luz follows through with a determined strike. Battle rewards 772 experience and pushes Elma's from level 43 to level 45, even as the remaining smiles keep rolling. Luz warns him to be careful. With Gloom gone, Elma explains that the remaining smiles have lost their orders and are basically pinballs. He turns that chaos to his advantage, parrying their attacks instead of letting the group surround them. Elma and Luz keep up a coordinated assault, using vital strikes and forceful follow-up attacks to drive the smiles across the cavern. The final exchange of blows leaves the remaining monsters reeling. Elma refuses to let the last one escape, Luz destroys it, and the reward display records another 613 experience. She thanks the black metal, while Elma admits that keeping pace with her is becoming a challenge. The spoils include a black metal ingot, a black metal hammer, and a black metal sword, all valuable equipment around their new level. Luz celebrates that she and Elma now match, while Elma says the weapons only complete the bare minimum. Elma says the only remaining prize is Gloom's drop, and points out that black metal is both strong and easy to find. Luz then notices a round item and asks whether it is a magic stone. Elma tells her it is a rune, something different from a magic stone. Elma explains that weapons usually accept only one rune and need a blacksmith to transmute it properly, but the result can increase their performance. This one is a rune of destruction worth 20 million gold and capable of raising attack power by 30%. Elma calls the find a jackpot, and Luz panics at the 20 million gold value. The rune's attack bonus explains the excitement, while the drop summary begins listing the knife, sword, hammer, ingot, stones, and the rune itself. The treasure total reaches 41.5 million gold. As the pair move through the cavern, Elma admits he is surprised that the result surprises him so little. Luz credits Gloomy, but Elma points out that 6 more smiles remain if they want to continue. The lantern-lit passage carries them onward. Elma says black metal is not truly ideal because it is only the minimum equipment their levels require. Elma decides they must keep grinding money in case they encounter the Shinigami's assassin skill book. The dark cavern closes around the pair as their farming plan continues. Luz grips her short blade as a musical note hangs in the air. Elma spots her movement and tells her to stop. The party hears heavy impacts rolling through the dungeon. Luz looks up and asks what the noise is. Elma dismisses the idea that it could be something ordinary, while Luz wonders if a giant slime is approaching. Elma adds that it cannot be the Dreamlord either. Elma explains that since the dungeon appeared, nobody has seen its boss or placed a bounty on it. He also says money-driven adventurers should not have been trapped here, and the boss should not make such a loud noise. Elma asks if the disturbance is a mithril golem. A heavy limb strikes the cavern floor, and he says they have gotten lucky. He is certain of the creature because he can identify it by its footsteps. Luz repeats the monster's name in disbelief. Elma confirms it and calls the encounter super rare, then explains that it is even rarer than the glooms. Luz reacts with excitement, as Elma explains that killing the golem would yield the extremely rare weapon material mithril. And he warns that its strength is beyond anything they have faced, and even one attack would be too heavy for his defense-specialized build. Elma recalls that in Magic World, even players equipped with the strongest gear are often wiped out by this golem. He stresses that in this world, death is permanent. Elma says retreat would be smarter given their odds, especially if they met the golem while fighting another monster. But despite the danger, he admits that he really wants the mithril because its quality is leagues above black iron and represents the strongest weapons. Luz calls to Elma and says that if he is worrying so much, they should go. Though she admits she is a coward, she still considers herself an adventurer, and she decides they should claim the mithril. Elma asks whether that choice is really okay. Luz tells him that the more he worries about the mithril, the more he clearly wants it. After a hesitant concession, she wonders if her great fortune caused the golem to appear, and says she feels bad leaving it alone. An ominous image shows the golem facing an adventurer, as the narration hints at a rule-breaking danger. A brief transition follows, and Elma promises that if Luz is willing, they will pick up their swords whatever happens. Elma says they first need an appropriate place to fight. Luz questions what he means, and he enthusiastically declares that they will hunt a mithril golem. Heavy impacts shake the cavern, jolting a sword in the passage. Elma realizes the golem is coming after them. As the pair moves through the cavern, Luz hurries ahead through the rocky passage, visibly tense. Luz worries aloud about whether the place will really work. Elma compares it to the terrain they needed against the Golden Rana, using a 4-meter spacing diagram as he evaluates the cave's height, width, and groundwork. Elma says the cave is perfect because the golem should have trouble moving there. He adds that the level 55 mithril golem regenerates automatically and has 78 attack and 66 defense. Luz agrees. Elma says small attacks will accomplish nothing, so they must aim for a critical hit with Luz's dice thrust. The terrain gives them a reason to try, but finding a clean opening will still be difficult. Luz admits that every new detail makes the golem scarier. Then it arrives. The status display identifies the mithril golem as level 55 with full HP and MP, and Elma faces it, ready to tear the mithril from its body. A stone and crystal monster charges through the rocky corridor toward Elma and Luz. Elma tells Luz that he will distract the monster and says he is counting on her. Luz answers that she is ready. The monster's punch crashes into Elma's. He strains against the blow as its rocky fist overwhelms the frame. Elma is driven backward, but he keeps his sword and shield up. He answers with a kick, then lands hard on the broken stone and groans. Elma recalls what he knew about this world from Magic World. The monster's intimidation and presence are far beyond what he expected, and the disarm he wanted to use will not be easy to land. Luz is low among the rubble as she recovers. Elma's thought turns to a possibility, but the monster attacks again and catches Luz off guard. Luz raises her short sword and admits that the attack startled her. The monster drives another huge fist forward. Elma judges that its destructive power is phenomenal, but its size prevents it from fighting properly in the narrow corridor. Luz sits up among the rubble, while Elma meets the monster's attack with a parry. Elma reasons that a flanking and checking blow should bounce. The collision sends the monster's rocky fist, and Luz rubble back from the impact. Elma follows with a shield bash and knocks the monster backward. He is losing in every category except the stats, but the technique compares defense plus half of attack, pushing away whoever has the smaller result. The shield bash launches the monster down the corridor, and Elma notes that the maneuver can also serve as an emergency evasion. He kneels at the near end while the monster steadies itself in the distance. As the monster braces one stone hand against the ground, Elma notices that it used both hands and taunts it for the opening. Elma slams his shield into the monster again, scoring a critical impact. The creature is battered through the rubble, and its status display drops to 56 out of 117 health as it cries out. The wounded monster staggers, while Luz advances for the next exchange. Elma and Luz keep the pressure on as the creature roars. Luz moves in with a confident smile. Elma praises her work and calls for just one more hit. The mithril golem brings down its shadow stomp, but Elma's braces and catches the attack with his sword. His brief approval shows that the counter has connected. As the golem recovers among the rocks, Elma's keeps his blade planted between them and confirms that he managed to stop it. Elma's explains that keeping the creature's attention on him constantly is troublesome. When it surges again, he admits that the fight has gone from one danger into another. Elma's calls for the opening, and his strike throws the armored creature across the cavern. With the golem sprawled in the rubble, he has created the moment Luce needs. Elma's tells Luce to go for it. She raises her weapon and gathers herself near the glowing cavern opening, ready to make the next dice thrust. Luce charges, but the result is a miss marked with the number 3. Her attack fails, and her shocked expression shows that she knows the roll has cost them another chance. Elma says that a miss cannot be helped, but warns that the critical part is beginning. Luce can only groan that she missed. Elma lays out the danger. Once the mithril golem gets back on its feet, its automatic recovery will restore its HP, and they likely will not bring it down to its knees again. Their plan now depends on Luce rolling another 6 with dice thrust, so Elma decides to use everything he has. His HP is already down to 47 out of 110. Elma launches a sweeping attack through the golem's rocky armor. Stone fragments scatter as he keeps moving and follows the strike through. The golem remains in the path of the assault, and Elma raises his sword for another decisive blow. He shouts for Luce to act as he commits to the opening. Luce watches with widened eyes, while Elma's next cut tears into the Elma's golem. The attack scatters more stone, but the battle is still not over. The damaged golem reaches across the ruined floor and stays active. Luce attempts another dice thrust, but the result is another miss, this time marked with a 4. Luce protests that she has failed twice in a row in a dangerous situation, while Elma urges her to keep trying. The large 4 confirms that she still has not rolled the 6 they need. The mithril golem answers with a crushing blow. Elma can only marvel at its monstrous strength as the impact drives him against the creature's rocky body. Elma's hand goes numb around his sword as he absorbs the attack. Sweat tightens his face, and the golem's massive fist crashes through his guard. The blow blasts Elma into the cavern wall, showering him with broken stone. Through the dust, the golem's eye stays fixed on him, while the ruined cavern closes around the fight. Pinned beneath the next attack, Elma admits that he cannot dodge it. The mithril golem's fist bears down before he can escape. At the last moment, Luce rolls the 6 they need and drives her dice thrust into the golem. She begs the creature to die as the successful attack tears through its rocky body. The giant 6 confirms that Luce's roll succeeded. The mithril golem falls, and the system immediately awards them 1343 experience points. The aftermath records level-ups for both fighters. Elma rises from level 46 to 49, Luce rises from 44 to 47, and Elma tells her that she did well. Now that the danger has passed, Luce says she feels like crying after missing twice in a row. Elma answers that rolling a 6 twice in 4 attempts is already plenty lucky. Luce sniffs with relief and thanks goodness that Elma is safe. The two remain together in the ruined cavern after defeating the mithril golem. Luce Rubis notices the enormous magic stone left behind and marvels at its size. She realizes the stone alone is worth 2 million gold. Elma's Edvan compares the reward with the fortune's high-rank adventurers must keep in reserve. As they handle the find, Elma admits that the mithril golem was anything but the cute-looking monster its rewards might suggest. The contrast leaves him feeling demoralized, even though the value is impressive. The item display identifies a mithril ingot, a magic metal shaped by powerful mana and valued at 25 million gold. Luce stares at the figure and cannot believe the dungeon produced such an expensive drop. Elma explains that the mithril golem is an exceptionally rare monster, which is why he chose to challenge it even if the fight pushed the party to its limit. With mithril equipment among the best options for their level, selling it is not their only choice. They decide to find a good blacksmith in La Colina and turn the material into a weapon. Elma favors a knife, while acknowledging that a sword, shield, or armor could also be made. Elma says he owes Luce a lot and wants to balance things between them. Since her speed lets her dispatch opponents quickly, a mithril knife would sharpen the party's combat ability. The reward ledger totals 68.5 million gold, including a rune of destruction, black steel weapons and ingots, and several magic stones. Elma realizes that Luce's Reaper Assassin skill book may finally be within reach, and their gains have surpassed Angel's toolbox. With the haul secured, Elma suggests returning to town. A rumble rolls through the empty mine as Luce agrees, and the two begin heading out while she worries about what may still be waiting ahead. Elma counters that defeating the mithril golem means nothing in the centipede pit should trouble them, though the golem may have been even more dangerous than the Dream Lord. Luce repeats her concern about encountering troublesome monsters on the way out. The lantern marks Luce's name as Elma reveals there is a way to travel instantly back to the dungeon entrance instead of walking the entire distance. Luce is startled that such a route exists. Elma reminds Luce that she has already experienced the return method once. He explains that defeating the Dream Lord activates it, and that this area's boss is slow enough to handle if they understand its patterns. Luce asks whether they will really be safe trying that plan. Elma answers that the Dream Lord's low movement speed makes it manageable, and that they are surprisingly fine after defeating the mithril golem. Elma cautions that repeatedly taking damage and healing with potions strains both body and mind. His status display shows only 47 of 110 hit points, but he still sees no reason to retreat before this Dream Lord. When Luce asks what kind of monster the Dream Lord is, Elma says the centipede pit's name gives away the answer. His brief pause leaves Luce confused, until he identifies the enemy as a rock centipede, and she repeats the name in alarm. Luce insists that everything is fine and declares they should proceed. Even after seeing the huge insect, she claims she can handle something that large, though the shaking reaction around her betrays her nerves. Elma asks whether they should hold off. The ornate return door and the cavern beyond frame the hesitation before Luce commits to the next step. Elma points out that the skill gained from 18 points in the Fool's acrobatics will be an important weapon in a clown's arsenal. As Luce reaches toward the interface, the new ability begins to activate. The interface announces that reaching level 18 in the Fool's acrobatics grants Luce stunt barrage. Elma tells her to understand the description, kick off the ground, preserve her rotation, and imbue mana into the motion before trying it once. Luce sets her foot and knife into position, then announces that she understands and will try the maneuver now. Elma warns that the move leaves a moment of weakness immediately after it ends. He tells Luce to practice until she can choose the best timing for using it. Elma reveals that the rock centipede has a specific weakness that lets them use the barrage skill without fear of reprisal. Luce asks whether such a weakness truly exists. Elma assures her that knowing how to defeat the rock centipede makes the Dream Lord easy to bring down, and that at their current level, there is no way they should lose. Luce agrees, ready to take the chance. The circular return mechanism fills the cavern entrance as the party advances toward the confrontation. In the darkness beyond the door, a massive rock centipede-like monster emerges. The chapter ends on its ominous silence. The first new threat is a rock centipede, a monster with overwhelming health, high attack, defense, and agility. It can strike from close or far range, and its massive body is worthy of a Dream Lord. Elma and Luce stand before the sealed door at the dungeon's deepest level. Elma admits this is his first time reaching such a depth, while Luce recalls facing a wandering lord when she traveled with the embryo. Elma pushes the door open and tells the group to move. Luce reminds him that even an easy victory is dangerous when their opponent is a Dream Lord, and Elma confirms that he understands. Luce steels herself as Elma steps through the doorway and into the unknown chamber. The passage opens into a vast cavern filled with pale stone and jagged formations. Luce stares in wonder at the deepest part of the centipede pit and calls it a fantastic place. The party advances through the cavern, but the armored swordsman warns that this is no time to admire the scenery. A huge rock centipede rises from the darkness and surges toward them. The status display identifies a level 60 rock centipede with full health and magic power. The narration frames its arrival as a lord deciding to grace the party with its presence. As the monster attacks, Luce recoils at its appearance and complains that the number of legs is disgusting. The armored swordsman answers that they should defeat it quickly, collect the experience and items, and return to La Colina. He warns that a direct hit would be fatal, then tells Luce that he is counting on her. Luce nervously agrees as the attack continues. The party races across the cavern and keeps moving as the rock centipede closes in. Their strategy depends on the monster's greatest weakness. Attacks become less effective when a fighter is positioned on top of its body. A fighter braces on the rock centipede while the cavern blurs around them. The armored swordsman says the position should buy the party some time. The monster charges again, dragging the party into a violent spin of bodies, stone, and debris. The pursuit continues across the cavern until the armored swordsman turns and calls Luce's name. Luce answers with one more strike. Her attack lands and the monster's health drops to 0. The armored swordsman orders Luce to finish it, and the reward display confirms that the party has gained 2379 experience points. Luce levels from 47 to 52. She remarks that the mithril golem seemed stronger, then wonders whether their unusual method made this victory easier. Instead of disappearing cleanly, the monster leaves behind a cloud of smoke. Luce says the haze is scorching, while the armored swordsman warns her to come down before she has an accident. Another level display rises from 49 to 54. The heat makes Elma's question what is happening. He considers whether the rock centipede's large body is producing heat as it disappears, but remembers that monsters never did this in the game. The armored swordsman echoes Luce's alarm about the heat, but the answer comes immediately: that is not the real problem. Luce starts to move away, confused by the phenomenon. Narration reveals that a supposedly defeated monster is releasing damaging vapor, something that existed in Magic World but should not be happening here. The armored swordsman shouts for Luce as she cries out. He realizes that the current situation should have been impossible. He orders Luce to run toward him as fast as she can and warns that the monster is not dead yet. The party retreats across the cavern while the rock centipede erupts with violent energy and debris. As the monster changes, the final question hangs over the chamber: has the Dream Lord begun a monster evolution? Rock centipede-like monster now looms in the cavern, and Elma's and Luce realize that it has undergone an unexpected evolution. Luce is stunned by the transformation. Elma supports her, admits that this is his mistake, and apologizes for putting her in this situation. Elma explains that only certain monsters can evolve, each with its own conditions. In the Magic World, even players lacked a complete list because the requirements included tedious details with little reason to trigger them deliberately. For this rock centipede, the conditions involve consuming enough fallen adventurers and magic stones, then being defeated by adventurers. Elma says these conditions form the basis of most Dream Lord evolutions. Elma concludes that the rules in this world differ somewhat from those of the Magic World, but evolution requirements being looser would be unthinkable. He wonders whether someone deliberately fulfilled the conditions for the rock centipede's evolution. That leaves Elma's wondering whether someone deliberately fulfilled the conditions. He cannot imagine anyone knowing the requirements well enough to do that, and he admits that his failure to anticipate the possibility dragged Luce into this fight. Elma's apologizes again, saying he was sure this could not happen and may have relaxed because everything had been going well. Luce asks him not to apologize. Luce offers to be sent up with Shield Bash again. Elma explains that the monster's stats are too high for repeated weak hits, while Dice Thrust would require at least 4 rolls of 6 and at least 10 successful hits, with the total rising if the successes are too far apart. He chooses his barrage skill instead. The evolved monster bears down on them, then surges through the cavern with terrifying speed. Status display identifies the creature as Death Armed, level 75, with its full 274 HP and 134 MP. Even before the next strike, the danger is clear. Death Armed charges. Luce sees the level and repeats in disbelief that it is 75 as the monster closes the distance. Elma shouts for Luce to dodge, and she cries out again about the monster's level as they try to evade its attack. The charge reaches them, and Luce cries out as the monster tears through the cavern. Elma recognizes that the gap in speed, attack power, and level makes escape nearly impossible. With Death Armed still pressing the attack, Elma falls silent and searches for an answer. And he tells Luce that there may be one chance for them to win, and asks whether she is willing to try. Luce looks to Elma's and asks whether the plan is really okay. The cavern holds its breath around them. Brief reaction shows that Elma's has recognized an opening, giving the desperate plan a chance. Get through an attack from a monster this overwhelming, Elma's knows they need the heavy knight technique called Balance Breaker, a move once known by that name in the Magic World. The heavy knight's armor is tough enough to make a direct assault look almost pointless. The centipede's HP is still full at 274, backed by overwhelming recovery and extraordinary durability. Elma knows that only the heavy knight's extreme potential could break through it. Luz hesitates for a moment, then steps forward and promises Elma that she will help him. Elma thanks Luz, then warns that their current levels leave them very few chances. They need an opening that lets them attack without immediate retaliation. The centipede surges forward, forcing both fighters to brace for its next attack. Elma orders Luz to hide behind the rock. She agrees, but the attack reaches her position and leaves her gasping in pain. Shaken and unsure what to do next, Luz asks what she should do. Elma gives her a plan. He will launch her with shield bash so she can get behind the monster, land on its back, and strike its tail. He assures Luz that her speed makes the maneuver possible. She confirms that she understands and repeats the key objective, hitting the tail once. As the centipede turns toward them, the pair prepare to execute their single opening. Elma slams his shield into the monster and sends Luz airborne above the cavern. The centipede charges across the cavern, but the maneuver carries Luz over its armored back while Elma follows behind. Luz lands on the monster's back with her weapon ready, while Elma remains behind her and the creature reacts beneath them. Elma steals himself, then pulls the monster's attention toward him by calling out that its opponent is this way. He charges with sword and shield, forcing the giant poisonous centipede to face him as his attack crashes into its armored body. The monster recoils only long enough to counterattack. Its huge face bears down on Elma's as the cavern floor erupts around him. Elma's HP has fallen to 22 out of 145. He decides to go all out and buy Luz enough time, even as the next blow drives him into the ground. The plan depends on Elma's keeping the monster occupied until Luz can attack its tail, and the battle continues in a storm of impacts. His HP remains at 22 out of 145, but the system announces that the conditions have been met. Elma raises his sword and shield as crackling energy gathers around him. He braces himself and keeps the force aimed away from Luz. The shield fills the final moments under crushing impact. Elma still protects Luz, but the system marks the attempt as a failure. In the flooded cavern, Elma faces the wounded savage dragon, and the boost from fighting a half-dead dragon has doubled his agility. The dragon tears across the water as Elma lunges low to meet its charge. But the advantage is not enough. The creature is still faster than Elma's. Elma races deeper into the cavern, trying to stay ahead of the dragon's claws and rushing spray. The dragon catches him at close range, and Elma grunts as the impact drives him aside. He stays low and raises his sword beneath the dragon, but the creature keeps pressing the attack. Elma turns toward the dragon and calls for it to come closer. Its jaws fill the space in front of him. Elma calculates that the dragon's rapid-fire death needles make even the shield in play useless. He adds that even a graze from those needles would be fatal, then spots a chance to answer the attack. Elma uses shield bash against the circular defense, focusing on the moment before it activates. The counterattack throws Elma backward, but he twists and springs across the broken rock to keep moving. A second fighter joins the battle. Luz Rubis arrives in her jester-like outfit and fixes her attention on the dragon. Luz cuts into the opening, while Elma remains in front of the creature, turning the attack into a coordinated assault. Elma reads the dragon's anatomy. Its tail is softer than its torso and legs, and it cannot use the tail to counterattack immediately. That makes the tail its vital point. The strike carries through the dragon's tail, and its eye snaps toward the fighters as they reach the weak point. Death-armed surges through the cave, its armored head driving forward as Luz Rubis realizes the monster is closing in. Luz cries out and swings at the monster, but the attack only sends the chase into another burst of motion. Luz tells Elma's Edvan that she managed to hit Death-armed, then asks what she should do now. Elma orders her to keep circling the giant boulder ahead, and Luz says she understands before attacking again. Luz races across the rocky floor while a caption explains that Death-armed is fast, but its long body takes time to catch up. Meanwhile, Elma moves into position. Elma runs across the cave formations, explaining that he is heading for a specific place where he can find Death-armed's weakness. Luz calls for him and admits she cannot keep this up much longer. Elma calculates that the boulder's circumference is about the same length as Death-armed. The monster keeps following Luz around it, and the transition leads to the next step of his plan. As Death Armed closes in, Elma tells Luz to use its tail as a stepping stool and jump onto the boulder. Luz answers with a frightened yes and commits to the maneuver. She springs over Death Armed as its body lashes beneath her. Luz clears the monster, lands on the boulders, and leaves Death Armed's tail whipping through empty space behind her. Death Armed recoils, stunned by the maneuver, while Luz peers over the boulder and confirms that she really managed it somehow. Luz celebrates her success and calls for Elma's. He praises her, then promises that he will handle the rest. Elma's takes over as the game display tracks his growing skills, including Smoldering Fang of Madness and Beginner Swordsmanship. The system explains that Relentless Vigor activates below half health, converts defense to attack, and consumes MP while active. Another notice confirms that reaching level 15 in Smoldering Fang of Madness unlocked it. Elma's recognizes the skill he was waiting for. The surrounding comparison shows why defense matters less in the magic world than attack. The Heavy Knight card shows Elma's with attack 45 plus 15 and defense 73 plus 25. As he gathers electricity around his sword, he explains that his black steel equipment makes the combination far more dangerous. With Relentless Vigor and Half-Dead Savage Dragon active, the two low health effects compound, doubling the attack gained from defense. Luz can only stare at the result. Elma's announces that his attack has risen to 277. Death Armed roars as Elma's drives the electrified strike into it, and the cave disappears beneath the burst of light and debris. Lingering lightning marks the cave wall as the force of Elma's attack carries through the aftermath. Elma's drives his sword into the dragon-like monster, and Relentless Vigor leaves the creature stunned. The monster moves through the cavern, while Elma's warns that his current MP, only 12 out of 60, cannot sustain Relentless Vigor for long. He credits Luz's hard work for making the attack possible, even against a foe with extraordinary HP, tough armor, and overwhelming recovery. But Elma's decides none of those advantages matter, then strikes again through the creature's defenses. The dragon-like monster recoils, then surges back across the cavern with a counterattack. Its jaws rush toward him, and Luz realizes in alarm that the monster's stun has already worn off. Luz cries out to Elma's as the attack reaches him, but the armored knight braces under the impact. The blow hurls Elma's through shattered rock and drives him downward, yet he keeps his sword in hand. From above, Elma's rises into position and orders the monster to take this. He crashes down with the sword, sending fragments across the cavern as the strike drives the monster over the ground. The creature keeps sliding from the impact, while Elma's faces the aftermath with a controlled, confident expression. Broad blast mark and debris fields spread across the cavern, and the jagged arena falls briefly quiet. Luz hovers beside the rock wall and gives a hesitant response just as the dragon-like monster charges back through the shallow ground. Elma's meets the returning monster at the wall, breaks the ground with the final impact, and releases Relentless Vigor as the electric effect fades. The system awards Elma's 4,057 experience points and raises him from level 54 to 62. He admits he would rather not gamble so recklessly in battle again. Luz first trails off, then exclaims that the result is amazing. With the monster down, Luz Rubis praises Elma's for knocking it out. She says the way he handled it, despite the bell being so high, was a great experience. Elma's admits he somehow managed to win, and Luz answers with an eager yes. Elma's apologizes that the evolution could not happen there, but Luz tells him not to apologize and insists that he is still the winner. Elma's laughs and thanks Luz again. She hesitantly accepts that, then marvels at the huge disarm and the attack's power. Looking at the stunned monster, Elma's explains that Stan's condition created the opening. He says risking his life for a worthy cause was powerful, but it left a gap. Elma's admits that without the life shield at the end, he would have died. He then reveals the new title, Nightmare Killer, and Luz repeats the title in surprise. The game result confirms the Nightmare Killer title and records that at level 70, they conquered the evolved Lord of Dreams and Illusions, granting a 7% attack bonus against a Dream Master. Luz explains that evolution and existence make such a title impossible to aim for, while Elma's calls it special. He says they need to recover the magic stones and is glad she is safe. As the cave falls quiet, Luz spots something and calls out to Elma's. Luz excitedly points to a drop item. Elma's asks what is wrong and offers to find a magic stone, but she blurts out that the item was dropped by the disarmed enemy. The item screen shows a level 70 reward with 28 bonus attack, a 28 million G market value, high sword defense, and a rare poison effect. Elma reacts to another drop, while the system explains that low drop rate items are collected, and luck affects the probability. Luz says Elma's had been missing one of the drop items until now. He thinks a find like this would make the ore he collected unnecessary. The item is compatible with Luz, and the system explains that repeated poison shots through acrobatic continuous shooting could spread a winning streak. Luz worries that taking something worth 10 million could get them punished. Elma tells Luz to calm down because she looks confused. She says the expensive items are not good and suggests leaving them behind as they leave the cavern. After the dungeon, the story moves to Lakalina, the city of adventurers. The city street reveals an unknown dark-haired man beside a shield-bearing woman. Elma pauses, visibly uneasy, before they continue. Elma asks Luz to stop acting suspicious. She says they earned so much in the centipede tunnels and jokes that she hopes his behavior becomes suspicious too. At the Lakalina Adventurers Guild, Elma asks to exchange the magic stones for money. He also asks to meet the adventure staff, and if possible the guild master, then warns that something terrible might happen. Elma says he must tell the guild what happened properly. His account stresses that the evolutionary lord of illusion and dreams could not have existed without many victims, making it strange that the guild shares no information after such a catastrophe. The guild staff woman identifies Elma as a D-class adventurer who is both a knight and a joker. She says there is a lot to explain and asks him to listen briefly, while Luz protests the blunt approach and asks what is happening. At the counter, Elma and Luz fall silent while she keeps eating. The staff woman introduces Lakalina as the city of adventurers and says the city prides itself on producing strong adventurers. The staff woman admits she is being unreasonable and apologizes for her rudeness, but asks Elma to listen first. She warns that the case is complicated and could look simple if explained publicly, prompting his skeptical reaction about the guild's capacity. She tells Elma to leave the explanation to her if he speaks calmly. Then she says she is uneasy about a countryside adventurer seeking the guild master and warns him not to treat Lakalina like a rural guild. The staff woman says the guild master is too busy to accept the visit. Elma says he should have known and asks them to confirm the stone exchange, leaving Luz shocked. The staff woman asks them to wait. She reports that an adventurer wants 10 million G in cash immediately, orders the amount prepared, and realizes the request comes from a D-rank adventurer, while Luz panics at the figure. She repeats that they should hold on, confirms the total is almost 10 million G, and walks away as Elma and Luz watch in silence. Elma decides that once the transfer is complete, he will meet the guild manager anyway. Elma reflects that a D-rank adventurer should normally be verified before being allowed to sell such a large quantity of magic stones. The sale itself went smoothly, yet the clerk is rushing to settle the matter. She has even arranged an immediate meeting with Lakalina's guild master, despite the woman's busy schedule. The clerk leads Elma and Luz up the grand stairs. They reach an ornate door and prepare to enter. Inside, the clerk calls for Harlane-sama and says she has brought the adventurers from earlier. The guild master looks up, asking what this is and saying no one informed her. The clerk stammers that no other staff member mentioned the visitors. The guild master tells her to bring them in, then the clerk apologizes for the mistake. Elma says they do not mind, as long as they can speak with her. The guild master studies the pair and calls their combination a heavy knight and a joker, an uncommon team. She asks the clerk who they are, and the clerk identifies them as D-rank adventurers from Rondon. The clerk startles as the guild master continues questioning. The guild master says the pair seem competent for D-rank, while the clerk adds that they apparently defeated a level 60 rock centipede. Hearing that, the guild master asks if D-rank adventurers really defeated a rock centipede. She repeats that the team is a joker and a heavy knight, then observes that both classes should be poorly matched against a dreamlord. The guild master finds the matchup interesting and settles behind her desk. Then she tells the visitors that they have her attention. Elma senses that she can almost read his mind and recognizes her exceptional observation. The guild master says D-rank adventurers taking out a dreamlord is remarkable and says both should be at least C-rank to do it. Elma stays tense, but thinks her unsettling aura may still let them be heard. The guild master questions their confidence in their classes and dungeon knowledge. She warns that they are either in a hurry to live or a hurry to die. Elma notes that she has seen through them with almost no information, and that she runs a land where high-level dungeons appear. She says the clues still do not explain everything, suggesting there is more to their story. The guild master compliments Elma's imposing demeanor and graceful face, and notes his knowledge of dungeons. She asks whether he is a nobleman. Elma says he heard someone from Rondam was coming, while she wonders whether the local lord has a son his age. Elma silently wonders how much she knows. Under that scrutiny, he and Luce become visibly flustered. Elma decides Luce is too obvious for a lie to survive. Luce thanks the guild master for the audience, and Elma introduces himself and Luce as adventurers from Rondam. He says they encountered a strange situation while clearing the 100-foot tunnel and came to report it in person. The guild master says she has more questions, but will set them aside for now. Elma and Luce bow. Then she identifies herself as Harline Harrowad, La Kalina's guild master, and a distant member of Marquis Harrowad's family. Elma wonders whether that family connection explains how Harline knows about him. Harline praises the pair for clearing the 100-foot tunnel as a heavy knight and a joker. Luce nervously confirms that the rock centipede's original form was definitely as shown. Branch family member became guild master, so the guild and nobles could cooperate smoothly. In La Kalina, the Adventurers Guild carries more significance than it does in other cities. The Dream Lord Rock Centipede is feared for its powerful charge attacks and auto-recovery. Elma begins to feel that discussing this world with Harline may be dangerous. Harline gives a thoughtful reaction, and Elma worries that if this is only a branch family, the Harrowwood head house may be even more formidable. He fears revealing enough about this world for her to learn information from outside it. Elma considers a darker possibility. Harrowads may have arranged events to test how the world works, because their ties to the nobles and guild would let them guide adventurers and regulate dungeon information. He says he avoids snap judgments, but they need to be very careful. Harline notices his thoughts and asks what is wrong. She reminds him that he came to report something. Elma looks at the evolved rock centipede and wonders whether a Harrowad was the mastermind who fulfilled the conditions for its evolution. The monster looms over the thought. Elma and Luce react tensely. Elma considers that Harline herself might be responsible for the evolution. Harline says the pair have interested her enough for her to play along for a while, but her unfinished warning leaves the room colder. Harline warns Elma not to think a little boy can take her for a fool. Elma wonders whether it is an indirect warning delivered after she anticipated his thoughts. He cannot tell what her true motive is. Inside the guild office, Harline decides to give only a surface-level report on the Death Armored because she suspects someone may be behind the affair. The light-haired man feels he should hold back, but then reports that the rock centipede evolved. Harline reacts with interest when she hears the word evolution. Light-haired man explains that the Dream Lord's evolution is only one of several oddities he saw, and that the guild records make the 100-foot tunnel's sudden appearance impossible to reconcile. Harline asks whether he really said evolution. The light-haired man starts to call the matter serious, but Harline cuts him off. She's stunned that the Dream Lord of the 100-foot tunnel evolved, especially since the place has existed for only half a month, and demands to know how that could happen. While the light-haired man wonders whether Harline is acting, she confirms that the report is true. That is why he came straight to the guild master with it. Harline sits in tense silence, then asks Matilda why she did not tell her earlier. Matilda answers that this is her first time hearing the news too. Harline stresses that this is not a minor adjustment. Level 60 rock centipede has become a monster around level 80, and even the suggestion that it increased by several levels leaves her visibly agitated. Light-haired man points out that the monster only gained a few levels, and asks whether that alone is alarming when much higher-level dungeons exist. Matilda counters that a Dream Lord's evolution is unprecedented, and apologizes for not understanding the danger sooner. Harline asks whether any party in La Kalina could defeat a level 80 monster with so little information. The light-haired man wonders whether the entire situation could be a facade. Harline focuses on the possibility of a dungeon where the Dream Lord evolves, warning that no one knows what may be happening inside. If the report is true, she says, the guild must either issue a raid quest for a large group of B-rank adventurers or seek help from the main house. Matilda cries out when a cup breaks. As everyone regroups, the light-haired man clarifies that he and his companions cleared the 100-foot tunnel by themselves, prompting Matilda to remind him that he was just told how serious the situation is. Harline is relieved that the light-haired man survived and returned to report. She asks whether the dungeon gave birth to a wandering lord and how many people died, then requests the names of the dead while making clear that she is not blaming him. When the exchange reaches the question of subjugation, Matilda realizes what he has already said. Harline explains that the other party apparently assumed the adventurers had simply run away, showing how threatening an evolved Dream Lord is. She still cannot understand how poorly equipped D-rank adventurers could accomplish this. The light-haired man thinks Harline is in the clear for now, and Matilda asks where the Dream Lord's magic stone went. Harline says she handled the transaction and placed the magic stone in the guild warehouse. When Matilda addresses her as Harline-sama, Harline points out that Matilda dropped her tea. Harline then admits that the report has already been submitted to the guild, and that, although she does not think the light-haired man is lying, it is still hard to believe. After composing herself with a cough, Harline watches the mood turn lighter. Matilda decides that the people they expected to be scary are actually kind of cute, leaving the light-haired man visibly embarrassed. Harline accepts that no further measures are needed if the evolved Dream Lord was properly subjugated. But the team's unusual makeup, a D-rank heavy knight and a joker, has caught her attention, and she says the real problem begins after defeating the rock centipede. Harline asks how such an event could happen in the dungeon. The light-haired man presses her for a cause, and she answers that the problem starts after the rock centipede is defeated, leaving him to ask whether she has any explanation at all. Harline refuses to disclose unverified suspicions to one adventurer, but offers to explain the broader concern. She describes the northern territories near the Great Forbidden Forest, a region crowded with high-level dungeons where strange monster disasters keep appearing. The light-haired man asks whether a similar phenomenon is happening near this city, which has many adventurers. Harline tells the light-haired man that he catches on fast, then refuses to answer directly. He asks whether everything beyond this point is only speculation, while she assures him that the guild and House Harlowed will investigate the matter seriously and thanks him for the report. As they leave, the light-haired man cannot shake the suspicion that the incident was caused artificially. Matilda also feels that something is wrong, even as he thanks Harline for taking the matter seriously. Left alone, Harline worries that Matilda is late despite being told to bring something immediately. Matilda finally returns and apologizes for the delay. She brings the requested magic stone, along with a cup of tea, and Harline sharply reminds her that she was told to bring only the stone. The guild master finally acknowledged Elma's Edvan and Luce Rubus as exceptional adventurers, granting them an exception and promoting them to B rank. The guild aide was stunned that they had been advanced past C rank so easily. The guild master explained that the head of the family had appointed her directly, leaving the other city guilds no grounds to question her decisions. Elma cautiously asked whether the promotion came with a hidden request, even as he thanked her. She answered that rewarding excellent adventurers was her responsibility, and that their success served both the guild and the country. The party began considering new guild recruits, preferring adventurers of B rank or higher. Luce found the idea exciting, and the narration marked one more unrelated matter. Although the party had politely declined the offer, it still left the guild as a B rank team. On the city street, Elma and Luce agreed that their next challenge was finding a skilled blacksmith. Luce worried about setting aside her level 70 poisonous centipede knife, a weapon worth 28 million gold with strong damage and a chance to inflict poison. Elma said its poison effect worked perfectly with her great luck skill, making it too valuable to sell. Elma tried to tempt her with another restaurant, but Luce's hesitation gave way to a practical argument. Selling the knife could pay for delicious meals every day, including dessert. Elma calculated that mithril, black steel, and the forging work would cost about 30 million gold. He asked Luce whether she objected to using such expensive materials for his armor and weapons, and she admitted that their equipment was becoming extraordinarily valuable. They could not find a smith capable of forging mithril in an adventure town, not even in La Colina. Elma knew that dungeon metals required a specialized blacksmith skill tree, while noble families had already employed nearly every high-level smith. After half a day of asking around, the party located information about a level 40 blacksmith. Shopkeepers warned that the stubborn old man refused jobs once he entered a bad mood, no matter how much money was offered. The workshop looked barely standing, and Luce was already worried when she identified its occupant. The goggle-wearing blacksmith shouted that the annoying brat had returned, and that he would never make a sword for a corrupt person. Elma observed that the blacksmith was not as foolish as he looked. After apologizing for his outburst, the smith described an annoying adventurer who kept bothering him, while Elma praised his skill and apologized for the absurd project strangers forced on him. The blacksmith revealed that he could not stomach arrogant brats or people whose praise had no substance. Luce asked whether he was being followed by an adventurer, and Elma wondered why politeness had earned him a lecture. The smith recalled another mage warrior, demanding a suitable sword simply because he had money. Elma considered offering more money himself, but the smith replied that he would not live in such a poor workshop if money were his motive. Elma and Luce reconsidered their approach. He admitted that the blacksmith could not be intimidated and still irritated him, so Elma decided they should leave. Instead, the blacksmith ordered Elma to follow him, calling him clever while warning that old people should not be allowed to talk too long. The pair followed him in silence. Luce protested that they were coming, but the smith said he could hear them and would throw them out if they stayed behind. Elma guessed that the old man might only want someone to talk to, and Luce reluctantly asked whether they should continue. Inside the workshop, the blacksmith lectured that young people ran from their own strengths and relied too heavily on weapons and their surroundings. He insisted that ability came first. Relying on money to cover the offensive weakness of defensive and speed-type classes was difficult, and rushing toward undeserved success would eventually cost them their lives. Elma conceded that the warning was true, then asked the blacksmith to hear their request and accept or reject it according to his own convictions. Luce asked to add something of her own. The blacksmith said they were still misinterpreting his warning and refused to change his mind. Then he noticed the sealed box Elma had brought and stared at it in disbelief. Elma asked him to forge a sword from the material. The blacksmith recognized the contents as mithril and reacted as if the impossible had just been placed in front of him. The smith still objected that his beliefs forbade giving such a weapon to an unworthy owner. Luce reminded him that she and Ellie had defeated a mithril golem, while Elma produced proof that they were both B-rank adventurers. The blacksmith called their claim ridiculous, asking whether two B-rank adventurers had truly defeated a mithril golem while wearing low-grade armor. He admitted they seemed somewhat competent, but said they barely understood what they were saying. Luce proposed adding a destruction rune to the sword, and Elma explained that mithril should make full use of it. Their excitement made the blacksmith realize that this was becoming a serious project. The destruction rune was an engraved stone worth 20 million gold, capable of increasing an embedded weapon's attack power and value by 30%. The blacksmith admitted that he had never expected such a large project or such a rare item. The combined assignment now covered a mithril sword, black steel armor, and the destruction rune. The added work cost 4 million gold, but Elma had no intention of continuing to fight in his iron armor. Several hours passed as the party went sightseeing around La Colina while gathering information. During a break, Luce and Elma discussed reselling items and using a skill book to increase an item's value. When they returned, the workshop door stood open. Elma announced that it was finally time to see the mithril sword, but the blacksmith angrily insisted that he was not giving it away for free and ordered Elma to sell it to him. The smith claimed the sword belonged to someone else and said he would never sell it to Elma's kind. Luce warned that the situation sounded bad and urged Elma to leave, while Elma told the mage warrior to stop and asked whether the blacksmith was all right. From beyond the doorway, unseen speakers mocked the blacksmith for forging a mithril sword for a weakling and wondered what kind of client Elma was. Luce said she could hear them but could not see them, leaving the speakers' identities unresolved. The confrontation opens with an unidentified winged girl baring her fangs at Elma and Luce. She demands to know whether they are mocking her, while Elma studies her age and reasons that completing the divine blessing makes her at least 15. The room falls quiet as Elma's, and Luce faced the winged girl. The winged girl snaps that she is 17. She accuses Elma of looking down on her and asks whether he has heard of a spellblade called Black Flame Blade. A cloaked swordsman appears beneath the name Black Flame Blade. Elma says he heard two names while gathering information in La Colina, and the winged girl boasts that she is the #1 disciple before repeating the title. Elma awkwardly says that it is good for her. Now that the owner is present, the winged girl says the transaction will be quick. She demands that Elma sell her the mithril sword and insists it is the one thing she wants from him. She repeats that the owner's presence should make the matter quick. Bearded older man wearing goggles comments that she is easier to speak with than the stubborn old man nearby. Elma refuses again. He explains that he had the sword made for himself because he needs it. Elma clarifies that the dispute is not about money. The winged girl belittles him and calls the requested price an unimaginable sum, but Elma repeats that he already declined. The winged girl offers 30 million gold and asks whether that should be enough. The mithril sword rests on the worktable beside her. Her teeth clench as her frustration peaks. Frustrated by the refusal, the winged girl lunges across the room. Elma recoils, Luce cries out, and the mithril sword is knocked to the floor. Luce stares in alarm at the sudden attack. The mithril sword hits the wooden floor with a sharp clatter. The winged spellword recovers her stance and says Elma's has good reactions. She says his defense shows the limit of a knight, then warns that if she had been slightly angrier, she could have killed him immediately. In close-up, she orders Elma's to stop resisting and sell her the sword already. Elma's calls the idea reckless, while Luce anxiously asks whether he is okay. The winged girl says she was trying to go easy on Elma's so he would understand the gap between their abilities. Caption adds that a surprise attack does not establish the difference in skill between two people. Elma asks what she will wager. She challenges him to a battle, and he offers to face any challenge if she bets her mithril sword. The winged girl insists she cannot lose. She agrees to give up the sword and pay its full market value if she does, then asks why Elma still has any reason to back down. She accepts the proposed terms, while the bearded, goggled man asks whether Elma is truly comfortable with those conditions. The older man warns Elma not to accept. He explains that a spellword specializes in one-on-one encounters, making a duel an unfair measure of strength here. Elma admits he intended to let the incident slide, but the winged girl's behavior has finally angered him. Luce warns Elma that the situation looks bad because the winged girl is a B-rank spellword. Elma admits that he knows her class is unbeatable in a duel. Elma tells the winged girl to get ready to be punished. The winged girl says she will call a guild official so Elma cannot go back on his word, then warns him not to regret the challenge. The duel moves outside the wooden building into an open yard bordered by trees. Violent opening strike erupts between the combatants, accompanied by a cry of pain and explosive motion. Elma raises his sword and activates Life Shield. The normal skill costs 20% of his HP and creates a shield equal to the HP he pays. The bearded older man demands to know what Elma is doing and why he released the spell he had just activated. He says he does not understand the decision. Elma says he is even more confused, then identifies his tactic as HP management. Luce asks whether Elma can win. Elma explains that against a long-range opponent, reducing his defense to 0 could make both fighters die. Even using relentless vigor to increase his attack sixfold would only cause overkill, leaving the interface at defense 0. Elma confirms that assessment. The winged spellword says there is no advantage to using relentless vigor and proposes relying on half-dead savage dragon instead. Elma assesses the winged spellword as dangerous because she combines instant firepower, swordsmanship, and fast long-range magic attacks. The bearded older man repeats that Elma still has a chance to back out. Elma admits he dislikes the winged girl's harsh demeanor, but insists that they can still win. Luce nervously tells Elma that he is making a bad face. Elma studies the opponent and says this spellword has a particular predisposition. The winged girl asks whether Elma altered anything about her sword, then says she brought a witness and addresses him as a heavy knight. The winged girl glares with her fangs bared. Elma's armor and star-shaped insignia fill the frame. Final speaker addresses Elma and Luce together, and Elma answers with an uneasy laugh. Luce Rubis is a spellsword whose weak defense is balanced by powerful attacks. Elma's Edvan studies that weakness before he asks Mari's Edvan, the duel's observer, to confirm one thing. Mari's answers and the nearby participants turn toward Elma's. He is not challenging the rules yet. He wants to know what happens if a duel goes too far. Elma's asks what happens if the other fighter is injured or does not survive. Mari's explains that anyone entering a duel acknowledges those risks, although Elma's can still cancel if he is worried. Elma says he only wanted confirmation from the opposing party. Luce treats the question as a cheap provocation, but she accepts it and urges the unnamed partner beside her to begin. The two fighters take their places across the clearing. Maris raises her hand and gives the only warning the duel needs: ready. Elma's immediately activates Half-Dead Savage Dragon, a special skill that doubles his attack power and speed once his remaining HP falls to 20% or less. Luz notices the strange skill and grows alarmed. Elma's is also using Relentless Vigor, which can activate below 50% HP by sacrificing defense for attack power while draining MP. Luz remembers that Relentless Vigor was considered dangerous for this duel. Rather than risk close combat, she forms a burning projectile and tells Elma's to take the fight from long distance. The attack races across the clearing. Elma's holds his sword inside a blazing aura, and Luz's confidence turns into sudden shock when he remains standing. Even Luz's close-up reaction cannot hide how badly the exchange has unsettled her. She raises another projectile and again insists that Elma's fight from a distance. The next projectile tears down the clearing and detonates against the ground. Debris erupts between the fighters, but Elma's is still visible beyond the blast. The clearing fills with dust and broken earth. Maris, the bearded appraiser, and the other observers stare in disbelief as Luz realizes the attack did not end the duel. The whole group reacts with a stunned cry. Luz can only gasp as Elma survives the impact and keeps the advantage. Luz panics and calls for a timeout, asking everyone to wait. Her long-range plan has failed, and she no longer wants to continue under the duel's conditions. She throws down her weapon and repeatedly demands that the fight stop. The more she pleads, the clearer it becomes that she is trying to end the match before Elma's attacks again. Luz finally concedes defeat and repeats that she yields. Elma's plan was based on the safety compliance rule. A spellsword can lose everything from one wrong move because high attack power cannot erase the weakness in defense. Elma's reveals that he was sure a threat would make the opponent give up. The duel's safety rule has done exactly what he expected, leaving Luz seated beside her discarded weapon. Maris asks for a winner to be declared, hesitates only briefly, and then announces that Elma's is the winner. Luz erupts in anger. She says Elma's ignored her timeout call and insists that surrender was her only option. Maris answers as the official witness. She tells the unidentified participant that the objection is not acceptable to the guild and warns that refusing to comply will bring appropriate measures. Luz keeps protesting that she called time out. While the group debates lowering the wager from 30 million gold, the rules remain against her, and the older appraiser joins the discussion. The appraiser says he is ashamed to reveal the truth, then explains that the sword's market value is not 30 million. Elma's asks whether that is so, while Luz wonders if the sword was fake. The group gathers around the sword. The appraiser tells Elma's to check the value for himself, turning the wager into a much larger problem. The number is revealed, 51.5 million. Luz is horrified, while Elma's calmly asks whether everyone forgot to account for the sword's rune. Luz refuses to accept what she calls an absurd price and says there is no chance she will pay it. Then she drops to her knees and begs the group to settle the matter for 40 million gold. Someone offers to lend money to a Class B adventurer, and another observer admits to feeling sorry for Luz. Elma says he does not understand the commotion, as the group wonders whether Luz is angry or simply lowering her head. Guild clerk informs Elma's Edvan that Hilda has paid the 50 million gold she owed him, then checks whether he is the man she calls Kalos. Elma's Edvan questions whether Hilda really found that much money, and both he and Luz Rubis react with a startled cry. The clerk explains that the guild is used to disputes between adventurers, but trails off while warning that guild involvement makes matters more complicated. Outside, Luz Rubis raises her scythe and accuses the pair of taking her 50 million gold, demanding that it be returned. Edvan recognizes that the blonde swordswoman sold her weapon for the money and urges Luz Rubis to run. The swordswoman refuses to let them escape, while Elma's asks whether she is the heavy knight they were discussing. Close-up of Luz Rubis's curved weapon holds the tension before the confrontation resumes. Luz Rubis tells the blonde swordswoman that they used dirty tricks to take her money and identifies them to her master. Elma's feels an overwhelming pressure and wonders whether the woman is the real Black Flame Blade. The swordswoman introduces herself as Kalos, an A-rank spell sword who heard about Elma's from Hilda, then asks whether he truly cheated Hilda out of her money. Elma's recognizes the Black Flame Blade as genuine. Kalos studies Elma's, while Luz Rubis remains confused, then says she expected the situation might turn out this way. Elma explains that Hilda threatened them for their mithril sword, so they settled the dispute with a duel, and the disputed payment came from its result. Kalos suddenly grabs Luz Rubus, who asks what her master is doing. Kalos says she expected this outcome. Elma denies ever wanting to become Luz Rubus's master, and Luz is left stammering through the awkward exchange. Kalos admits that her inattentiveness caused Luz Rubus considerable difficulty, and questions whether saying so now would only evade responsibility. Elma says he could have declined the arrangement, while Kalos admits she welcomed Elma's provocation because earning extra money seemed useful. Luz begins to protest. Kalos tells Elma that he is a good person. His private reaction is that her kindness makes him uncomfortable, so he asks whether the payment equaled the value of her sword. Kalos explains that hardship taught her to judge people. Kalos asks Luz Rubus not to return the money for her own good, while privately describing her as someone who only learns after suffering. Luz understands, and an unseen speaker then asks what business the visitors have. In a tavern, Rubus reports that strange monster disasters have recently appeared near La Colina, and says she has another matter to discuss over lunch. Kalos points to monsters that are evolving despite how rare that should be, along with monsters emerging from a newly built dungeon. Elma says he researched the dungeons around La Colina and suspects the events are connected. Kalos praises the group's sharp ears, and Elma realizes that she investigated the centipede pit. Kalos reveals that she went there alone 2 weeks earlier and failed to clear it. Kalos describes a dungeon pool that she could not face alone and concludes that the death armor was not the only trigger. Caption explains that such abnormal monster numbers are among the magic world's most feared disasters. Elma warns that if these disasters increase across the world, the land habitable by humans will shrink significantly. Luz Rubus protests that he is overreacting and struggles to accept the prediction. Kalos rejects Luz Rubus' dismissal and says she shares Kalos' opinion, then announces that this brings her to the main point. Kalos invites them on a raid to research and traverse the Cemetery of Sorrows, the last dungeon she retreated from. As they leave, Luz Rubus asks where they are going. Elma admits the offer is unsettling, even though it would normally be an immediate yes, and remains uneasy about an A-rank adventurer joining them. Elma decides he still wants to go. If genuine anomalies are occurring in this world, his memories of playing the game may make him the only person able to stop them. Kalos tells Luz Rubus not to force herself, but Luz insists that it has been a long time since she wielded her sword beside her master. The group leaves the town and moves through the trees toward the raid location. Close-ups of Elma's, and Luz Rubus show the party's serious focus as they continue. Rubus remains stern while a small dark-haired companion in a hat appears among the travelers. Ares joins the traveling party, and the chapter closes with Elma's Edvan and Luz Rubus under blonde command on a raid to investigate and finish the Cemetery of Sorrows. The forest is quiet, but a large adventure party is gathering among the trees. One adventurer is impressed that the woman assembled so many high-level fighters, saying that big city guilds are different. The jester-dressed Luz Rubus explains that their leader is trusted because she is an A-rank adventurer. Fierce, light-haired scythe-wielder doubts they need so many people and says a few healers should have been enough. Luz Rubus asks her master the same question, but the light-haired caped woman says the situation could have worsened since her last visit, so she brought reinforcements. Surrounding adventurers question whether the woman also acquired the scythe skill tree and wonder why the Black Flame Blade's disciple carries a scythe. Luz Rubus then wonders why her master chose Hilda as a pupil. Mention of Hilda draws disbelief and a startled cry, followed by an apology from someone who says the words were not meant that way. The caped woman insists she did nothing as significant as a master would, then says spell sword is a strong class. The caped woman explains that spell sword has high offense but very low sustain, which makes disputes with party members easy, and says the class is often ignored by guilds when left alone. A male adventurer adds that even in Magic World, a spell sword's advantages often failed to translate to a party. Others accuse him of cherry-picking and being unfair, while another assigns the trash mobs so he can focus on the boss. The fierce scythe-wielder says she could see the woman going solo, doing something reckless, and losing her life. The caped woman admits that everyone once spoke selfishly, and that she suffered from failing to understand the people around her. She still wishes she had received calm advice back then. The caped woman says that is why she kept the pupil close. Luz Rubus immediately praises her master as capable, strong, and kind, unable to understand how anyone could call her unimpressive. After a brief move through the forest, the party reaches a graveyard-like area. The caped woman wishes the pupil had learned what she was being taught, and when Luce asks what she said, another adventurer dismisses it with an easy reply. Luce Rubis says she cannot picture a time when the woman called Kalos was violent. The caped woman suddenly orders everyone to stop, while Elma says she probably spoke that way to avoid embarrassing Hilda, and the jester-dressed girl agrees. The party advances through the graveyard as the caped woman warns that something is coming. Monsters then pour from the dungeon, and a status panel identifies a level 52 mad wolf with full health and magic. The sudden appearance of level 52 enemies shocks the adventurers. The adventurers spread out as someone calls for engagement and warns that hordes are overflowing from the dungeon. A mad wolf charges, the caped woman steps in with her sword, and the front line braces for impact. Elma's cuts into the charging wolf, and Luce Rubis follows with her knife. As the attack lands, Elma's asks whether she got it right away. Luce Rubis excitedly reports that the monster is poisoned. The wolf's status confirms the effect, and the narration explains that her new poisonous centipede knife works especially well with her high luck. Luce Rubis declares that she will finish the enemy. The poison also reduces a creature's speed by 10% in Magic World, turning her new weapon into a useful opening for the party. An arrow pierces the mad wolf, and the monster collapses. The party receives 174 experience points for the kill. A dark-haired archer with facial markings appears among the adventurers and answers with a skeptical sound. Elmas warns that enemies are still left and urges the group to thin their numbers, while the jester-dressed girl nervously agrees. After a brief canopy transition, Luce Rubis, the caped woman, Elmas, and the jester-dressed girl attack together through the graveyard. With monsters down around them, Elmas calls it a chaotic welcome before they even enter the dungeon, and the jester-dressed girl asks whether that was all of them. The final status card identifies Elma's Edvan at level 64. He says Old Man Berga arrived in time, leaving him fully equipped, and declares that the new armor will keep people from treating him like an amateur heavy knight. The first new moment catches the aftermath of a fight in a forest cemetery. Elmas admires how well his poisonous centipede knife is working. Luce insists that she is fine, though she considers using a health potion. Elmas admits that he got carried away testing his new weapon, and Luce checks whether the damage he took has left him hurt. Dark-haired healer joins Elmas and Luce, and explains that despite being only C rank, she was summoned because her healing ability is valuable. Luce reacts in surprise. Elmas says he is relieved to have a trustworthy white magic user with them. The introductions settle the party's roles. Maris is the healer, Elmas is the heavy knight, and Luce is the clown-costumed member. Before entering the dungeon, they realize they have already spent precious restoration MP, leaving the group in an awkward silence. Elmas dismisses the complaint as hindsight. Against a large number of enemies, he argues, reducing their numbers should come before worrying about anything else. He then tells the others not to ruin the mood with nonsense. Maris clarifies that their mission is to investigate the dungeon interior, not to take an ordinary outing. Ares immediately warns Elmas not to be stubborn and rush ahead, leaving Elmas visibly displeased. The party advances through the graveyard approach. Elmas accuses Ares of deliberately disrupting the atmosphere so he can control the scene. The situation reveals the tactic behind the argument. Ares can finish enemies from the rear, while Elmas's words keep the vanguard from attacking and put the healer's actions under pressure. Maris watches with a knowing look. Ares warns Elmas not to make a bad impression by saying whatever he wants, telling the younger knight to be smart. Elmas answers by announcing that it is time to collect his share of the loot. Ares counters that the finishing blow determines who gets a monster's drop, then casually claims he is going to help himself. Elmas admits that he dislikes him, while Luce points out that the drops came from her skill. Maris says that, as a healer, she has met plenty of difficult people like Ares. Elmas sees Ares' behavior as a deliberate attempt to intimidate them and tells Maris not to worry. Maris privately compares men like him to children, explaining that delaying their healing gradually teaches them manners. Luce would enjoy seeing that happen, but Maris says she genuinely wants to get along with both of them, drawing an uncertain response from Elmas. Elmas confirms that they have reached the right place. After avoiding most of the undead and fighting only when necessary, the party arrives at the entrance to the Cemetery of Sorrows. An expedition leader explains the plan for investigating the interior efficiently. The adventurers will divide into 5 groups, take separate paths, and regroup at the center. The dungeon is randomly generated, so the map cannot be treated like a fixed layout. Even so, information sold to the guild by earlier adventurers suggests that its paths divide in a predictable way. Once the investigation is over, the expedition plans to combine its strength and attack the King of Dreams. The leader promises that the reward will be split among the participants, with a separate guild payment as well. Aries spots the brats from earlier and tells them not to drag him down. Luce nervously says they will be in his care, then brightens and admits that she is happy to be assigned to the same group. Aries acknowledges that Luce understands the situation, but the group leaves its planning to the experienced expert. The exchange praises that expert's reliability and the apparent kindness of the others. Maris promises to conserve as much of her MP as possible. Maris agrees that they should hear what the expert has to say, adding that the difference in experience ought to make the answer obvious. Elma quietly decides that they will have to betray the expert a little if they want to accomplish anything. And he turns to Luce and asks whether the girl is all right, leaving her startled and speechless. Elma's Edvan leads Luce Rubus, Mari's Edvan, and Aries into the Cemetery of Sorrows, a level 70 dungeon whose stone halls hide the search target. Luce questions why they are searching for something suspicious in a place like this, while Elma's admits that the dungeon already looks like trouble. A cloth-faced figure adds that everything here appears suspicious. The party considers searching even the memorial statues for clues. Elma finds the objective frustratingly vague, but his knowledge of the game world may let him notice a mismatch. Luce agrees uncertainly, but Maris reminds everyone that their real goal is simply to thin the monsters and clear the dungeon. They are not scholars, so she sees no reason to overthink the search. Even so, someone orders Elma to walk farther ahead and asks what they will do if the healer suffers a surprise attack. Aries tells Elma not to hold him back and insists that the heavy knight do his part. Elma questions why Aries wants the slowest member pushed even farther forward. Elma realizes that Aries is rude without technically crossing a line, which makes him difficult to argue with. Aries, meanwhile, resents Elma for deliberately making a solid argument instead of being easy to exploit. A monster suddenly appears in the corridor. The game-like display identifies the enemies as level 55 Mummy Lana with full health and magic, and their strange ribbiting signals the start of the encounter. 4 mummies rush the party. Elma takes the front while Aries attacks, and Maris prepares magic. Aries calls offensive healing a waste of magic points, and decides that Elma will make a useful shield. Maris warns that if Elma advances too far, a hunter like Aries will lose the distance needed to fight. Aries answers by drawing his weapon and sending an arrow through the corridor. The party's attacks keep the mummies under pressure, and an arrow pins one of the undead to the floor. Elma shouts that he cannot cover the others from that distance because undead do not take knockback. The party nevertheless keeps its coordinated assault moving through the corridor. Elma holds the front line while Aries attacks from behind, and Maris stays with the group. Mummies continue to be struck and driven back without giving the party a chance to relax. Aries races alongside a mummy, slashes it at close range, and follows the attack with another arrow driven into its bandaged body. Elma kicks a fallen mummy before it can recover, while Aries keeps firing and orders Luce, whom he calls Joker, to cover him instead of standing uselessly behind him. The mummies finally fall, awarding the party 639 experience points. Aries grudgingly admits that Luce earned the result with her skill, though he had wanted to defeat 3 enemies himself. Elma sees through Aries' tactics. Aries kept Luce from attacking while closing the distance himself so he could secure the opening and the experience. That ruthless efficiency explains Aries' B-rank reputation, even as another mummy starts moving again. Aries fires his poisonous flame cannon at the remaining mummy, then immediately asks Maris to heal him. Maris points out that Aries has poison healing ability, but says she cannot use it. Aries curses at the frog-like undead, while his status changes to poisoned. When Aries angrily demands to know what she said, Maris explains that poison heal takes time. If Luce is already low on health and takes damage during that delay, the party could lose its vanguard. Maris adds that using poison heal before the battle ends would also damage her magic efficiency. Aries dismisses the concern, insisting that the vanguards will not lose health that quickly and telling her not to speak in hypotheticals. Elma silently watches the argument. Aries finally backs down and addresses Maris as Miss Priest Ma'am. Elma reflects that being a healer must be difficult when the role receives such a small share of the rewards. Aries asks Maris to accept his position and promises to take the blame if something terrible happens, drawing only an uncertain okay from her. Elma recognizes Aries' method as a carrot-and-stick attempt to win Maris over. Maris still repeats that she cannot use the requested treatment. Maris calmly asserts that a healer must decide whom to heal, and she will accept responsibility and apologize for that decision. She then makes her priority clear. Even if others laugh at her, she will protect her friends first and takes pride in doing so. Elma admits that he had mistaken Maris for nothing more than a dark healer and realizes he misunderstood her. The party regroups as the tension begins to ease. Luz says that she once thought Maris was frightening, but now sees a kind and passionate girl instead. Elma responds internally by resolving to conserve as much of his magic as possible. The party has just finished a dungeon battle, leaving several bandaged monsters scattered across the stone floor. Experience notifications show hundreds of points gained as Elma and Luz remain standing. Maris approaches while Aries looks on and complains that, in the end, the others took everything. Maris checks whether the injured members are recovering, and the party answers that they are fine, with potions enough for the rest. Luz spots a strange item on the floor. It is a zombie mushroom worth 400,000 gold, a fragrant material whose poison turns insects and small animals into zombies. Aries wonders whether it is possessed and questions the abnormal drop rate. Elma examines the mushroom and recognizes it as an alchemy material, although he wonders who would buy something so dangerous. Aries gives him an irritated, silent stare. When Maris asks what Aries is talking about, addressing him as Keltson, he says he has lost interest in her and dismisses her as a second-rate healer before ending the exchange. Aries accuses Elma and Luz of being family and claims he can see through their excuses and their scheme to delay his healing. He then complains that being treated like an outcast is unbearable. Aries warns them not to make an enemy of someone as well known as him. Maris silently wonders whether his complaints are really an attempt to bribe them. Aries asks everyone to set aside their differences and get along, but Maris angrily starts asking how he dares speak that way while calling him Keltson again. Maris insists that she is responsible for people's lives as a healer. Aries says he is satisfied with that, then explains that large-scale requests pay the healer roll a special reward from the guild. Aries argues that everyone is risking their life and says he understands wanting to receive a little more than the others. Maris refuses to let him involve her in that arrangement. Aries asks why Maris is suddenly so fired up and mocks the naive thinking that somehow carried her to C rank. Then he calls out that the collecting is finished and the party should move. Elma looks worried and murmurs a name that sounds like Mabel. The party gathers in the corridor, but the person he addresses remains unidentified. As the group moves on, Maris explains that healers often face situations where negotiation is crucial. If a healer is underestimated, she says, the game is already over. Maris calls it an unwavering rule for healers to hide their true feelings even when they face hostility. Elma and Luz walk together in a quiet reaction beat. The narration praises Maris' toughness as something forged by fighting as a healer. Elma promises not to say anything unnecessary, Luz says she understands, and Maris gestures for silence. The party passes a corridor lined with angelic statues. Aries studies the guild map and complains that the route is roundabout and annoying. Elma calls it a strange path. The route notes explain that many monsters have already leaked out of the Cemetery of Sorrows, so the thorough route may be meant to thin them out. The map marks a meeting point, non-existent passages, and monster locations including 4 mad dogs, 3 mashy llamas, and 4 white bats. Elma studies the layout and notices that the route circles around certain places. Elma says the map's criteria are unclear, and its information is not very accurate. Aries points out that there are still plenty of markings, and then calls the guild reckless for expecting them to trust the map. Aries warns that they will either get lost or be caught between monsters, even though the route can bypass those monsters easily. He proposes the shortest path to the meeting point. Aries calls Elma a stubborn kid and asks why he cannot understand that a safe and reliable approach is not a bad thing. He also demands to know whether they plan to ignore the mission requirements. Elma says he understands the desire to consider the guild, while Maris reminds them that sometimes they have to compromise. Elma admits that the map has suspicious points and leaves the route selection to Aries. Aries says Elma should have said that from the beginning. The group reaches a ruined, overgrown stone archway deeper in the dungeon. Elma agrees to go straight, but the route immediately becomes confusing. Aries calls the map terrible and denies responsibility, while Elma points out that Aries had said the route was right earlier. Aries admits that they have been wandering back and forth, left and right. Elma suggests returning to the original path, and Aries answers by telling Mr. Heavy Knight to turn left next. Luce reacts uneasily as the party continues. Aries bristles at the suggestion that he has no sense of direction, insists the route is left from there, and blames the guild for producing such a confusing map. The walls become a display of skulls. The group enters a huge chamber lined with bones, and Luce lets out a frightened cry at the sight. Luce says the scene will probably appear in her dreams for a while. Elma calmly explains that this is a famous scene from the game, then clarifies that it has nothing to do with the mysterious anomaly. Aries says he is more afraid of following a wall into a dead end than he is of a wall of bones. Even so, the group is warned that it would be better to turn back before monsters arrive. Aries again calls the map terrible and says it is not his fault. Elma concludes that the problem is more a guild mishap than Aries' fault, although the fragmented testimonies explain some errors, and this one clearly stands out. The party pauses in the bone-lined chamber. Elma looks uneasy as the ominous chamber closes around them. He can only hope that nothing happens. The black-haired archer decides that the party should return to the original route for now. He blames the Adventurers Guild for doing a lousy job and clearly has no intention of letting the mistake go. Over the map, the party reasons that the alternate path should still lead to their meeting point. They also realize that if this map is unreliable, their original route could look suspicious too. The blonde armored man can only say that he hopes that is true. The archer then vows that the guild will answer for the trouble once he gets home. As the party moves on, someone asks whether the archer will take the front this time. They add that an agile hunter should lead, leaving him visibly unsettled. Luce Rubis reflects that she first thought Celt was frightening, but perhaps he is only clumsy. She's beginning to feel a strange camaraderie with him, although her thought trails off. The archer tells everyone to wait. Fur-clad archer then warns that a monster is coming, and the party turns toward the danger. The warning leaves the group braced in the skull-lined chamber, and their startled reaction confirms that something is approaching. A huge shadow steps out of the doorway. First its bare foot appears, then a stitched hand and weapon, making the threat feel closer with every step. The black-haired archer grips his weapon while the party advances cautiously. Even the tight details of the moving threat keep the group on edge. The monster finally stands revealed as a stitched humanoid with 3 arms and multiple weapons. The archer recoils when he sees what is waiting for them. Luce Rubis cries out and asks what the monster is. Game-style panel identifies it as a level 67 3-armed Grim Reaper patchwork with full health and mana. Elma identifies the enemy as a 3-armed Grim Reaper, a sentry from the Graveyard of Sorrows that appears in this dungeon. The dungeon is vast, and 20 adventurers entered it at once, giving the monster plenty of possible targets. The narration explains that the creature roams in search of adventurers, making the party's arrival at a dead end feel like rotten luck. Its presence is part of the dungeon's horror. Patchworks are extremely slow, so the normal answer is to run rather than fight. Unfortunately, Heavy Knight and Priestess classes also move slowly, making escape much harder for this party. Luce Rubis and the dark-haired woman flee with the others. A hand closes around a sword, signaling that someone is preparing for a battle they may not be able to avoid. Elma makes the decision for them and says they will have to take the monster down. The black-haired archer reacts as though that is the worst possible answer. The dark-haired woman and Luce Rubis show their alarm as the party faces the advancing Grim Reaper. As the monster closes in, Elma orders Celt to get behind him and asks him not to take the situation personally. He points out that Celt's lack of speed is the reason they have to fight, and Celt protests. The Grim Reaper lunges across the corridor, drawing a cry from Elma and the others. Celt is knocked or forced across the floor, and he tells the party to escape if they can. Celt insists that he is not to blame, and argues that even one survivor is better than none. When he looks back at the poised monster, all he can manage is a confused question. Elma is already wounded, sweating as he grips his sword while a fallen armored teammate lies nearby. The battle is still raging around them. Fresh blow sends Elma crashing across the courtyard stones, and he cries out as the attack leaves him barely able to move. Luz realizes that another patchwork enemy has appeared, turning an already dangerous fight into an even worse crisis. Elma says the wound hurts badly. Dark-haired teammate calls the second enemy terrible news, while Ares recognizes that the monster pool is responsible. The team orders Luz to distract the Reaper targeting Elma's and tells the healer to hurry and treat him. Muscular teammate insists that reaching Elma's is impossible, while another Reaper blocks the way. The dark-haired teammate agrees that she cannot get through, then warns that Elma's will run away again if he recovers. As he crawls across the stones, she angrily says that anyone who ignores a companion should be ready to be ignored in return. Ares admits that some of Elma's behavior was rude, but says it was not an actual crime. Still, he warns that losing even one member makes the situation grim. The team answers that they can manage, although Ares says they must trust the wounded teammate to stay. Luz suggests that 4 people working together may be able to handle 2 Reapers. Luz admits that the plan is easier to say than to carry out. Ares responds that he will take command, and Luz asks how they can get through the patchwork ahead. Ares braces behind his shield as Luz hesitates over the plan, repeating that taking command is easy to say. A sudden step marks the start of his advance. Luz launches forward with her weapon, using a forceful step attack to break into the enemy's space. She keeps pressing the muscular Reaper, while another hostile figure and the wounded Elma's remain in the courtyard. Her strike connects with a violent impact. Luz continues drawing the enemy's attention, but Elma's protests that the others are being foolish and asks why they are risking themselves for him. The dark-haired teammate explains that Elma's is a kind person, but not someone blind to reality. When someone is in trouble, she says, he reaches out first, so his actions were never a betrayal. Luz tells Elma's that this is simply the kind of person he is, leaving him staring back in stunned silence. Luz says she is not as kind or principled as Ares. If the wounded teammate runs away again and causes more trouble, she warns, her poisoned knife will find his back. The wounded teammate can only give a weak reaction from the stone floor as the party's argument continues around him. Ares warns that every dungeon can hide unusually strong rare monsters, then objects that the party should not be fighting 3-armed Grim Reapers. With 2 enemies present, the others say, defeating them would cost lives, and they may not all return. The dark-haired teammate agrees that their current party cannot win against monsters of this level. The dark-haired teammate protests that Ares cannot handle one alone. Ares orders her to heal the wounded fighter first and deal with the second Reaper with the others. He explains that holding the enemy's attention is exactly a heavy knight's duty. Ares says it would be crueler to make Luz, with her low defense, keep fighting while also covering for the wounded teammate. Even as he explains the choice, he remains locked in combat with the Reaper. The weapons collide at speed. The dark-haired teammate accepts Ares' command, while Ares keeps the enemy focused on him and Luz moves to support the new formation. The muscular Reaper lunges at Ares with both swords raised, committing to the duel. Luz races through the arena as Ares braces in the foreground, ready to stop the charging enemy. Ares' counterattack knocks the Reaper to the ground. He advances with a heavy step while the fallen enemy cries out. Standing over the fallen Reaper, Ares declares that its opponent is him and claims sole responsibility for holding it back. Elma's bursts into the arena fight and drives his sword through the opening attack, then marks the strike as his first swing. The patchwork monster absorbs the blow, but Elma's immediately begins his second swing and cuts across the creature as it falls. Elma's calls the next attack his third and final ordinary swing. A magic circle forms around the monster as he raises his sword for the finishing sequence. He adds the death sword to the assault, sending a huge arc through the arena while his grip tightens and the attack gathers force. Elma's completes the sweeping cut, but the patchwork monster is still standing behind him. It raises its weapons and immediately counters. Elma's launches another death sword sequence, identifying it as the fourth sword swing. He explains that the monster's 3 arms become 4 ready sword attacks when the death sword is added, while Luz warns him never to stay in one place for more than a second, and Elma's orders her toward the opponent's left side. Elma's admits that this is a terrible monster to fight. The fourth attack is a close-range magic skill with fast activation and overwhelming power. To contain that threat, Elma's assigns the other 2 teammates to handle offense and tells everyone else to focus on defense instead of attacking. Luz and the others reposition across the skull-lined arena while the monster keeps advancing. Its swords sweep forward, forcing the team to avoid a direct exchange. Luz flips away from the attack and confirms that she understands. Elma's answers by committing himself to give the battle everything he has. The black-haired swordsman recoils as the monster closes in, and he panics while he and Luz rush across the arena to escape the pressure. A long-haired woman joins the defense and offers her help. Projectiles strike the patchwork monster, but it keeps both swords ready. The monster is feared because of its high stats and continuous close-range damage. Its weakness is that it moves slowly and has no long-range skills, but running away is still a poor tactic against it. The team's current method will take time, and that is acceptable for the moment. Elmas realizes that the real problem is on his end. Elmas re-enters the exchange and cuts into the monster, but the patchwork fighter parries and answers with a relentless chain of sword arcs. Elmas follows with another sweeping death sword strike, cutting across the monster's body. The counterforce drives Elmas behind his shield. Before he can recover, the patchwork monster activates its own death sword and turns the fourth attack against him. The barrage continues until Elmas is thrown across the arena. Luz cries out for him as his shield falls away and the monster looms over the fight. The hulking stitched opponent drives Elmas low in the skull-lined arena, forcing the armored knight to fight from one knee. Elmas groans as the twin-bladed brute charges again, but he keeps his eyes on the attack. While Elmas steadies himself, Luz watches the exchange with wide-eyed shock. Elmas surges through crackling energy with half-dead Savage Dragon, turning the monster's pressure into a counterattack. He traps the stitched opponent between crossing blades and tells it that the conditions for defeating it are already in place, while Luz recognizes the opening. Elmas sweeps his sword through the brute, then calls for them to settle the fight as the opponent collapses. The stitched opponent rises into another exchange, but Elmas's charged slash knocks it back and sends it airborne. Elmas follows with another strike, shouting for another hit, and keeps pressing before the opponent can recover. Counterattack slams Elmas backward, drawing a pained groan, but the armored knight quickly regains his position. With another battle cry, Elmas rushes back in and cuts into the stitched monster again. Elmas explains that the first condition was managing his HP so he could activate half-dead Savage Dragon, and that defeating the patchwork required several conditions. The duel stays locked at sword range as Elmas maintains the pressure and prepares the next part of his plan. After the transition, Elmas activates Death Sword and drives the attack through the patchwork across the arena. He explains that the other condition is to chip down the patchwork's HP while forcing it to spend its MP in battle. The status display shows the three-armed Reaper at 90 of 228 HP and 12 of 66 MP. Elmas notes that Death Sword costs 18 MP, so the patchwork can use it only 3 times at most. With Death Sword no longer available, Elmas declares that the attack cannot be used now, then lands the finishing blow. The game awards 4349 experience points, raises him from level 64 to 66, and he marks the victory as one opponent down. The next clash is already greatsword in a skull-lined arena. A heavily built swordsman staggers under a rain of arrows, while Luz Rubus and the other fighters keep the patchwork surrounded. The wounded enemy twists through their attacks, trading rapid sword strikes with the group. Luz lunges again, and another fighter closes in to keep the pressure on. Dark-haired woman calls for the fighter addressed as Celt to take over, warning that Luz is already at her limit. The dark-haired man fires back that she becomes vicious when she drops her sheep's clothing, then insists that hunters do not work that way, and that diverting the enemy is all he can manage. Elmas admits that he could run away right now, and says the others should be grateful he is still standing with them in such a deadly fight. He adds that he will use his fleeing hair to escape if the situation leaves him no choice, then recognizes how heavily the battle is taxing Luz. The dark-haired woman warns that their MP will soon be gone. She notes that the patchwork has only one death sword shot left, while its status reads 96 out of 228 HP and 30 out of 66 MP. They have already cut its HP below half, but the group is close to being wiped out. Luz launches another sweeping blow, but the dark-haired man sees that she cannot dodge the next attack. He shouts her name and warns that this is bad. The patchwork catches her in the counterattack and leaves her sprawled on the arena floor. Elmas realizes he cannot reach Luz in time and shouts for her to run. The dark-haired man can only click his tongue as the enemy's attack bears down, while Elmas moves to intervene and says he may be shameless, but he will not act like an ungrateful jerk. A dark-haired fighter retreats across the arena as the exchange turns desperate. Luz is knocked down again. Unseen speaker mocks the party, saying that higher-ranked adventurers tend to be unpleasant and laughing at the attempt to save someone who had already abandoned them. The speaker warns that anyone aiming for B rank should watch themselves in the future. The patchwork unleashes Death Sword. Luz cries out for Celt as the attack tears across the arena, but the opening lets Elmas drive a powerful counterstrike into the enemy. Elmas then tells the ally who created that opening that he did a good job. The finishing blow pays off. Elmas receives a notice that he has gained 2,478 experience points, while the arrow-riddled patchwork collapses. The dark-haired woman kneels over the fallen fighter and cries that Celt is not moving. Luz blames herself, admitting that her impatience caused him to fall, while another injured fighter wonders why someone so self-centered would have made that choice. The dark-haired woman calls for Celt again, but he gives no response. Elma says he understands what Celt is thinking. The dark-haired woman protests that one of their comrades has just died and demands to know why Elmas is acting so calm. Her confusion leaves her staring at him with only a stunned question. Elmas explains that no one can blame him. If the magic had struck the wrong spot, he would have died, so he chose the method most likely to keep him alive. He adds that if Celt had not feigned unconsciousness, Elmas might have reconsidered his opinion of him. The survivors finally understand the trick. Elmas says Celt is alive, and the status panel identifies the hunter's skill Fake Death, which lets its user appear unconscious after taking heavy damage. The dark-haired woman is relieved that the fighter everyone feared dead is still one of them, even as Elmas calmly explains why the collapse was deliberate. Elma's Edvan refuses to act shamelessly. In the skull-filled chamber, the narration explains that always yielding invites others to take advantage, while always stealing the final blows creates resentment. A hunter must decide whether to finish an enemy or yield the kill. The narration suggests that the blonde armored man, expecting to be disliked anyway, decided he might as well take everything. It adds that he wanted to repay the debt he had created. Luz Rubis bows and thanks Elmas. A rushing movement leaves the skull-decorated floor empty as someone calls out to an unseen person as Keltson. Luz thanks Elmas again, and Elmas explains that he simply did not want to remain indebted to someone like her. Elmas says he will not apologize for going for finishing blows. He tells anyone who dislikes his methods to find a stable party where they can act like close friends, even if that lowers the party's efficiency, because that is how he does things. Ares admits he was only wondering what Elmas would say. Elmas begins another thought, then apologizes for running from a fight they could have won. He calls it bad judgment and admits that dragging the whole party down was his fault. The dark-haired robed woman addresses Elmas as Elmas and asks whether he defeated the patchwork alone. She wonders if he is really a normal adventurer, especially since a heavy knight should not have much attack power. Ares says he has rare skills and credits the mithril sword he carries. The woman wonders whether Elmas has been stronger than the person she calls Keltson all along, admitting that she never expected him to come help them. Ares says he had heard how to deal with a patchwork, and Elmas tells the woman, whom he calls priestess, that she says whatever comes to mind. The item window identifies Breaker as a level 60 greatsword with 30 points of attack and a market value of 14 million G. It was formerly wielded by the patchwork warrior, and its length and weight give it tremendous power. The party says it understands, while its members insist they will not change their ways or pretend to play nice. Ares looks toward the greatsword lying on the stone floor. He wonders aloud whether they really received another drop. Elmas asks Luz whether she has a skill that increases luck. A sudden strike crosses the foreground as Elmas protects her. When Ares asks what Elmas is doing, he thanks him and says Luz could have been in serious trouble without that protection. Ares explains that he could land the finishing blow on his side of the patchwork, only because the others had drawn its attention first. Elma says he was barely involved in that fight. Luz says she was only repaying her debt by protecting someone, and Elmas asks whether that is meant as a dig at him. Ares insists that was not his intention and tells everyone to keep moving. As Elmas walks ahead, his thoughts complain that watching the party's naive way of doing things makes him feel sick. He then calls out to Celt and asks whether something is still there. Elmas warns the party not to move too far ahead because he will not be able to block a magic attack coming their way. He calls the others clueless and declares that the experienced and attentive member should take the lead. The corridor falls quiet. Luz calls Elmas a cute uncle though she admits he is a little twisted. Despite having little HP or MP left, the party decides to continue toward the meeting point. Elma points out a horde of monsters on the left and orders everyone not to make noise. He directs them straight ahead as 3 thuds mark their movement. A wolf-like monster, a slime-like creature, and a bat-like shape occupy the threatening corridor while Elma watches from the wall. Elma reveals that he possesses enhanced hearing, 6th sense, and soft steps. With soft steps helping him as a scout, he says it may be safer to keep some distance from the others. The dark-haired woman apologizes for speaking without thinking. Elma says he could not have revealed those abilities earlier because showing his hand would have forced him into the vanguard, and he would not have survived. The woman wishes he had told them beforehand, while the narration notes that people hide their strengths and weaknesses. Ares addresses Elma and says that this time he will take the fall. Elma admits he never expected Ares to kill the monster alone, then confesses that acting petty towards someone so impressive in the party makes him feel foolish. Ares says defeating the monster was not easy. Elma admits he is jealous of people who can fight boldly and confidently. And the blonde armored man suddenly declares that he will not let anyone have the person he calls Elma-san, prompting the dark-haired woman to ask how he reached that conclusion. The exchange ends in a startled impact. Elma wears a smug expression while Ares holds loose and asks what is wrong. Elma suddenly says that his 6th sense has responded. When the dark-haired woman asks about 6th sense, Elma explains that the skill occasionally reveals the positions of dangerous monsters or items. Elma smiles at the result and announces that a rare item is nearby. Inside the dungeon, Elma's Edvan suggests prioritizing the meeting with the rest of the party. Ares favors heading there because he expects few monsters, while Elma leaves the decision to the group and Luce asks Ares to lead. Elma is surprised by Ares' choice, admitting that he expected the safer route. Ares explains that the object may be an adventurer's belongings, so he wants to retrieve it if that is possible. Ares starts to add something, and Elma gives him a questioning look. Ares suddenly drops the subject, while Elma says the answer is something they can find out immediately. Elma leads them to a section of the dungeon and points out a large faceted gem embedded in the floor. He asks what kind of gem it is. Elma admits he did not expect the object to be rare. Luce says it looks extremely valuable, though she cannot tell what it is used for, and notes that it differs from a magic stone. Ares urgently warns Elma not to touch the gem, but Elma asks what is wrong as his hand reaches toward it. The warning comes too late. Elma's reaching hand makes contact, and the gem snaps. The sharp snap echoes again in the close view of the gem and the hands around it. The party stares in shock at what just happened. Ares drives his sword down into the gem or the stone beside it, trying to contain the danger. Elma shouts at Ares for damaging the valuable item. Ares explains that the gem is probably responsible for abnormalities in some dungeons. He says powerful magic stones can form when high-level adventurers and monsters leave behind mana sources that overwhelm a dungeon's capacity. Ares reiterates that this gem is likely the cause of the dungeon abnormality. The item is identified as a morning trapezohedron worth 25 million gold. It is created from high-purity dark mana and monster souls through necromancy, carries a strong grudge, invites disasters when uncovered, and is difficult to store. The explanation adds that a morning trapezohedron is a magic stone whose purity has been artificially increased. The party realizes that maliciously leaving such items inside dungeons could explain the sudden rise in abnormalities. Ares says that now the truth has surfaced, the situation is going to change dramatically. A gesture like Luce, the long-haired Maris and Elma fall silent, staring at the gem and the implications of what they have found. Ares reasons that whoever brought the item this far would never allow themselves to be captured so easily, and says they will make a move. As the party moves through the passage, Ares calls out, and another party member says a scream can be heard in the distance. Everyone reacts as the danger draws closer. Elma warns that something is approaching with footsteps moving at an unbelievable speed. Elma identifies the direction as the meeting point. Ares admits they should have gone there first, while Ares confirms that the approaching creature is a wandering lord, and Elma calls the idea ridiculous. The group concludes that the meeting place is lost and may have to run. Ares explains that a wandering lord can track human mana, and the dungeon's detours will not stop it from catching them. Elma panics at the thought of a wandering lord already being loose, warning that it would be a disaster and insisting there is no way that can be true. Ares says there is one more thing worrying him, leaving Elma to react in alarm. When the group asks whether they can face the threat, Ares answers firmly that they cannot. Ares compares the fast footsteps with the known night bones in this dungeon. Those monsters are giant skeletons, and their strength is high attack power, not speed. He concludes that this night bone must have evolved and should be around level 85, making the party's situation even more dangerous. Elma says the sound seemed to come from a four-legged monster, then wonders what could be approaching. Maris cries that there is no way they can do anything about a creature like that, and Elma shouts in disbelief. Fortunately, the party learned about the threat early because Ares detected the danger. Ares offers to explain everything he and Luce can do, and asks the others to reveal their statuses as well. With that information, he plans to devise a strategy for defeating the Dungeon Dream Lord. Elma objects that revealing every ability would make it impossible to find a proper party later, because others would simply order him around instead of treating the group as a real team. Elma remains stunned by the proposal. Elma insists that the party cannot even scratch the Dungeon Dream Lord alone. Ares reveals that he has a skill capable of damaging it, but needs the others to create an opening so he can finish the fight. Ares singles Elma out, making clear that he is counting on him for the plan. Ares reminds Elma that he once protected Luce at the risk of his life, even though he called it a mere favor. Ares says he already sees Elma as a true teammate and asks him to lend his strength. Elma accepts Ares' leadership, saying he will trust Ares' apparent naivety and strength and listen to his orders. Maris agrees to do the same, while Ares calls them naive and clicks his tongue. With the four party members gathered together, they declare that they are going to conquer the dungeon. The party joins hands and commits to using everyone's power to the fullest. Boots pound across the stone, and a heavy clawed foot slams down as the party regroups in the corridor. Ares calls Elma's setup absurd. He says adjusting HP with a skill can raise attack to 6 times its original value, and he has never heard of a configuration like it. The black-haired woman says she knew luck-focused skill trees existed, but never saw anyone use one so extensively. Maris answers with a small, amused laugh. Ares asks whether they have any chance of winning. Then an uncertain voice addresses someone as Elma. Elma says that revealing his status let them decide on a strategy. The outlook is bleak, but he insists they must face it with everything they have. His status shows a level 66 heavy knight with 16 skill points left. Vow of the heavy armor is at 34, smoldering fang of madness at 15, and beginner swordsmanship at 5. The skill reaches 41 out of 100, unlocking protection. Its barrier remains on a target for a limited time and cuts the damage from the next attack by 30%. Elma explains that mistiming protection would waste MP, while the usual duration of a skill effect is 3 minutes. He says it also supports Smoldering Fang of Madness, Target Analysis, Half-Dead Savage Dragon, and Surviving Stronger Blows. The black-haired woman wants to heal everyone first, but her remaining MP makes that difficult. An unidentified woman proposes healing Elma and Luce one at a time. Someone refuses. Elma explains that his current HP is better, left exactly where it is. Maris asks for Luce and another ally to be healed. Elma directs the healing to Kelt for now, leaving Ares startled that he is the one being chosen. The corridor falls quiet for a moment, and everyone takes the positions agreed upon in the strategy session, with Elma's skills making the formation possible. They cannot afford a prolonged battle because one blow could kill them. Elma says they have no choice but to bring the enemy down quickly. Heavy movement echoes through the torchlit hall as the party holds formation. The approaching enemy seems more speed-oriented than the Night Bones monster, though Elma sees no major change in it. Maris recoils as the threat closes in. Status window identifies the enemy as the level 85 Skull Lord, with 761 of 787 HP and 306 of 315 MP. The skull-armored monster surges forward with its weapon raised. Elma keeps assessing its speed and condition, while the attack bears down on the party. Maris flinches again as dark power gathers around Elma's sword. The title Half-Dead Savage Dragon marks the skill he is preparing to use. Elma braces behind his sword as Life Shield wraps around him. Relentless vigor crackles across his focused face, turning preparation into action. With the Skull Lord bearing down on them, Elma shouts for everyone to follow the plan. The battle is already underway in the stone hall. Elma's Edvan recognizes the Skull Lord as the four-legged monster he expected, and his knowledge of night bones lets him predict its shape and fighting style. But Elma's did not expect the Skull Lord to carry a shield. That single piece of equipment could make the difference between a quick, decisive battle and a disaster. The party needs its fatal attacks to land. Elma's warns that if the shield can deflect them in any meaningful way through the Skull Lord's defensive power, they will have no chance. As the skeletal mount charges, Luz Rubus gives the signal to attack. Ares answers with point shot, sending an arrow straight toward the Skull Lord's mount. The strike connects and jolts the skeletal rider. Ares follows with Shadow Sync, and Luz praises him as a master hunter. The wounded mount rears and roars, while Ares drops low in front of it. Luz snaps that the Skull Lord is being complacent, with an enemy right in front of it. The monster raises its shield, proving that the danger is still immediate. The party launches a combined barrage, striking the Skull Lord and its mount from multiple angles. The assault finally inflicts poison. Luz excitedly tells Elmas that she did it, then confirms that the poison worked. With the opening created, one fighter begins to explain the main goal while another agrees. The party moves into its next position, but the Skull Lord lunges at the pale-haired armored fighter. Mari's Edvan calls the Skull Lord's attention toward her, shouting for it to come over. The monster is driven toward the wall as the party keeps it under pressure. Mari's casts slow. The spell drags at the Skull Lord's movement, leaving its armored hand struggling as the effect takes hold. Luz attacks from the side, while the status display confirms the result. The Skull Lord's attack power and movement speed are down, poison is active, and its visible health has fallen to 714 out of 787. But there is a catch. Elmas explains that Dream Lord resistance weakens the debuffs, halves their duration, and makes them wear off quickly. Ares readies another arrow, and Luz steadies herself for the next exchange. Maris raises her weapon as the party closes in around the Skull Lord. Elmas draws the conclusion, this is their chance to finish the fight. Elmas shouts the order. They have only 1 minute to take the Skull Lord down. With the Skull Lord already reeling, the party throws everything it has into one all-out assault. They know this may be their last chance. 3 different debuffs have slowed the boss, but bringing it down still will not be easy. Elmas drives his sword into the Skull Lord, then follows through with another crushing strike. Steel grinds against steel as Elmas catches the monster's sweeping weapon and parries the blow. The fight races down the dungeon corridor. The Skull Lord raises its weapon, while the other skeletons and Luz keep moving behind it. The impact knocks Elmas low, and he groans through the pain. Ares thrusts in next, only to report that the shield will not let their attacks pass. Ares sends another attack after the retreating Skull Lord. The monster pulls away through the torchlit hall as the party spreads out to pursue it. The Skull Lord snarls that it will not even budge. Elma studies the fight under pressure, while Luz grips her weapon and prepares to strike again. Luz and another ally attack together, but the exchange turns against them. Elma sees Luz in danger and shouts her name. The Skull Lord's counterattack breaks through the defense. It insists the party is still failing, while Elmas curses as he is driven backward. Elmas realizes he cannot parry the next blow, but he refuses to give way. He will not let the attack break through his defense. His life shield must survive a little longer. Elmas has not seen the Skull Lord's skill yet, and he still has not found the weak point that could create a decisive opening. A black-haired woman is struck and cries out. Elmas immediately recognizes that the situation is turning worse. He orders everyone to get back and jump into the air. The Skull Lord begins a new attack as Luz, Ares, and the others react in alarm. The Skull Lord finally reveals its skill. Lightning ground impact erupts across the corridor. Lightning and debris fling the party apart, catching Elmas, Luz, and the black-haired woman in the blast. The aftershock washes the corridor in white, but the Skull Lord is still there. Even through the fading lightning, Elmas remains locked against the Skull Lord as the battle continues. The battle is still raging as the skeletal knight drives the exhausted party back. The dark-haired adventurer refuses to be finished so easily. He warns that a seasoned veteran cannot be taken down with one blow, tells the skeleton not to underestimate him, and ends with a furious insult. The impact catches him hard. He curses through the pain, but the two fighters remain locked in close combat. The Skull Lord charges again. Elma's cries out as its enormous weapon comes down, and the monster's skull fills the moment before the strike. The blow crashes through the stone and buries Elma's in rubble. As the dust settles, he realizes the Skull Lord's attack power has already returned to full. Elma's gathers himself and explains the problem. He has been parrying the boss's powerful attacks aggressively, but that tactic will not work anymore. A lightly armored hunter could never take the full force, and with disarm gone, the other debuffs will soon fade as well. Because Elma's has been a thorn in its side, the Skull Lord fixes its attention on him. Elma's realizes that the next blow is meant to finish him. Then Elma's strikes from behind while the dark-haired adventurer is down. With a defiant shout, he declares that this is the end for the Skull Lord. The dark-haired adventurer rises behind the monster and calls it careless. Even after falling directly behind it, he says, the Skull Lord never noticed him. The desperate plan becomes clear. At the instant the Skull Lord's attack hit, the adventurer used fake death and slipped out of its focus. Their debuffs were almost gone, so the party had to bring the boss down immediately. Before the fight, a healer had restored his HP to maximum, while Protect reduced the first hit's damage for 3 minutes. The trick gives Elma's a perfect opening. He recognizes the dark-haired adventurer's skill, praises him as a master, and gets a satisfied laugh in return. Elma's charges through the corridor and declares the fight over. His attack tears into the exposed Skull Lord, sending dark fragments and debris across the battlefield. The skeletal body breaks apart. Its skull shatters, and when the debris clears, the entire party is still standing around the defeated monster, battered but alive. Reward display grants Elma's 9,057 experience points and raises him from level 66 to level 71. The corridor tableau confirms that the raid party survived the impossible fight. Elma's admits that failure would have endangered most of the raid participants, perhaps even the city itself. Black-haired woman celebrates that they really won, while she and the petite blonde companion struggle to believe they defeated an opponent at a higher level. The petite blonde companion finally exhales in relief. Elma's then apologizes to the dark-haired adventurer for forcing him into such a dangerous role. If he had not escaped the lightning ground impact, Elma's explains, they would have lost their only chance to win. Elma says he never wants another battle that comes down to the wire like this one. The dark-haired adventurer agrees from the floor. The dark-haired adventurer wonders why the victory feels so strange. Elma mutters in frustration as the others smile, then admits that the feeling is not bad at all. With the dungeon battle behind them, the black-haired adventurer examines the new drop. He wonders what it is worth and says he has never seen a level 85 magic stone before. Elma estimates that the stone is probably worth around 10 million gold. The black-haired adventurer can only repeat the figure in disbelief. Elma quietly absorbs the staggering value. Ares says the raid quest reward pales beside this haul, pointing out that both Elma's and Luce Rubus are already swimming in money. Elma laughs and says Luce seems to have it all. The party notes that it is unusual to receive a drop they can use directly, even though Dream Lords tend to drop items more often. Someone observes that having the Great Fortune skill tree made the difference. The appraisal identifies the Corp's General's shield. It is recommended for level 85, grants defense plus 88, and carries a market value of 55 million gold. Its grudge will not let half-hearted attacks pass through. The dark-haired healer asks Ares whether he wishes he had forcibly landed the final hit. Ares replies that if he had aimed for a drop like that, he would not be standing there now. Ares points out that the healer also took the patchwork drop, then asks her to treat him to some booze at least. Elma confirms that he has checked the shield himself and repeats that it is worth 55 million gold. The party erupts in shock, with Ares stammering over the number while someone spits out his drink. Elma compares the new shield with his lower-level equipment. It is heavy because of the level difference, but he wants to keep it and use it to upgrade his shield of madness. Elma apologizes and asks whether he should split the reward since he landed the last hit. The wounded hunter reacts while the healer listens. The healer explains that healers receive compensation that includes things like this. Elma still says he could not provide much assistance because of his low MP, even though his level rose by 4, and insists that he is the one who should feel sorry. After a quiet transition through the dungeon corridor, the healer tells Elma that he has no obligation to give anything to that hunter. Ares answers with an irritated click of his tongue. The party agrees to meet at the guild again so they can distribute the rewards properly. Once they leave, the healer says the party is over. Elma says he is glad he got to team up with the other two because a lot happened. Ares falls silent as the healer makes the point plainly. Without Elma on their team, they could not have defeated the Skull Lord. The healer says she is glad to have teamed up with Ares, then immediately calls it a joke. Elma calls her a black-hearted priestess for saying things she does not mean, while the friendly atmosphere briefly settles over the group. But the chapter's narration warns that there are major concerns. A white transition leaves the warning hanging. The party did defeat the Dream Lord called Skull Lord in the Cemetery of Sorrows and clear the dungeon. The true nature of the dungeon anomaly was also made clear. Yet the person who maliciously orchestrated the incident must still be nearby. When the party emerges from the dungeon, an onlooker asks what happened. A wounded figure nearby shows that the danger has left lasting damage. A masked adventurer says the situation is against the rules. A bearded adventurer asks whether someone has already defeated the Dream Lord ahead of them. A battered bald adventurer asks whether they are saved, then asks if someone truly managed to defeat that monstrosity. The plaza fills with exhausted adventurers and anxious chatter. The narration reveals that those who died in the dungeon vanished along with it. Elma reacts to the news that 6 people have disappeared. The crowd confirms that 20 adventurers entered, but only 14 are present now. There is no one new among the survivors. Elma wonders whether the culprits were mixed into the group, lost their lives along the way, or escaped already. No one knows the opponent's class or level, or even the opponent's HP or MP status. Most of the people who stayed, including Elma's party, are already exhausted. The narration warns that searching for the culprit there would be too dangerous. And a blonde adventurer asks whether the people who defeated the evolved monster are present. The blonde adventurer begins asking who defeated the monster, then recognizes Elma's party. She says she felt there was something special about him. Elma says she is giving him too much credit. He explains that if even one of the other 3 had been missing, the entire party would have been helpless. The blonde adventurer asks whether they also faced the Skull Lord. She says she never expected them to defeat the monster that she could not handle. She explains that the opponent was too much for her, so she ran away to warn other adventurers. Luce cries out to her master, thanks heaven that she is safe, and asks what she would have done if her master had died. The blonde adventurer tells Luce not to overreact, though she admits that this time was genuinely dangerous. She then says Elma saved her and thanks him. She tells the group that everyone's lives there are as good as saved because of Elma's. Her gratitude leaves him tense and startled. The blonde adventurer grabs Elma's and says she is suddenly more interested in him. She wants to thank him properly the next time they meet. Elma says the Haltot Marquis family was involved, and that, at the very least, the guild was involved. The blonde adventurer concludes that this case makes it clear the dungeon disasters are being caused deliberately. At La Colina's Adventurers Inn, Mari's Edvan thanks Elma's Edvan and Luce Rubus for helping with the dungeon raid. Mari says their help has brought the investigation one step closer to the truth behind the disasters. Without them, La Colina would have faced the crisis while severely short on manpower. The discovery of the morning trapezohedron and the errors in the map have already been reported to the guild through Kalos. The mistakes were not caused by guild negligence, nor by an adventurer filing false reports for personal gain. The changes were deliberate and malicious, designed to kill as many adventurers as possible. Retreat was never simple, because leaving would have meant missing the Skull Lord's emergence, and outside the official route, the dungeon was a complete mess. Elma points out that the morning trapezohedron was buried far from the official route. Maurice then asks whether he found anything about the cause of the disaster or the map. Elma explains that the Adventurers Guild in La Colina once had a man who rose from adventurer to employee. He was an excellent worker, entrusted with many tasks, and handled most of the dungeon raid's detailed procedures by himself. However, the man's current whereabouts are unknown. The revelation makes Elma realize that the employee disappeared. Elma says he has traveled throughout the entire Nalsung Kingdom for a long time while pursuing this anomaly. Mari's thought she had finally found a decisive lead, but the suspect slipped away, leaving her frustrated. The evidence points either to the Marquis Haltad family or to a member of its faction. Elma calls that a rational conclusion, while the group considers which capable organization could orchestrate such a clandestine operation. But Elma says the real problem is the motive. Who would benefit from doing something like this? He believes the culprit will strike again, yet admits that he alone has already proven insufficient and that he cannot trust the guild. Maris tells Elmas that when the time comes, she wants him to cooperate with her. Her determined expression makes clear that this is a serious request, not a casual suggestion. Maris holds her ground and waits for his answer. Elmas agrees, saying he will gladly cooperate if she is willing to work with someone like him. Maris thanks Elmas and Luce, then says she is glad to have met them. As the meeting ends, she calls their names and sends them toward the exit. Elmas and Luce move away from the room. Luce eagerly promises that if there is anything she can do, she will definitely do it, then insists that she will help too. Maris explains that the vast Nalsung kingdom is protected by only a few hundred nobles, knights, and high-ranking adventurers. Even so, she says she is expecting great things from Elmas and Luce. After the group leaves the inn, Luce says the conversation was complicated. She understands that someone is trying to strengthen monsters and set them on La Colina, but Elmas warns that their enemy is too large to confront without definite proof. Luce asks whether the creature involved is a Zerg. Elmas explains that the Dream Lord's second evolution comes after it hunts many high-level adventurers and meets its condition for evolution. Once that evolution happens, the Dream Lord rampages, the dungeon collapses, and its monster army begins a nightmare march. It can destroy entire towns, making it the worst disaster a dungeon can produce. The group wonders whether their raid party was meant to be a sacrifice for Zerg. Elmas reaches an ornate door, and the group arrives at a wooden tavern. A cheerful young man welcomes Elmas and Luce, while Luce reacts with a nervous gulp. For the time being, the raid tragedy has been averted. But the tavern companions complain about waiting, call the woman annoying again, and say Elmas and Luce could have kept them waiting longer. Elmas notices that two of the companions seem to have become close. More troubling, an enemy is clearly present, and even that enemy's identity remains uncertain. Luce cheerfully asks if he agrees. Elmas begins to answer, then gives only a brief acknowledgement. The threat remains unresolved around the reunited group. The reunited group raises their mugs and calls it a toast to victory. The narration declares that it would not be an exaggeration to call this a huge win. Several days have passed since the Cemetery of Sorrows raid. La Colina looks peaceful, but the calm is only temporary. Luce comments on the quiet streets. Elmas explains that one wrong step during the raid could have caused a major disaster, and Luce notes that the townspeople never saw the Skull Lord themselves. That does not change the larger danger. Someone is targeting La Colina, even though the evolved Skull Lord was defeated without a major incident. Blonde-cloaked woman says the spy Kalos mentioned inside the guild was careless enough to alter maps and other records. She admits that the inconsistencies make the enemy impossible to identify. Elmas adds that the enemy does not seem afraid of being exposed, yet nobody knows where it is hiding. At the La Colina Adventurers Guild, the group sets a simpler goal for the day, choosing their next dungeon. As Elmas and Luce walk inside, they agree that becoming stronger has to come before everything else. Without that strength, their other plans mean nothing. A dark-haired guild man greets them and recognizes Elmas and Luce. He says he has heard something interesting and brings up the old saying that a good adventurer is quick to understand a situation and quick to retreat. Elmas repeats the saying, agreeing that a good adventurer must notice things quickly and know when to run. Then he asks what interesting information the man has heard. Elmas asks the man to explain. Luce reacts eagerly, but the man warns that the guild is not the right place for this conversation and urges them to leave with him. Elmas privately wonders why he is not becoming famous yet. Luce, meanwhile, observes that the dark-haired man's villainous behavior seems to suit him perfectly. In the adventurer's tavern, the man asks how much they expect to pay to enter Elmas's money-making scheme. Then he says strange things are happening around Marquis Haltad's family. The man begins by insisting that he is not trying to take advantage of them. Luce asks what strange things he means. He explains that conflict among nobles is common, but the Haltad family values ability more than blood ties. Even a young son can become a candidate for family head, and a distant relative can rise when circumstances change. That flexibility has split the family into factions fighting over the next head. Man says rumors of internal betrayal are already spreading, and that the current head even tolerates casualties as part of the family's struggle. The eldest child of the current family head is identified as Snow Haltod, a genius swordsman known for being calculating, ruthless, and nearly silent. The dark-haired man says he understands her desperation in the succession battle. Elma calls the situation suspicious. He reasons that the unruly candidate's faction could be creating the disturbances in order to seize control, then clenches his fist as the idea takes shape. Elma asks whether the succession story is all the man wanted to discuss. Man tells them not to be surprised, then reveals that the guild is hiding a rare dungeon just outside the city. Luce repeats the words in disbelief. Man confirms that the dungeon could become a small fortune, but warns that they are only B-rank adventurers, and that such places normally require A-rank adventurers or higher. The warning leaves Elma's and Luce silent. Man says he still reached out because he believed Elma's might handle the dungeon well, and the table rattles as the conversation grows tense. Elma's asks for the dungeon's name. When the man calls it the Tower of Mythical Beasts, the whole group reacts in shock. The tavern staff notices the commotion. Luce reminds Elma's that this was supposed to stay secret, and Elma's apologizes. Elma's explains that rare dungeons are like bonus stages from the game, appearing only once in a great while and drawing fierce competition from high-level adventurers. The dark-haired man says he never planned to enter, then questions why the name is so surprising. Elma explains that the tower is filled with rare, elusive monsters and valuable drops, with 5 random monster types appearing inside. Luce asks whether there is a specific item they want, then wonders if one of those monsters is a Grim Reaper. Elma confirms it. The possibility leads to a visual of the Reaper's assassin, a rare reward tied to the monster they have been discussing. Elma says the tower could provide a skill book, and that the reward would significantly increase their offensive power. The dangerous dungeon has suddenly become exactly the opportunity they were looking for. The skill tree for a clown running great fortune is too valuable to ignore. Reaper's assassin is shown as a prize worth pursuing, while the heavy knight's smoldering fang of madness tree is described as an entire tutorial's worth of abilities. At the adventurer's tavern, the light-haired armored man says Luce Rubus might even become stronger than him for a while. He explains that Reaper's assassin is a strong skill tree for any close-quarters class, but its success depends heavily on luck and fate. The light-haired man points out that Luce Rubus has extraordinary luck. Luce answers that this presents no problem for her. Luce Rubus eagerly agrees to the plan, telling Elmasan that this is exactly what makes adventuring worthwhile. The light-haired armored man announces that their next destination is the Tower of Mythical Beasts, and the black-haired man agrees. The light-haired man starts to add another condition. The black-haired man can only respond with a puzzled question. The light-haired man asks for a trustworthy adventurer skilled enough to help them, preferably someone ranked B or higher. The black-haired man answers that he lives by meticulous caution, while the light-haired man admits that taking risks is not in his nature. The light-haired man tells them to take it easy. The black-haired man agrees that getting too worked up could make them miss the moment when they should step back. The black-haired man politely declines because he has other business, and the light-haired man observes that there are not many B-rank adventurers available. The narration turns to the difficulty of finding a solo adventurer. Black-haired archer is presented as a rare example, while a healer is normally part of a fixed party and only enters alone when necessary because her work is reliably paid. The healer is contrasted with the archer, who only pretends to be a lone wolf. Light-haired man concludes that sharing rare dungeon information with unreliable adventurers would only increase the competition. With no trustworthy third party in sight, the light-haired man decides that he and Luce Rubus should go alone, and Luce happily agrees. They leave the tavern and begin the journey by horse-drawn wagon. Along the wooded road, the two travelers settle into the trip. The wagon continues through the village while the travelers rest, carrying them away from the tavern and toward the mountains. As the rocky approach comes into view, the light-haired man recognizes that the destination is still there. A location view identifies the Tower of Mythical Beasts. Bright swirling passage then carries the light-haired man and Luce Rubus into the dungeon. The game had once shown top players rushing into this dungeon and vanishing only a few minutes later, leaving the crowd outside to surge after them. Luce Rubus asks whether they can really capture the target so quickly. Light-haired man explains that rare dungeons offer great rewards, but collapse after a fixed number of monsters have been hunted, even before the Dream Lord is defeated. The black-haired man recalls that the guild had hidden the dungeon's existence. The narration warns that its monsters may already be overfarmed by adventurers trying to control the profits. The light-haired man refuses to let the chance pass. If this dungeon can yield a rare Reaper's Assassin skill book, its hidden entrance is an opportunity they cannot ignore, especially since entry has not been forbidden. Inside the Grand Hall, a rushing magical effect marks their arrival. A winged lion-like monster appears, and Luce Rubus says they had heard it was level 80. Luce Rubus reacts tensely to the monster. The light-haired man repeats the safety plan. They will not go deep, will avoid suspicious places, and will run rather than overextend against anything dangerous. Their actual target is the Grim Reaper, whose defeat can yield the Reaper's Assassin skill book. Luce agrees, then notices something impossible, a window inside the dungeon. The tower climbs through the clouds. Luce Rubus looks down and reports that the ground has disappeared from view because they are so high above it. Luce asks what is happening. Light-haired man wonders whether the tower has emerged somewhere in the world, while the narration reveals that this impossible place is part of Ulzarog's dream. Light-haired man warns Luce not to look down too much, because neither of them knows what would happen if she fell. Even the sky and clouds behave like dungeon scenery. Luce Rubus gives a startled agreement as the pair prepares to move. Luce Rubus grips her knife and braces herself. With the Grim Reaper ahead, the light-haired man declares that the hunt is about to begin. The first new threat is a Grim Reaper, a hooded monster built for wide area attacks. It can thin its spiritual form so physical strikes pass through it, and its high evasion makes it dangerous even before its attack power is considered. Elma and his companions move through a grand, statue-lined corridor. They decide to ignore the other monsters unless escape becomes difficult, and the skeletal shield-bearer acknowledges the order. A dragon-like monster blocks their path, but the group keeps moving. Elma sends it flying with shield bash, using the skeletal shield-bearer as the center of the impact. The skeletal shield-bearer orders everyone to run, and Luce answers with a nervous yes. Elma looks back after the clash, then the party disappears through the ornate passage. Once they have shaken the monsters off, Luce checks that they really escaped. Elma agrees and remarks that the Corpse General's shield proved more powerful than expected. Luce scouts around another corner, only to find a dragon-like monster waiting nearby. Elma and the skeletal shield-bearer close in behind her as the corridor turns into another tight encounter. The monster knocks Luce down, and Elma reaches toward her. She asks whether a Grim Reaper is guaranteed to appear, and Elma explains that, in the worst case, it might not appear at all. Their worst case arrives anyway. A level 66 Grim Reaper appears with full health and magic reserves. Luce spots the skill book and urgently tells Elma not to let it escape, while he answers with a startled, hesitant agreement. The Grim Reaper reacts and raises its scythe. It launches a sweeping attack across the hall, turning the floor into a storm of flying debris. Elma recognizes the opening movements of the Grim Reaper's funeral dance. The skill makes the monster spin rapidly while wielding its scythe. Elma vows to crush the skill. Even while being attacked, the Grim Reaper will not flinch or stagger during those opening movements, because funeral dance grants it a hyper-armored resilience. As the skill begins, Elma attacks first with shield bash. He understands the opening. While funeral dance is active, the Grim Reaper cannot use spectral permeation to let physical attacks pass through it. The Grim Reaper braces with its scythe, but Luce follows with stunt barrage. Her arcing assault catches the monster and drives it into a recoil it cannot avoid. Luce's attack knocks the Grim Reaper down and sends its scythe away. The dark cloak collapses across the tiles, followed by a system message awarding the party 2899 experience points. As they inspect the drop, Luce celebrates the victory with Elma. He explains that they won by exploiting the monster's other weaknesses and striking during the blind spot when spectral permeation was unavailable. With the Grim Reaper defeated, Elma turns to the remaining loot and announces that it is time to see what they received. The reward is a Soul Reaper scythe for level 60 users, with attack power 18 and a market value of 15 million gold. It slightly improves critical hit chances and can reduce an opponent's magic points on impact. Elma admits that the scythe is better than nothing, but it is not what they wanted. Luce calls it a missed drop, while Elma points out that 15 million gold is still a lot of money. In the end, he concedes that the result is no good. High above the clouds, a towering structure rises into view, its reflection hanging beneath it like a second world. Inside the tower, Elma's Edvan and his party are already locked in battle with a horned, cloaked Grim Reaper. The monster laughs as the fighters close in. Elma's answers with Dragon Slayer, driving his attack through the clash and forcing the Grim Reaper back. The impact leaves him straining against the monster's weapon. The Grim Reaper counters with spectral permeation, sweeping through the fight as the jester-like ally reacts in alarm. Someone refuses to let the attack pass uncontested. Elma clicks his tongue as Shadow Stomp tears across the floor, then spots the opening. He tells the party that they can now take advantage of the Grim Reaper's blind spots. When the monster's weapon presses close, Elma taunts the Grim Reaper and asks what is wrong. Its strikes, he says, have no real power behind them. The Grim Reaper swings again, raising its polearm and cutting through the space between the fighters. The jester-like fighter charges in with a cry, while Elma watches with a confident smile. She presses the attack across the tiled floor. Her stunt barrage crashes into the Grim Reaper and throws it across the room. The monster cries out as the party finishes the third hunt and receives a flood of experience, enough to raise Elma's from level 71 to 72. Elma explains that the monster cannot use spectral permeation against magic attacks. Because the skill is so difficult to deal with in battle, he says it might have been better to hire someone with a mage class. Elma adds that Grim Reapers move quickly and have small hitboxes, so every attack demands precision and MP. Luz understands the problem and says they have no choice but to cut the monsters down this way. Elma points out that this was already their third Grim Reaper and asks whether Luz has grown used to hunting them. Luz admits that she has, and says she can now attack more freely because she has learned the right range. Searching every room inside the tower is difficult, and Elma is growing impatient for one of the monsters to drop a skill book. The party suddenly reacts to something on the floor. The drop is a Soul Reaper Scythe, a level 60 weapon worth 15 million gold. It adds attack power, slightly improves the chance of critical damage, and can reduce an opponent's MP when it hits. Luz asks why they keep getting the wrong reward, and Elma realizes it is the third unwanted scythe already. He tells her to calm down because the item is still worth 15 million gold, then reminds her that her great fortune should eventually bring them the skill book. Elma insists that they still have a chance, but the party has to conserve MP. They have already been lucky to defeat 3 of these monsters, and missing the chance to obtain the Shinigami's assassin skill makes the wasted effort sting even more. Elma repeats that they cannot keep fighting every monster, and the party needs a way to avoid battles without spending skills. Then a croak draws their attention to a small crowned creature on the floor. The creature is not ordinary prey. Its status identifies it as Wealthy Merchant Lana, a level 90 monster with full health and 135 MP. Elma immediately tells Luz to hunt Lana. He orders her to approach without spooking the monster and wait for an opening, but Luz points out that this is exactly the opposite of his earlier advice. The party moves through the tower's rocky exterior and rushes onward, turning the search for a skill book into another carefully planned pursuit. With weapons ready, they race up the stairs after the next target. Crowned frog-like creature blocks Luz and Ares in the tiled hall. When it suddenly surges forward, Ares shouts Luz's name and orders her to run. The creature races after them. Ares studies its strange running style and body shape, then wonders how it can move so fast. The chase throws Luz into the air as the creature crosses the hall at impossible speed. Facing the target, Luz begins her dice thrust, and the attack jolts the creature's gem-like body. Luz crashes down after the thrust, groaning as the creature slips away. Ares calls out to ask if she is all right, and the creature answers with another mocking ribbit. Ares checks on Luz again while she lies on the floor. Luz apologizes, saying she finally had a chance to be useful, but missed it. Ares explains that these wide Tower of Mythical Beasts corridors make their old tactics against Golden Lana useless. The creature's speed is 244, twice Luz's, and even getting close enough to attack it was an achievement. Luz insists that her blade almost reached the creature, then questions whether their whole approach was reckless. Ares admits he thought they might have a chance with her, and apologizes. Ares lays out the problem. Luz would need 3 consecutive 6s with dice thrust to finish the creature, and even then its high endurance might keep it standing. Its visible status is still full at 22 out of 22. As they move deeper, Ares realizes they have come quite far into the tower. Luz scans the corridor, and a long-haired figure suddenly watches them from the foreground. Ares agrees that they should backtrack toward the entrance, leaving the party in a tense silence. A woman's voice reveals that she had told the guild to keep this matter quiet. Then a horned armored woman steps forward and says that rats always find a way in. The horned armored woman challenges the intruders for speaking of the young lady so casually. She calls them worthless adventurers and orders them to retreat at once. The page identifies the horned woman as the eldest child of the current head, a ruthless person willing to use any means necessary. Ares sees the confrontation differently, recognizing a chance to investigate its connection to the case he is pursuing. Ares asks whether the order comes from the Marquis family, pointing out that a guard should have been placed at the front from the beginning. The horned woman calls him imprudent, but Ares privately judges that she may not have the authority she claims, and that this sounds like a young lady's outburst. Luz looks alarmed as Ares reaches toward the confrontation. The horned woman turns to her companion and calls her by a name that the page does not establish in the registered caste. The horned woman says people blinded by greed and ignorant of their place will never listen. She warns that disobeying without permission will leave them meaninglessly losing their lives. Ares concedes that his wording lacked grace and apologizes, while the women insist that they are going out of their way to warn the party and that he should be grateful. The horned woman presents the warning as kindness, telling the party to consider both the hidden presence of a bear dungeon and the warning itself as a sign of goodwill from Lady Snow. She threatens the party when they dare to call that warning interference. When Ares draws his sword, the horned woman remarks on it. Ares says they will not get this opportunity again and asks her for guidance, making Luz cry out in surprise. The woman answers that no ruffian adventurer will intimidate her. The horned woman keeps her spear raised while Ares and Luz face her. The warning has become an unresolved armed standoff. In the Grand Hall, Elma's Edvan faces an armored blonde spear wielder, while Luz Rubus watches nearby. Their party is about to confront the Marquis Harlord family, and one voice nervously questions whether that is really safe. The armored woman insists that the family head is not involved. Elma's explains that the Harlord side knows it lacks legitimacy, which is why it has resorted to such heavy-handed measures. He begins to add one more point. Luz says they cannot retreat here, but Elma's refuses to give up because the skill book they came for is too valuable. The armored woman lunges at Elma's and vows to teach him his place, her focused expression showing that the duel has turned serious. She scoffs and immediately clashes weapons with Elma's, testing whether the supposed drifter can withstand her opening assault. The armored woman calls Elma's a drifter and argues that someone at his level should at least be B rank. If he truly came from La Colina, she says, she would already have heard of him. Elma's asks whether that exchange of blows was enough for her. She answers with outrage, warning him not to look down on her. The armored woman presses forward again, while Elma's answers with the fortress breaker technique and keeps his footing through the rapid exchange. She thrusts with a technique called helmet piercer, but the result shocks her before the attack can settle. Elma's calmly reveals that he has acquired the fundamentals of swordsmanship, then knocks the armored woman down while remaining on his feet behind his skeletal shield. She calls the outcome impossible. In her view, a mere adventurer should not have an answer to such a sequence of attacks, yet she refuses to embarrass her lady any further and pauses to reassess. Elma's watches in silence as the armored woman gathers herself, and the next impact draws a harsh cry from her. Her shock returns when Elma's unleashes a sweeping sword wave across the hall. The armored woman accuses Elma's of using a skill, then is driven backward by the force of the attack. She answers with the blade of holy light. Elma's grits through the pressure as he meets the glowing strike and braces to parry it. Elma's counters with shield bash, smashing into her defense. As the fragments scatter, he recognizes that her possession of the blade of holy light likely makes her a defensive class holy knight. The armored woman crashes to the floor, then declares that she will get serious from this point onward. She insists that Elma's chose the wrong skill, refusing to accept that he was simply holding back. After admitting that she underestimated him, the armored woman begins another objection, but then decides to leave the duel at that. Composed woman explains that the armored fighter fell behind in raw swordsmanship and was also surpassed in a fight using skills. She says there is no reason to hold the others back anymore, but the armored woman protests that this would ruin their reputation. The composed woman makes the situation clear. Elma's did not choose the wrong skill. He was trying to avoid unnecessary damage inside the dungeon, and holding him back any longer would only worsen their position. With the duel over, Elma's, the armored woman, the composed woman, and Lu stand separated across the grand hall. Elma's realizes that the composed woman is more receptive to conversation than he initially thought. Lu stares in stunned silence, then marvels that the quiet girl has finally spoken. Still sweating from the duel, Snow admits she never expected to lose a one-on-one fight. She realizes the mistake was in how she approached the battle. As a small gesture-like girl approaches across the hall, the one-eyed woman argues that the clash cannot be helped. It was only supposed to be a pretense, but her own side was the one that picked the fight. The woman apologizes terribly to Lady Snow. The blonde armored adventurer admits that he never imagined an ordinary adventurer could give him this much trouble at his level. The jester-like girl watches as the blonde adventurer addresses Snow Holot. He has heard the rumors about her arrogant, overbearing attitude, but Snow decides that the party has at least reached the minimum strength needed to enter the dungeon. Snow tempers that judgment with a warning. She tells the one-eyed woman to remember that this was only a taste, because Snow has not even begun to show what she can really do. Snow lunges with her spear before finishing the threat. The one-eyed woman cries out, while the jester-like girl and the blonde adventurer silently absorb the sudden attack. The blonde adventurer understands that Snow is thinking about the people involved. Even so, he warns that becoming too eager to win their approval would cost his group their standing as nobles. Snow wonders whether she went too far or acted rudely. The one-eyed woman answers that nobles have to display their authority, and Snow acknowledges the point. Their conversation then turns to the head's concern that Snow's achievements are matched by a difficult personality. Snow calls the encounter only a small fight, though she admits the other woman got the better of her this time. She finally tells the woman she is free to move as she likes and will no longer be bothered. The blonde adventurer offers only a hunch. He suspects Snow acts prickly so no one will look down on her, using that attitude to control the competition among the other candidates for head. Watching Snow and the one-eyed woman together, the blonde adventurer wonders whether the two of them are related. He still finds it hard to imagine Snow being involved in the earlier incident. Rumors say she's been completing dungeon after dungeon, leveling up and raising her rankings, and Snow now has Isabella ask for his name. Snow calls the blonde adventurer out, credits him for fighting well, and demands his name. When she asks if he is Elma, she remembers that name from the party that cleared a raid quest, and he realizes who she is. The one-eyed woman asks everyone to wait. The blonde adventurer remains grateful that a lady of Snow's standing is looking out for him, but says they will leave if there is nothing more the group needs from them. The one-eyed woman tries to thank them for considering her circumstances and for being so considerate. She keeps hesitating, unable to finish the formal sentence. Snow recognizes that the woman is not used to speaking with strangers and tells her not to force herself. Snow will handle this kind of conversation, while the woman only needs to stand behind her with dignity. Then a sudden impact tears through the hall and someone cries out. The jester-like girl looks at the defeated target and shouts that it is not the one they need. She counts it as the fourth, while the blonde adventurer admits the party has collected good drops but still needs a skill book. The blonde adventurer feels he is getting better at hunting grim reapers. He explains that combat comes from remembering an opponent's skills, openings, and weaknesses, then combining that knowledge to strike when an opening appears. The jester-like girl agrees that the improvement is a good thing. The jester-like girl wonders whether finding a skill book has become hopeless. The blonde adventurer can only answer with a weary yes and an exhausted groan. With their remaining strength, the party can hunt only one more time. If the group in Snow's party are the only ones in the tower, they could rest at the nearest village and leave the tower of the mythical beast standing for a while longer. The blonde adventurer considers that another party may already have found the Reaper's assassin drop and sold it on the black market. They can always try searching again another day, he says, as the empty staircase waits nearby. He decides it is safer to assume other adventurers are already present. An unknown spiky-haired man points out that Kelt knows about this place, meaning everyone Kelt told could be here too. The jester-like girl immediately calls the black market plan risky. Their plan is laid out plainly. Enter a secret dungeon with a party ranked B or higher, obtain a Reaper's assassin drop, and sell it on the black market. The jester-like girl admits the chance is not zero, but says the odds are still very low. Near the spiral staircase, the blonde adventurer's attention suddenly shifts. When the jester-like girl asks what is wrong, he says he heard a cry just now. He scans the broad stairwell and repeats that he heard the cry only moments ago. The party now has a new direction, deeper into the tower. Inside the dungeon's grand circular hall, a cry rises from the stairway. Luce asks whether they should go see what happened, and her companion agrees. They find Maris standing with a stern, horned armored fighter. For a moment, both sides simply stare across the hall. Then 3 male attackers rush forward, trying to overwhelm the armored fighter before the newcomers can intervene. One attacker shouts for the armored fighter not to get carried away. The warning comes too late, because the fighter answers their charge with a powerful shield strike. The blow catches the spiky-haired attacker and sends him reeling, while another attacker is thrown hard across the floor. The dark-haired attacker lunges with a curved blade and screams for the armored fighter to die. The fighter turns calmly toward the threat. The blade comes down, but the armored fighter meets it at close range and counters. The attacker crashes down and can only gasp as the fighter keeps the shield raised. With their assault broken, the bandits complain that they expected this world to be an easy way to make money. One insists this is not what they signed up for, then demands how the armored fighter can casually clear dungeons. As more adventurers appear, Luce and Elma's react to the retreating attackers. The spiky-haired leader realizes the fight is lost and orders everyone to retreat. The defeated group pulls back across the hall. One fleeing attacker looks toward the rear and reports that other adventurers have shown up. Elma observes that their help was not necessary after all. From the other side, someone points out that the cries came from the aggressors. The armored fighter dismisses the attackers, as pests barely worth the party's time. Maris is more gracious, saying their arrival at least made the attackers leave a little quicker. The armored fighter explains that most of the attackers are probably criminals who are not allowed into towns. Maris adds that, although such bandits are slowly dwindling, they are supposedly the most troublesome kind. Elma asks whether the attackers were bandits. The armored fighter estimates their abilities at about C-rank adventure level, and Maris notes that people with that kind of strength should not need to worry about food in Lacarina. That assessment is unusually high for bandits. The group explains that strong people rarely stoop so low as to become criminals, and that attacking nobles carries needless risk. For someone that capable, it is better to enter dungeons and collect loot. Elma stands above a pile of treasure, as if the answer were obvious. Even so, Elma finds it puzzling that the bandits thought they could kidnap a noble girl so easily. The armored fighter calls that short-term thinking typical of foolish bandits. The armored fighter continues that the bandits lack common sense, do not understand how the world works, and are greedy enough to dive into any stupid plan. The armored fighter addresses Maris as Milady. Maris answers that something about the incident is strange, despite the fighter's confidence in the bandits' ignorance. When the fighter asks what she means, Maris explains that the bandits seem to possess prior knowledge of some information, while lacking necessary intelligence about other parts. She asks how they identified her as a noble's daughter, and knew she was inside the dungeon if they were truly so ignorant. Maris proposes that someone may have set the bandits up, revealing only information that would not hurt the planner later. She suspects the same person may have arranged the bandits' compensation. The group agrees that this is a logical assumption and suggests capturing at least one attacker. Elma admits that with more MP and HP, he could have caught all 5. They also ask the armored fighter whether she has any idea about the warning behind the attack. The armored fighter and Maris move ahead while the others watch. A male companion calls Maris a very smart girl, then trails off before finishing the thought. Question mark captures the blonde companion's uncertainty. The armored fighter sharply warns the companions not to talk casually to Maris, stressing that Maris is far more important than they could imagine. Elma closes the exchange by remarking that, as a candidate for the next head of the family, Maris is way too shy. Armed figures surround Snow's party in the courtyard, and the page identifies them as assassins aiming for Snow, the next head. The blonde-haired man suspects one of Snow's rivals sent them, but their attack is far too direct to be a subtle warning. The party reasons that even paying bandits to attack would not be more effective than a warning. They list Snow Harrowad as a supposed swordswoman prodigy, then note that a master swordsman and Isabella, a talented B-rank adventurer, are also present. The blonde-haired man falls silent while Isabella is called out by name. And he tells Lady Snow to leave immediately, leaving Snow visibly startled. Isabella angrily curses the bandits. Snow insists that her injury is only a little scratch, but another party member points out that her leg is hurt. One wounded attacker cries out in confusion and repeatedly says that he does not want to die. He starts to say that at least the others will do something, but the thought breaks apart in another angry shout. Isabella vows to kill every bandit in the region and ask the head for permission once they return to the mansion. Before anyone can act on that threat, Snow and the others look upward, and a bloodied attacker is shown pierced by a massive weapon. Snow looks tense, the small bow-wearing woman stares in shock, and the blonde-haired man studies the scene with grim focus. Isabella is startled as the courtyard fills with the aftermath of the attack. Fallen figures lie across the floor, and even the quiet chirping only makes the sudden silence feel more ominous. The group regathers around the blonde-haired man, his sword, and a towering skeletal or armored ally. Fallen body and a dark-clad figure dominate the foreground, while the view briefly cuts to the shadowed arches of the dungeon. The bow-wearing woman screams in terror as the party reacts to the new enemy. The party realizes they are facing a dungeon boss, and the blonde-haired man says the real danger has arrived. They cannot understand why a pottage is here, until Snow reasons that the bandits likely lured it in on purpose, and the blonde-haired man agrees that the attack was no mistake. As a clawed hand drags across the floor, the implication becomes clear: this creature came to kill. The party explains that potage's strength normally comes from launching magic attacks from a distance. The potage is not weak up close either, and the party admits that attacking it from their position will be difficult. Its clawed foot slams down, followed by a sweeping attack that proves the warning was not theoretical. The blonde-haired man assesses their options. Luz Rubus is a level 60 jester whose stats are not nearly enough, and her skills cannot even reach potage. Above them, the boss takes flight while the party admits they need some way to damage it, especially with Snow and Isabella already running low on energy. They warn that a prolonged fight will kill them one by one. The blonde-haired man says they have to try something, even though he doubts it will work. Isabella volunteers to distract potage, and he orders the others to take Snow and get out. He tells them to hurry and admits that he may not last even a minute once potage begins attacking. While the party calls out to Isabella, the boss launches its named attack, Wind Hunt. The blonde-haired man calls dodging a bad move because Wind Hunt homes in on its target. He blocks the attack instead, and Isabella cries out as the force drives her back. He explains that blocking is safer when there is not enough power to stop the attack, but Isabella calls him an idiot for ignoring her order to run. Snow and Luz watch the fight in alarm. The blonde-haired man tells Isabella that he had planned to fight from the start, but after hearing her, he wants to bring everyone back alive. He begins one more point, then faces potage with his skeletal ally behind him. The blonde-haired man declares that the others can forget about the next minute if he is the one staying behind, because he can buy them 5 minutes alone. Monster's landing detonates across the Grand Hall, leaving Elma's and 3 fighters facing its furious eyes. The shield-bearing knight warns that challenging a level 80 monster in this situation is reckless. Another knight insists that he serves the Harrowad Marquis family and cannot let his lady die. Elma's begins to answer, but the blonde swordswoman refuses to abandon her subordinates and run away. A nearby knight still addresses her as Milady. Elma's tells the shield-bearing knight to give everything she has if she wants to protect the blonde swordswoman. The blonde fighter draws the monster's attention and declares that she will lure its attack, while a nearby fighter shouts at the creature and Elma's mutters in frustration. With a confident smirk, Elma's watches the plan take shape. As the monster lunges, the armored knight warns that if the princess loses her life, her family will hold a grudge against whoever made this decision. The shield rises into the path of the monster's wing. A magic seal forms beside the creature as the high-speed spell called Sylph Cutter is unleashed. The spell tears across the checkerboard floor at blinding speed, then crashes into the formation and sends the fighters toward the wall. While the fighters reel, Elma's explains that Sylph Cutter is a tricky spell used by high-level individuals because its speed is so extreme. Before the monster can recover, the blonde swordswoman launches an ice attack from her blade. The monster's eye widens as the ice reaches it. Elma's recognizes the blonde fighter as an ice crystal knight and explains that she combines broad swordsmanship with long-range ice magic. Her current abilities limit her to support, he says, but mastering ice could make the class powerful. A small clown-like fighter is thrown through the air as the monster's wing catches her, and she cries out in alarm. She regains her momentum and slams an attack into the monster, celebrating that she has finally landed a hit. The battle display shows the monster at 603 out of 734 HP. The clown-like fighter stares at the result and realizes that her attack barely caused any damage. The full status panel identifies the monster and shows 603 out of 734 HP with 237 out of 272 MP remaining. Even after seeing the numbers, the clown-like fighter can only stare in shock that her attack barely mattered. The first new beat is Podarge's wing, filling the arena view. The caption identifies its high defense, explaining why the flying creature is so hard to hurt. Podarge answers with a shriek and a dive, sending the armored fighters into immediate danger. Its attack crashes across a striped shield. A light-haired fighter braces under the blow as feathers and impact force overwhelm the frame. A fighter urgently tells Isabella to stand up. Another warns that Podarge's reach is too great, leaving no room for a counterattack. Magic forms behind the fighters as they try to pressure Podarge in the arena. The creature still dominates the space with its reach and wing beats. A horned armored woman is blasted backward. The party is left scattered across the floor, while another fighter lies stunned in the attack trails. The team struggles to recover. From above, the arena shows Podarge separating them, while the shield-bearer raises guard against another sweeping strike. A light-haired fighter realizes that the close encounter situation has been reset. Podarge still shows 671 of 734 HP, and the narration observes that the party is being worn down while the creature buys time to recover. Their winning strategy is too thin, because victory will depend on better strategy. Elma lays out the current plan. Isabella and he must become shields, while Luz keeps using her thrust technique whenever an opening appears. The arrangement leaves Luz with no other choice. Snow distracts Podarge with magic from the rear. Even so, Podarge charges through the formation, and the creature's sylph cutter tears toward a dark-haired fighter. A voice cries out for Elma-san as the strike erupts. The cutting attack hurls the formation back, leaving the light-haired fighter battered among broken debris. Elma manages to say that at least. As the others look toward the aftermath, he wishes they had access to the Reaper's assassin. The shield-bearing woman repeats the name in disbelief. A ruffled outfit woman answers that one exists and that she has it, leaving Elma stunned. She explains that Snow and Isabella have been hunting longer than the rest of them, so it would not be strange if they dropped something from the Grim Reaper. Then she begs them to give the item to Luz, and Elma offers to pay above market price if it is gold. The woman thrusts the item toward the fallen figure and calls out to the clown. As Podarge's eyes fix on the exchange, the group's desperate gamble becomes the next point of focus. Luz Rubus opens the bone-decorated item and reveals the Reaper's assassin. The final close-up shows a hooded skeletal figure inside as she begins to explain what it is. The Grim Reaper card promises a sharpened blade that kills in one swing and leaves its chosen prey no escape. As the party watches, Luz asks how the skill book works. The blonde-haired fighter tells her to pour mana into it and imagine the skill, then orders attack power increase removed so every available point goes into Grim Reaper's assassin. The book opens in Luz's hands, and sparkling magic surrounds the Grim Reaper image. As the activation deepens, a dark mark appears on her cheek and her focus hardens. The status display settles with great luck at 30 out of 70, and Grim Reaper's assassin at 0 out of 70. The fighter explains that Luz's remaining points are enough to reach the tree's early skills. Luz raises her hand and accepts the risk. In her mind, she wields a burning blade before a giant skeletal hand, realizing that the new tree could raise her abilities too. The winged beast waits across the Colosseum. The fighter warns that every passing moment makes the party's position worse, so they will act together. When Luz asks what to do, he assigns her the attack. The defenders set their formation, keeping the support protected behind two shields. The fighter promises a short battle that will not drag on, then gives a terse answer from amid the debris. Fighter decides there is no reason to hold back on MP anymore. Luz answers with a wide slash wave that sweeps across the hall. The slash crashes into the winged beast and the nearby fighter. Their bodies collide in a storm of debris as the beast twists over him, and the impact drives the exchange forward. The fighter strains against the beast as the clash turns chaotic. He attacks from behind its body, then braces as the white-haired defender is driven back by the same assault. The white-haired fighter calls on his skeletal shield to protect him, but the beast's beak presses through the defense and scatters more debris. The blonde-haired fighter realizes he may have mistimed the parry. Still gripping his sword through the pain, he is thrown across the Colosseum with the beast. Luz is knocked down as the beast presses the attack. A helmeted ally sees the danger and identifies the incoming technique as a sylph clutter. Luz springs forward again. Crystal-like projectiles strike the beast's head, and the arena catches the creature recoiling from the burst. An armored ally calls for her lady as a snowflake-shaped barrier forms. Beneath the winged beast's looming wing, Luz remains sprawled on the floor and gathers herself. The fighter shouts for Luz to go. She pushes forward as a circular magical effect opens behind her, turning her recovery into a final charge. Luz drives a dragon-slaying thrust into the winged beast. The strike lands hard, and her determined face shows that the coordinated attack has reached its decisive blow. The battle opens on Elma's dragon-killing thrust. It needs a long wind-up and leaves its user exposed, but the payoff is a high chance of a critical hit. The party admits that the technique is as risky as a game of chance, though it is still more stable than dice thrust. With Luz Rubus's luck supporting it, the party says critical hits are practically guaranteed. An armored girl points out that the monster's attack power is too low, but warns that even a critical hit will not be enough for a decisive result. The next strike tears into the feathered beast and sends it reeling. The monster is knocked across the courtyard, leaving the companions staring in disbelief. The armored girl can only repeat her shocked question, while Luz raises a flaming weapon and marvels at the monster's absurd power. Luz's attack has opened another wound, but Elma explains that the real advantage comes from reaching level 14 of Reaper's Executioner. That milestone grants the special skill called Abyssal Blade. Abyssal Blade doubles attack power whenever a critical hit succeeds. In ordinary terms, critical damage rises from 1.5 times normal damage to 3 times, meaning even a weaker attacker can turn one strike into a fatal threat. The party keeps pressing forward. One of them urges the others to continue, arguing that they can chip away at the monster and still win. Luz holds her position while the group coordinates its next attack. The long-haired armored man rejects the obvious explanation, while another voice laughs that even the Dream Master felt fear. A woman wonders whether the last strike frightened him, but Elma sees the real problem. The monsters have grown smarter since the game era. The winged monster plans to stay in the air until automatic recovery restores some of its wounds. Elma realizes that it also knows the party has no high-powered magic class to force it down. The monster spreads its wings and makes clear that it will never simply let them escape. Luz warns that everyone is running low on MP, and the monster recognizes their stalling tactic as something devious that it never encountered in the game. Someone orders the others to go on ahead. Luz asks them to trust her, while the woman in the descendant armor outfit prepares the Ice Crystal Knight's answer. The Ice Crystal Knight can create platforms at will and expand the battle's range, letting the group move while the monster attacks from above. Elma tells Luz to wait. Another voice insists the monster will not make things easy, and someone thanks the Ice Crystal Knight. The monster threatens to sweep the party away along with the pillars. But its intelligence is also its limitation. It understands the system well enough to know that retreat can sometimes be the strongest form of attack. The winged monster's power rises into a league of its own as lightning gathers beneath a massive sigil. Its electrified attack fills the courtyard, and the party's desperate cry for Luz comes just before the strike crashes down in a violent explosion. Lightning tears through the arena as a winged monster hangs above the colonnades. Elma sees Luz below and shouts for her. Elma sends Luz forward, ordering her to fly. A light-haired woman urges Luz to trust them and go on ahead. The woman repeats that command as Luz reacts, ready to follow the opening. Thunderstorm detonates across the arena, hurling the combatants through debris. Luz hits the stone and groans. Luz lands against Elma's as the shockwave rips past. A wing sweeps through the smoke, and a braced hand absorbs the next impact. Luz stays down on the broken floor, then forces herself upright while the arena keeps shaking. Woman studies Elma's swordsmanship, saying his genius title is deserved, his timing and magic control are perfect, and his supposedly false reputation for cunning actually fits him. Elma answers that with this plan they can do it. His nearly empty HP bar appears as he insists they can finish the fight, with life shield still holding. Elma charges beside the half-dead savage dragon with his sword ready, while Luz grunts and braces herself to keep moving. The dragon turns. Luz lunges in with a thrust-marked dragon killing, committing herself to the attack. Elma cuts across the arena with shadow step, but the distance leaves him short. He recognizes that the skill weakens when the gap is too far. However, the dragon and Luz are still moving. Elma needs only a moment of disruption, and Luz declares that moment is enough. The dragon finally realizes the danger. Luz drives the dragon killing thrust into it, while Elma's assault follows through the opening. The hit tears the dragon back with a roar. Even from the ground, Elma tells the stubborn beast it is tough, amazed that it can still move. The wounded dragon snarls and advances anyway. Elma faces it across the arena, his eyes widening as it keeps coming. Luz turns in shock, steadies herself, and watches Elma launch another collision as the dragon charges. The final clash leaves the dragon collapsing with a last roar. The game confirms 2609 experience points and raises Elma's from level 72 to 74. The battle has ended inside the vast arena. Elma stands among the wreckage as a huge winged beast lies defeated before him, with other monsters scattered across the floor. From above, the damage is even clearer. Several creatures are down, debris covers the arena, and Elma's and the surviving fighters are spread around the battlefield. The armored young woman marvels that Elma's had such a hidden ace, then falters as she looks from him to the monster he defeated. Elma's can only wonder what that absurd power was. Still wary, the armored young woman asks who Elma's is. Bruised but calm, he explains that what he just did was no ordinary feat, and that such power is not meant to be used lightly. The armored young woman suddenly turns towards someone else and calls for her lady, then falls silent as the shock of the battle gives way to an uneasy pause. Reunited with the well-dressed woman, the armored young woman says she believed that woman was safe above all else. She explains that she and the others had been fighting at the forefront. Tears rise as the armored young woman admits she thought everything was over. The well-dressed woman reassures her that she is truly glad she is safe, and the younger woman breaks down over the kindness. The well-dressed woman thanks Elma's and Luz Rubus for helping them. Elma's answers that the deck goes both ways, because he and Luz could never have defeated that troublesome Dream Lord without each other. The group reviews how the attack began. The Wandering Lord had originally been provoked into targeting them, leaving the well-dressed woman tense and struggling to speak. The well-dressed woman insists that Elma's and Luz were simply caught up in the incident. Luz eagerly asks to offer her gratitude too, crediting Snowsama's magic for their victory, while the two women stand together. The well-dressed woman apologizes to the armored young woman, repeating that she is sorry. The younger woman says nothing, but her hesitation shows that the apology reaches something painful between them. The armored young woman supports the well-dressed woman in silence. Then she turns back toward Elma's and Luz and asks how many Dream Lords they have defeated. The well-dressed woman reveals that this was their fourth battle of that kind. The armored young woman is stunned, while the wreckage around Elma's makes the answer difficult to dismiss. The well-dressed woman adds that their young lady has survived 3 such incidents herself, sometimes with 20 guards, and even then with disasters nearly unfolding. Elma's tells the armored young woman to stop because the praise embarrasses her. The armored young woman says they finally turned the tables by defeating the Dream Lord the assassins had incited, calling it adversity turned to fortune. Elma silently seizes on one idea, strength. Luz spots another reward among the remains and calls out that they got one this time too. Elma considers the young woman's determination and wonders whether anyone without it could become the next family head. The reward is the Bird King Spear, a level 75 weapon with 35 attack power, a 40 million G market value, and the Stormflow Spear skill. Luz calls it powerful, but Elma's cannot use spears. Elma's admits that selling a 40 million G weapon could still leave him with regrets. The armored young woman proposes another arrangement and asks him to hear her out. Elma's estimates that the spear could be worth more than 100 million if it is genuinely good. Luz offers to trade it for a skill book, then nervously says she will take the words back when Elma's objects. The armored young woman calls Elma's and Luz their lifesavers, but asks for clear proof that they defeated the Dream Lord. Elma's understands that she wants to use the victory for publicity. Luz agrees at once, and Elma's checks whether the arrangement is truly acceptable to her. The armored young woman repeats that the two of them are their lifesavers. The armored young woman refuses to accept the Bird King's spear. Luz protests that they should take it because it is valuable, but the well-dressed woman explains that their involvement in the Marquis family feud already caused trouble. The armored young woman warns that rhetoric and empty words cannot protect the Marquis family. She admits she once treated adventurers as tools for meeting her father's expectations and protecting her mother's position, and never cared for their fantasies or battles. The well-dressed woman tells the armored young woman that her performance was impressive. She admits that rhetoric alone cannot make politics work, and that she once became infatuated with the idea of genius. The armored young woman addresses her as Miss and listens, as the well-dressed woman declares that she wants recognition for her own abilities and wants to become the next family head, even if the path is difficult. The armored young woman says she has accepted that determination, then makes the condition clear: the path ahead will not be easy. Elma reflects that demanding compensation for items entrusted by their benefactors was a timid and uncouth idea. The armored young woman, however, says she is pleased by the growth the well-dressed woman has shown. Luz starts to call Elma's as the armored young woman changes the bargain, demanding that the large spear be sold for about 50 million G, including hush money. Elma's protests while she tugs at him, leaving the negotiation on a comic note. The chapter opens inside a vast stone complex, where empty arches, draped halls, and a towering spiral structure make the place feel more like a dungeon than a home. The scene shifts to a frozen, crystal-strewn basin. The scattered group realizes that nobody else is with them, and one unfinished thought hints at how much easier the search would be if the culprit were still nearby. The helmeted woman argues that the culprit must have remained inside the dream dungeon. Elma's Edvan admits that such a mistake would have made the investigation much simpler. The eye-patched noblewoman studies the obvious clues and wonders whether someone who left them so carelessly could really be her relative. The helmeted woman answers that understanding another person's true intentions is the frightening part. The discussion turns to the succession struggle. The group notes that every potential head is willing to risk everything for the position, but the spiky-haired man says they do not need an obvious villain. The eye-patched noblewoman adds that such a chain of conniving actions has never appeared in a succession dispute, while the helmeted woman warns that real scoundrels hide behind thick masks. The helmeted woman considers another possibility. The attack may not have been ordered by the potential heirs themselves, but by unsavory people mixed among those who support them. Elma pauses over the theory. The group recalls how strategically the pottage moved and notes that even a careful plan should have allowed some chance of failure. That possibility only makes the true culprit harder to isolate. Luz Rubis notices that Elma is thinking hard and asks whether noble disputes are always this complicated. Elma says he knows of no conflict like this in the Edvan family's earldom, then admits that he is still wondering what it means. The narration explains that the Edvan family originally built its standing on the strength of its head. Politically, however, the family is not especially savvy and carries little influence, unlike the powerful Haltad Marquis family. Another question emerges as the group compares this method to the incident at the Graveyard of Lamentations. The perpetrator left no trace of appearing, apparently using concealed actions through the dream hole, yet the goals still seem inconsistent. The original suspicion had pointed toward the Haltad Marquis family, and the clues still seem to support that theory. Elma concludes that both incidents should be treated as the work of one perpetrator, while Luz asks whether he has noticed something unusual. Elma reasons that anyone who created such a major event as an attempted assassination would normally return to inspect the aftermath. Someone trying to observe safely while hiding would most likely choose the top of the nearby cliff, and the group understands the implication. The helmeted woman insists that the perpetrator is a problem her Marquis family must resolve. Yet the rocky basin is completely empty, with no sign of anyone nearby, and the silence leaves the whole group uneasy. The eye-patched noblewoman thanks the rescuers and admits that it is shameful for the next head of her family to be saved by adventurers. Still, she chooses to accept her situation, improve herself, and face the threat as a problem her Marquis family must solve. She calls the rescuers her lifesavers and thanks them again. The helmeted woman starts a formal reply to her lady, but the eye-patched woman hesitates, embarrassed that the words are coming from her own mouth. For a moment, the entire exchange stalls in awkward silence. Elma tries to move the conversation along with an awkward "anyway," followed by a hesitant agreement. The surrounding group answers with startled little reactions. The eye-patched noblewoman finally explains that she was deeply impressed by the two formidable fighters when they overwhelmed the pottage. She wants to become a worthy head of the Haltad Marquis family, and Elma responds that he wants to become strong like them. The noblewoman thanks them with sudden enthusiasm. Elma says that hearing such words from the next head of the Haltad Marquis family is an honor, while the helmeted woman quietly observes that her lady rarely opens her heart this way. The conversation fades as the small companion and Elma's share a quiet reaction. Dark corridor, a moving silhouette, and the castle at night signal that the story is leaving the investigators behind. Elsewhere, a new voice protests at what has been said and addresses someone by name. Another voice insists that, as a commoner, they would never even consider laying a hand on their lady. The camera returns to the castle's night exterior and then follows a cloaked figure through its halls. From the grand chamber, a hidden speaker declares that one particular man cannot be underestimated. The speaker's clasped hands reveal a formal figure waiting in the shadows. A sinister, sharp-toothed face then appears beside the grand hall and calmly announces that it is time to move on to the next step. Several days after the Tower of Mythical Beasts incident, the story turns to Count Haltad's house, a prestigious noble family whose invitation carries weight. A woman with straight shoulder-length hair and earrings asks that a separate occasion be arranged so the noble family can express its gratitude. As Elma's and Luce head out, Elma's insists they follow the dress code. Luce admits she is already nervous, and they arrive at the formal garment store. The glittering interior overwhelms Luce. She calls the clothing amazing and sparkly, wonders whether anything here can truly suit her, and keeps admiring the displays. Elma notices that the store handles decorative equipment and inspects a magical flower necklace. Its display lists level 50 equipment, MP plus 10%, and a 9 million G price, triple the game price. He finds the performance acceptable but costly, just as the attendant welcomes the group. The attendant welcomes them to Phoenix Garment Store, asks what they are looking for, and sizes them up as a heavily armored knight and a jester with starting equipment. Elma remembers that even Mr. Burga and the guild master judged them by their equipment. Elma reassures the attendant that they are B-rank adventurers despite their appearances and that he has emergency gold, but Luce cuts him off as he starts explaining today's purpose. The attendant points to Elma's accumulated battle scars, then says that is not the real issue. Luce asks for her clothing to look dirty. Luce repeats the request. The attendant argues that neglecting one's appearance reveals a disturbed heart, while one's appearance should reflect the inner self. Elma says he needs attire for the Haltad Marquis family. Elma quietly acknowledges the attendant's surprise. When she realizes they are headed to the Marquis family, she calls it a major occasion, and he gives another reserved acknowledgement. The attendant begins proposing a solution. As the group continues through the shop, Luce praises the materials but admits that their quality makes the choice even harder. The attendant tells her the problem is Luce herself. The attendant starts pulling garments from the rack and compares more options with Luce. Luce tries another dress, but her hesitation remains. Elma reacts with surprise as Luce models a traditional outfit and then a fitted long coat. Neither produces a spoken verdict, but his reactions show the choices are affecting him. After another startled reaction, Luce asks whether the outfits suit her. The attendant calls them all lovely and offers yet another option if none feels right. Luce appears in a layered traditional look. 1 hour later, Elma is in a formal suit and decides the selected outfit offers a good balance of performance and price. Luce notices the search has drifted far from dresses. She turns to a red dress, while a clipped word is heard without a clear speaker or meaning. Luce models the red dress and asks Elma for his opinion. He studies her silently as the attendant points out the peony flowers accenting the fabric. Elma calls Luce's name. She hesitates, asks again what he thinks, and finally hears him say that the dress suits her perfectly. Outside beneath the clock tower, Luce shyly asks if he really means it. Elma responds with a quiet question of his own as the shopping trip comes to an end. The city is alive with market traffic, stalls, carts, and vendors. At a nearby table, the ordinary bustle continues. Caption places this visit a few days after the incident at the Tower of Mythical Beasts. Elma narrates that the group has ended up visiting the mansion of the Haltad Marquis family after Snow invited both Luce and him. Inside, Elma is struck by the mansion's splendor and admits that this is his first time in a place like it. Luce worries that she is out of place and suggests that the visit might have gone better if only Elma had come. A long-haired young woman asks what Luce is talking about. Ponytailed young woman tells them they are the young lady's greatest benefactors, then assures them that there is nothing to fear. The household attendant adds that the head of the household is a very busy person and has not been involved in this event at all. As the visitors walk farther inside, Luce's uneasiness becomes obvious. The ponytailed woman explains that Lord Haltad is cold, even toward his daughter Snow, and values practicality over formalities. She normally would not attend an occasion like this, so she asks them not to take offense. Elma says he came because he wanted to meet Marquis Haltad. Luce admits that she is relieved to meet him face to face. But the Marquis family remains a suspect in the recent incidents. Marquis Haltad is said to have an intimidating presence, and his family commands the largest military force protecting the city. Elma's wanted to confirm the family's position on the recent series of incidents. Then a voice calls for Isabella. Luce asks whether Marquis Haltad is really as intimidating as people say. The long-haired woman confirms that he is, then leads them toward the guest room. The ponytailed woman gives a grotesque description of Haltad's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Yet the long-haired woman says he is surprisingly easygoing, and the ponytailed woman jokes that the young lady at least inherited her mother's lovely face. The long-haired woman's puzzled reaction gives way to a formal dining room, where the group takes its places. A sharply featured, pointy-eared man in a fur-trimmed cloak appears at the table. The name Marquis Haltad is spoken, confirming the intimidating host. Haltad admires a young woman and says he is glad she resembles his wife as well. From the doorway, someone asks whether the visitors are in the guest room. Elma then recognizes the seated young woman and realizes that she is Snow. Elma questions why a father would miss his beloved daughter's reception and asks whether something is wrong. The ponytailed woman answers with an apology. Snow explains that her father only wanted a private chat with Elma, then apologizes to Isabella. Marquis Haltad says he wanted to talk to Elma and invites him to sit. He addresses Elma by a shortened name. The ponytailed woman gives a hesitant agreement as everyone settles around the long dining table. Servants bring the meal and place the dishes before the guests. Luce is delighted by the food, but the formal setting makes her repeatedly ask Elma whether she is behaving properly. Haltad tells Luce not to be so stiff and to speak naturally. He reminds her that there is no one here but them, while Luce remains unsure how to act. Luce experiments with her utensils, then finally settles into a composed posture at the table. Elma gives a hesitant assent, and another guest offers a polite thanks. Luce tells Elma that Marquis Haltad is not as scary as she expected. Haltad answers that he hopes that is truly the case. Grand Castle leads into a formal dinner, where Elma's Edvan and Luce Elma's sit among a powerful household. The pointed-eared Marquis describes another Marquis as proud and devious, then dismisses him as a cold father. He says the man is unlikely to be plotting, but recent dangerous incidents demand vigilance. Then he thanks Elma for helping his daughter. Elma explains that Luce is a commoner and that he has been disowned by the Earl of Edvan. Marquis' daughter tells her father he has been worrying too much, and he insists that he is fine. Marquis argues that anyone seeking to become the next head must be willing to risk their life, even if survival depends on desperate or dishonorable means. As the young woman reacts in alarm, the Marquis reduces his rule to one brutal principle: the person who survives is the winner in the end. Elma asks whether the attempted assassination of the Marquis' daughter is being treated as part of the inheritance dispute. The daughter reacts in shock, while a high-ponytailed young woman protests that Elma is speaking improperly to the Marquis. The Marquis calms the high-ponytailed woman, warning that raising her voice will ruin the meal. He then confirms that an investigation will be conducted. Elma says the investigation matters because covert actions will be uncovered, and insists it must reveal the truth if a candidate from the Marquis family investigated the cowardly attack. Marquis declares that he will execute the culprit himself, then leaves the thought hanging as he considers what it would mean if the offender came from his own family. Elma asks whether the Marquis truly rejects the idea of a heritage dispute. The Marquis turns the question around, asking whether Elma wants his viewpoint as the head of the family. Elma admits he hesitated to ask directly, so he pretended to be righteously angry at his daughter's disrespect and tried to draw the Marquis out. The Marquis calls that kind of testing improper. Marquis considers whether the Tower of Phantom Beasts incident shares the same culprit, how deeply his family is involved, and whether Lord Haltad himself is the mastermind. Then he accuses Elmas of stalling for time. When Elmas questions that accusation, the Marquis tells him not to worry, explaining that the incident at the Tomb of Lamentations is also being taken very seriously. By the candlelight, the Marquis asks what kind of person Elmas believes the culprit to be. The women at the table fall silent as Elmas begins his answer. He suspects the culprit has knowledge of dream holes beyond what the kingdom possesses. Elmas proposes that the incidents may be an experiment by someone who believes dream holes can be used for a purpose. He asks whether that is why the Marquis family seems suspicious. The Marquis reacts with startled excitement and says he has managed lands overrun by high-level dream holes for generations. The Marquis says he does have clues, but information about dream holes that surpasses the kingdom is not easy to obtain. A map-like view gives the claim a wider geographic scale. Elmas asks whether the Marquis has any ideas. Although Elmas can replicate many things, he admits he cannot reproduce the phenomenon under discussion. The Marquis wonders where the knowledge came from and admits he has doubts as well. The Marquis adds that a similar phenomenon is occurring elsewhere. The conversation shifts to a cloaked adventurer who suddenly rose to prominence with unstoppable momentum, as if receiving a divine revelation. With Elmas visibly tense, the Marquis wonders what is guiding the adventurer and calls these repeated similarities strange. He asks Elmas whether he does not find them odd too. Elmas stays silent, privately wondering whether the Marquis is talking about him. Sweating through the formal dinner, Elmas wonders whether they insisted on meeting face-to-face because they doubted him. Warning hangs over the gathering. Someone who understands the MMU era could intentionally trigger dream hole disasters. Beside that ominous image, the sharp-toothed Marquis grins. Marquis laughs off his earlier remark, then says that everyone has secrets and dark sides. The whole table joins in the laughter. Seeing the Marquis beside the stern older man he could never get along with, Elmas finally understands why his father disliked him. Elmas admits he never realized how serious the Marquis was, but the Marquis says he is betting on him because surviving and defeating King's Wander, let alone subjugating it, would be rare. Elmas says he is honored by the praise. Marquis then turns the attention toward the shy young woman, saying she should invite guests herself. Then the Marquis asks Elmas why he does not marry her, praising the strange class he drew and the strength he has shown. The room erupts again, with someone accusing the Marquis of making too much of a joke. The young woman starts coughing, then cries out to her father in alarm. The ponytailed woman protests that it is unusual for a commoner and a lady to be treated this way. Elmas can only stare, completely confused. The Marquis makes the proposal sound political. If he lends Elmas his strength, he says, he can control the union and take over as he wishes. Then he asks whether Elmas comes from the Edvan family. Elmas is stunned. The ponytailed woman asks whether he is noble-born, pointing to his swordsman lineage, and Elmas turns away, sweating under the pressure. With his fist clenched, Elmas draws a firm boundary. He says he is satisfied with his current position and would prefer the Marquis not touch that subject. The Marquis apologizes and offers to change the subject. Elmas immediately asks about the main point. The Marquis says he will get to it, then renews the request for Elmas to join another large-scale operation under the same conditions as before. The conversation moves to an imposing castle-like building. A formally dressed woman asks Elmas whether he is going to participate in the large-scale request. As they enter, the woman calls him Elma, and Elmas answers with silence. Marquis explains that he wants to confirm the aim of the people behind the dream destruction and expose those acting recklessly in his territory. Elmas realizes that the Marquis reached the same conclusion he did. But if the dream destructions happen, the city shown before them will perish and thousands will die. The young woman answers that a large-scale request would be too dangerous. Elmas agrees, and the reply from the other side is a grim yes. Elmas tightens his fist as the warning becomes clear. Marquis still intends to proceed, insisting that this may be their last chance to catch the culprit. From above, Elmas and the young woman agree that they must be very careful and must not act rashly. She falls silent, leaving only a tense pause. As the clock tower marks the passing night, Elmas says they need a little more time. Elmas reflects that, as someone who knows this world and as a noble born to protect the kingdom, he truly wants to solve the case. But the thought breaks hard. The case is too dangerous. The chapter closes with the sharp-toothed Marquis looming behind Elma's and the young woman. His final speech bubble is cut off after he's pro, leaving the rest uncertain.